This dude is our protagonist. He's a transmigrator, but no damn system ever appeared. After cultivating non-stop for 500 years, he finally crawled his way up to the Mahayana stage. He successfully passed his tribulation over 50 times, but still couldn't ascend. People erected statues of him for the masses to worship and bow down to. But one fine day, a notification panel suddenly appeared and forced him to do quests for some chi refinement stage scrubs, leaving him completely dumbfounded. He was now the #1 in the cultivation world. Turns out, the system was so buggy that it got the time wrong by 500 years. He could finish the quest for those small fries in the blink of an eye. The system rewarded him with a perfect chi refinement cultivation base. But that wasn't even as good as his daily breathing exercises. It offered him magic treasures and cultivation techniques, which he openly disdained, and threw them away immediately. Well, being at the Mahayana stage and living for so long was boring anyway, so he decided to do some quests to liven things up. And okay, no more rambling, let's begin. Anyway, the story is finished, and the admin has covered it to the end. Hope you all enjoy watching. The opening is incredibly wild as a bitter, pained voice echoes in his head. If energy is infinite, can filling everyone's endless hearts with infinite benefits truly achieve fairness and justice? That voice came from a young man curled up in a hospital room. That is our protagonist, Gyani. He morosely thought about his stable, ridiculously stable life. What a pity. In the end, the voice in Gyani's head gradually weakened. My ideals, until his eyes slowly lost focus and closed. He couldn't even achieve them. At that very moment, Gyani's consciousness was instantly pulled into another time and space. With his kind of luck where if he looked at 10 girls, all 10 would have boyfriends, he quickly realized he had transmigrated. Gyani hurriedly confirmed the identity of his current body. He had used 500 years to cultivate to the highest realm, the Mahayana stage, becoming the first human emperor in the 9 provinces continent. Gyani, currently, the protagonist, is in the air preparing to ascend, to leave this boring mortal world for the buxom fairies up there. Below Gyani, countless people were excitedly waiting for this epic, ceiling-shattering moment of ascension. It's about to start. Human Emperor Gyani is about to undergo the tribulation of immortality. Now, will the heavenly ladder to immortality appear? Suddenly, the sky that was just clear blue turned a gloomy gray, and thunder and lightning gathered. A pitch-black heavenly lightning bolt quickly struck down. Towards him, the powerful lightning bolt struck Gyani, who was flying high above. The massive heavenly lightning split into smaller bolts that struck the protagonist's face. Then, the lightning tribulation spread, striking his entire body. The lightning bolts continuously hit Gyani, but he didn't even flinch. A few minutes later, the power of the lightning tribulation continued to intensify, cracking the surrounding space. When the heavenly tribulation passed, the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. A large, glowing crater appeared on the ground where he had been standing. In the sky, the storm clouds gradually dispersed, faintly revealing a figure still standing there. After the sky cleared, Gyani could be seen still standing proudly high above. The crowd below saw his state and sighed, shaking their heads. The heavenly ladder to immortality still didn't appear. This is the 50th time human Emperor Gyani has undergone the immortal tribulation. The 50th time. Some even doubtfully asked each other, is ascending to the immortal world even real? An old man said with certainty, it is real. The old-timers who have seen the heavenly ladder to immortality have recounted it. It's absolutely true. Several thousand years ago, cultivators on the 9 provinces continent often became immortals. That old man hurriedly recounted the stories of old. As long as one passed the heavenly tribulation, the immortal world would lower the heavenly ladder to welcome the cultivator. It's just that for some reason, the immortal world no longer lowers the ladder to immortality. His words continued to echo, but he firmly asserted one thing. It naturally also cut off the path of ascension. Meanwhile, on Gyani's side, he was also sighing dejectedly. Transmigrating to a cultivation world, yet unable to ascend, is truly a pity. Gyani had examined his current body's condition. He could only silently assess. With no talent whatsoever, through my own effort, wisdom, and luck, I overcame all challenges to reach the Mahayana stage. With that thought, Zhongli quickly moved again. If I had a bit of talent, the path could have had fewer detours. He chuckled to himself. Forget it, those detours weren't entirely uninteresting. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in Jiang Li's head. Host signal detected, growth system activating. He widened his eyes in surprise as the sound continued. Name, Jiang Li. The system gave a brief introduction of his current body. Age, 518. Status, current human emperor. Seeing the text appear, Jiang Li fell silent for a moment. Cultivation, Mahayana stage. Then he chuckled and asked this fake-ass operating system, aren't you a little late? Jiang Li's system calmly replied, this is a growth system, assisting the host in defeating all those who look down on the host. Hearing this part, he felt something was off and muttered growth. As soon as he finished, the system prompted him, please accept the novice gift. It's a free gift, why not take it? Jiang Li immediately nodded in agreement. I accept. A moment later, a few items slowly materialized from a phantom image. The system quickly introduced them. First up is the item named Supreme Grade Qi Gathering Pill, quantity 10 pills, description, has miraculous effect for the Qi refinement stage. Next is a thick book, name 4 ounces moves 1,000 pounds, incomplete manual, description, is a secret, uncirculated technique of the Tao sect. This collection is an incomplete manual, invincible for the Qi refinement stage. Can spend 100,000 origin points to complete it. After that is the item named Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment Pill, quantity 1 pill, description, helps a Qi refinement stage cultivator achieve a perfect foundation establishment. Current origin points, 0. Jiang Li opened the book the system gave him and wondered in confusion for use in the Qi refinement stage. He asked softly, system, what is my cultivation level? Did you give me the wrong novice gift? This is for the Qi refinement stage. You should be giving me the novice reward for the Mahayana stage, right? The Mahayana stage. Then the system and Jiang Li started arguing. Rechecked. No error. What is my cultivation level? Mahayana. What level is the novice reward you gave me suitable for? Qi refinement stage. Unable to believe this fake-ass system, he had to ask repeatedly, did you make a mistake? Checked. No error. My level. Mahayana. No error. Seeing that he couldn't argue with the system, he helplessly gave up, fine, even cutting it off. A moment later, the system screen displayed a request again. Novice quest. Quest cannot be refused, cannot flee. It gave a stern warning. Penalty for failure. Remaining system functions cannot be unlocked. Then the system added, system functions include shop, spiritual Qi infusion, inner demon evasion, spatial teleportation. Jiang Li looked doubtfully at the text before him. Spatial teleportation. To make it easier for the protagonist to understand, the system quickly introduced Novice Quest. Jiang Yixing, relying on his status as the patriarch's son, has made things difficult for you many times. Please defeat Jiang Yixing. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Li was startled for a moment, thinking, isn't that from when I just transmigrated? He recalled the previous memories of this body. The original owner of this body was Jiang Li, born in the Jiang family of Qingsheng in the Great Zhou dynasty. He was the son of the patriarch, but unfortunately, his father and mother both died early. He continued to reminisce about the events in the original owner's life. Jiang Yixing, relying on his father becoming the new patriarch and having the best talent in the entire clan, made things difficult for everyone everywhere, and was particularly excessive with Jiang Li. He silently assessed. The original owner had a weak character and didn't dare to resist. He could only harbor resentment in secret, eventually dying from a fit of rage. Jiang Li quietly pondered what happened next. And I transmigrated here. After assessing the situation and concluding that staying in that family was more harmful than beneficial, I left the family and ran away. He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a long time before realizing something. With Jiang Yixing's talent, the most he could have reached in his entire life was the foundation establishment stage, with a lifespan of about 140 years. By now, he's definitely dead as a doornail. At this, Jiang Li's expression darkened slightly with a calculating look. But the key is this novice quest, no matter how you look at it, isn't for the current me to complete. Having thought it all through, he started to question this shoddy OS. System, what era is it now? The system displayed the answer, year 4300 of a yen calendar. Receiving this information shocked the protagonist, who exclaimed, it's already year 4,800 of the yen calendar. But in his mind, Gyani was thinking, no wonder it's called a growth system. This thing activated 500 years late. The system issued a notice. Please wait for the system to reconfirm the time. Gyani started making requests. I want a new quest. It ignored him and issued a rejection. Quest cannot be changed. He continued to plead. Jiang Yixing is already dead. The system still gave the protagonist the same old reply. Please wait for the system to reconfirm the time. Jiang Li, frustrated, started to boast that I'm at the Mahayana stage now, fighting a Jiang Yixing who was probably at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stage. Does that sound reasonable? This growth system. The system ignored him and continued with its old request. Please complete the novice quest. He gave another command, restart the system. It started a battle of stubbornness with its master. Please complete the novice quest. Exasperated, Zhongli gave a final command, uninstall the system. The system continued to prove it was the king of stubbornness. Please complete the novice quest. Zhongli saw that his efforts were fruitless, which made him start to give in. I felt something was fishy the moment I heard growth. I'm a number 1 in 9 provinces. What more growth do I need? He thought of a few new ideas. Fine, let's see if this rotten system has any other use. Zhongli opened his mouth to suggest, System, can you get me to the immortal world? With that spatial teleportation thing. This time, the result was better than before. The system will now open the spatial teleportation function, which can take the host to the immortal world. Emboldened, Zhongli returned to his bizarre requests. Can you teleport me there now? He silently praised this cool new toy. This awesome talent is actually useful. But the system was too smart to be led by the nose. Please complete the novice quest. Zhongli didn't give up and tried to explain how awesome the process would be if approved. You take me to the immortal world first, and through the immortal world, I can get to the underworld. I'll find Jiang Yixing in the underworld, then defeat him. That's how the quest can be completed. It continued to issue the same default notification. Please complete the novice quest. Feeling that being firm wasn't working, he switched to a softer approach with the system. Cut me some slack. Can you put it on a tab? You can't expect me to fight a dead person. But it was indifferent. Please complete the novice quest. Finally, Zhongli could only shake his head in exasperation. This crappy system. He thought about his next move. Well, let's try going home. He began to move to a new location, his mind unsettled by the problems at hand. Hopefully, Jiang Yixing is still alive. Although his aptitude was average, it's possible he's been eating longevity pills, or he might have been guided by an expert to break through to the nascent soul stage. His lifespan would have increased a lot. Zhongli quickened his pace. I didn't just rely on my own arduous cultivation. I also had a little help from my heavenly spiritual root and immeasurable Tao body to cultivate to the Mahayana stage. Jiang Manor appeared with a majestic aura, as if it were protecting the vast land behind it. A sign was hung in front of the gate, Great Zhou Nation, Qingcheng, Jiang family. Behind that door, an ancestral tablet was placed prominently on a table with plenty of incense. Zhongli walked in majestically, using his invisibility technique. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. He's dead. What do I do now? Find someone else named Jiang Yixing and fight them? Or force someone to change their name to Jiang Yixing and then fight them? From the tightly closed room, Yixing calmly walked out to the respectful bows of his subordinates. But he continued walking, lost in his own speculations. Or maybe at Jiang Yixing's grave. Zhongli gently glided past the old man, his eyes unable to hide his contemplation for his next move. He observed seriously and made some guesses about the old man's identity. This person vaguely resembles Jiang Yixing. If he's not his son, he must be his grandson. He started thinking of some silly actions to fool the system. I wonder if fighting him would count as fighting Jiang Yixing. In the middle of the vast capital, a statue of an ancient figure stood tall and proud, holding a staff as if guarding the entire city. Beneath the statue, countless tourists and locals bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. A man respectfully offered incense and began to make his wish. Human Emperor Zhang on high, please bless me to break through my cultivation bottleneck soon. Beside him, a father was teaching his young child, pay your respects. Come, "My child, bow to human Emperor Jiang. Ask for the human emperor's spiritual chi." The little girl obediently did as she was told, but also expressed her confusion. "Daddy, who is human Emperor Jiang?" The father patted his daughter's head and patiently explained, "For that, we have to recount the history of our 9 provinces. The human emperor's palace is revered by all in the 9 provinces. Its status is transcendent." According to the father's story, a long scroll recording historical imprints rewound time back to the present. One of his duties is to mediate between various forces to prevent infighting among cultivation powers that would cause the people to suffer. Cultivating to the peak, a single thought can topple mountains and overturn seas. If 2 cultivators who have reached the peak want to take each other's lives, it would bring a world-destroying disaster to the 9 provinces continent. That year, the old human emperor ascended, and a new emperor had not yet been decided. A conflict arose between the ancient sect and the imperial dynasty, which worsened and led to war. The flames of war swept across half of the 9 provinces. Those who dared to step forward and mediate were all eliminated by the joint forces of the ancient sect and the imperial dynasty, until a savior came to change everything. That was, until the new human emperor, Jiang Li, succeeded the throne. He carried the will of the people and killed the leader of the ancient sect and the ruler of the imperial dynasty, finally bringing peace to this era of slaughter in the 9 provinces. He stood there, munching on a candied hawthorn skewer, quietly listening to the heartfelt words of the father and daughter. Human Emperor Jiang is benevolent. Although he could have pacified all the nations with his strength alone, he didn't do so. Instead, he let the nations develop on their own, while he quietly watched over the 9 provinces continent. Jiang Li patiently listened to his own story in one go. His face began to show a look of protest. "Not at all. The truth is I still couldn't manage them." Although he was enjoying the candied hawthorn skewer, his mind was elsewhere, contemplating. Cultivators, on one hand, seek longevity, but on the other hand, they're also brave and belligerent. Constant suppression is not a long-term solution. Cultivators need an outlet for conflict. On the great city wall, the figures of powerful experts appeared one after another. The first human emperor then set the policy: no need for suppression. Let the 9 provinces continent have numerous imperial dynasties and sects. Encourage mutual competition and mutual promotion. On the ancient map, everything intertwined to create a magnificent situation according to Jiang Li's imagination. Because of this, the 9 provinces has an abundance of geniuses and the basic layout of more than 1,000 small nations, along with the 9 great imperial dynasties that make up the 9 provinces continent, was formed. Even the great city stands tall and proud amidst the ever-changing flow of time. Among them, those with 10,000 years of national fortune, long-lasting and unfailing, could then be called great imperial dynasties. For example, the Great Zhou imperial dynasty of the Jiang family. All in all, Jiang Li still gave his own praise for this land. In the end, this place, Qingcheng, is really bustling. He quietly gazed at his own statue, which was emitting a magical power only he could see. This statue is radiating the power of faith. Although the magical power it brought was immense, looking back at the cultivation process he had gone through made him accept it with a sigh. However, after reaching the Mahayana stage, the power of faith is no longer of any use. To me, during that journey, Jiang Li always had good intentions for the world. I even deliberately cast a bronze cauldron, specifically to contain the power of the people's will. It would be good to save it for the next human emperor. Pausing his train of thought, he walked over to the candied hawthorn stall he was at earlier to buy a few more. "Sir, 2 more skewers of candied hawthorn." The vendor cheerfully welcomed his customer. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a clamor of voices from behind caught Jiang Li's attention. "It's been 10 days. Why hasn't the city lord sent anyone to look for our children?" "Let me see the city lord. Our children must be in Qingcheng. We beg the city lord to catch the human traffickers." The sincere pleas from the people gathered in front of the city gate sparked a hint of suspicion in him. At this moment, a subordinate opened the gate and chided the troublesome crowd. The Jiang family's ancestral worship day is approaching. What's with all this ruckus? We're very busy right now. Who has time to deal with you? The people were furious upon hearing this. You won't even send a single person? That's outrageous. At the same time, Wu Xing, who was standing by, tried to de-escalate the situation. That don't get agitated. If you get arrested, you won't be able to do anything. At this most critical moment, Gyani walked over and asked, "What's going on? Who are they?" When the man saw him, he turned to explain, "They all came from the neighboring cities." As if that wasn't detailed enough, Wu Xing continued to elaborate on the matter. Their children are all missing. After searching for a while, they traced them to this place, Qingsheng. Jiangli was just as indignant as the people and spoke up reproachfully. "Is the Jiang family's ancestral worship that important? The city lord is just ignoring everything else. His duty is just to serve the Jiang family." Wu Xing was flustered and gestured for him to be quiet in response to his defiant words. "Young man, where are you from? Don't talk nonsense." The man didn't hold it against him. Instead, he moved closer to Jiang Li and whispered a suggestion. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. This is not something you can handle." With his own lofty status, being told by someone else that he couldn't handle it made him somewhat annoyed. After that, Jiang Li said nothing and opened his storage ring. As soon as he saw the good stuff, Wu Xing, standing by, silently assessed. A storage ring, a personal storage space. This is not something an ordinary person wears. Immediately after, he took out a jade pendant to prove his identity. "I am Jiang Li." This successfully shocked Wu Xing. This is... The old man knew he was dealing with someone important. The Dao sect token. This token feels like seeing the Dao sect master himself. This person is a Dao sect wanderer. I've never heard of a Jiang Li. His tone changed immediately after. Zhang family adopted a respectful posture and invited him. "That's great, senior. Are you willing to handle this matter? Let me tell you in private. Here, let's talk over here." He introduced himself and sincerely explained the whole situation. My name is Yuan Wu Xing, a cultivator passing through this place. I saw their plight and wanted to help them search. This case startled me. The infants, according to Wu Xing, gradually disappeared in a mysterious way. Tracing the children, the trail always went cold when it reached Qingsheng. His face grew sterner with the severity of the situation. Moreover, the disappearance of infants is not a recent thing. In Qingsheng and several nearby cities, for 200 consecutive years, whenever the Jiang family's ancestral worship day approaches, incidents have repeatedly occurred. Jiang Li listened seriously to the key point. The missing children are all infants under 1 year old. Hearing this, he directly asked the question, "Are you trying to say they are kidnapping infants?" Wu Xing awkwardly rubbed his hands and confessed that we don't have concrete evidence, so we don't dare to say it rashly. Jiang Li's eyes grew stern as he began to see through the matter. The city lord sees but pretends not to, which means Wu Xing was also at a loss, only able to gaze into the distance and express his thoughts. Who knows? To put it bluntly, the Jiang family has the backing of human Emperor Jiang, who would dare to do anything to the city lord of Qingsheng. He dejectedly accepted the reality that power gradually blinds everyone, let alone Qingsheng. Even in the entire Great Zhou nation, I'm afraid there aren't many who would dare to touch the Jiang family. Compared to Wu Xing's somewhat defeated anxiety, he seriously pointed out, however, this is the Great Zhou nation. A page of an ancient history book, as thick as history itself, appeared with Jiang Li's thoughts. Among the 9 great imperial dynasties, only the Great Zhou imperial dynasty is special. It links the nation's fate with the law. It rules the nation by law. It has always been rumored that if the people know someone has violated the law but do not punish them, then the nation's fate will be affected. In more serious cases, the nation's fate can even kill the ruler. Wu Xing maintained his weary attitude from beginning to end. He shook his head and stated clearly, "The laws that govern a nation apply to every nation in Great Zhou except the Jiang family." The more he spoke, the more silent Wu Xing became, his thoughts pouring out. People say human Emperor Jiang is impartial and selfless. But who can guarantee that he doesn't have his own selfish intentions for his family? The fact that the Jiang family dares to do this might even mean it has the tacit approval of human Emperor Jiang. Zhongli frowned. His tone was calm, but held a sharp edge. As far as I know, human Emperor Zhong left home 500 years ago and has never returned to the Zhong family. If so, his relationship with the Zhong family must have faded by now. Wuxing began to raise his own questions to him. What if it's to build an image of being impartial and selfless? Blood is thicker than water. Has he really never returned? To get to the root of this case, Zhongli carefully re-asked each key point. Right? You said you couldn't find any evidence, correct? The man cooperated, explaining everything he knew in detail. Yes, normally, you should see a person if they're alive or a body if they're dead. But I couldn't find a single trace. He then stroked his chin, delving deeper into possible speculations. And if the children died, there should be some resentful energy. The pitiful image of a wrongfully deceased child carrying resentful energy appeared as Wuxing spoke, but I couldn't sense any at all. Zhongli listened seriously to the unpredictable developments of the story. With so many missing children, it would be very difficult to hide. So I also think that maybe I was wrong. His gaze drifted into the distance as he began to agree with Wuxing that you're right, there's no evidence. The statue of Jiang Renhuang still stood proudly between the vast heaven and earth, as if to say that everything will be brought to light. Wronging a good person would be really bad. The sun climbed higher, signaling the beginning of the sweltering heat that would envelop everything. Zhongli launched himself high into the air, appearing majestically in the vast blue sky. From high above, he began to seriously observe the entire capital city below. His eyes began to summon a magic spell. All right, let me use my divine sense to cover a radius of several hundred miles. Let's see what happened. The power of his divine sense was unleashed. It immediately covered every nook and cranny of the capital city. The magic seeped into every alley. He also made his first assessments accordingly. Haven't found anything unusual. Just a moment ago, the sun was blazing overhead. Now it has given way to the pink hues of dusk. His divine sense continued its work, persistently searching for the truth from noon until twilight. After standing stock still for a whole session, Zhongli finally found a small clue. There's a place where space is distorted. I thought I wouldn't find anything today. His divine sense gradually converged towards the Jiang Manor, just as he had suspected. In the backyard of the Jiang Manor, the Jiang family was hiding a spatial. Note, the distorted space was seen through by Zhongli. If you don't enter or exit the space, you won't detect it from the outside. No wonder I didn't find any anomalies when I went in this afternoon. The magic of his divine sense began to gather more and more towards Jiang Yixing. He had also realized it's the old man I met this afternoon. Yixing didn't know anything that was happening. He casually walked past the divine sense. As Yixing's figure gradually receded, the divine sense's magic faded. Zhongli waited for everything to disappear. He slowly landed on the territory of the Jiang Manor. He reached out to touch the previously distorted patch of space. As if summoned, it began to spread, forming a magic array. Soon after, the magic array opened to reveal a portal. Dense smoke billowed out, creating a sense of danger. Zhongli stood frozen before this inviting portal. Before him was a path leading to the missing infants. The scene was utterly tragic, as not a single one survived. All of them were covered in sticky syrup, having met the end of their lives. Zhongli now saw the truth. Cultivating the demonic path, using living beings to nourish one person, is a taboo in the cultivation world, and to follow the path of blood sacrifice of infants. His tone was momentarily pained. They're all dead. I thought I could catch up and save one or two who still had a chance at life. The tragic outcome had truly angered Zhongli. Not returning even once in 500 years is indeed my fault. The evening sun shone into the old house. The door of the house showed signs of opening. Just as Yixing slowly stepped out, a subordinate appeared, rushing over in a panic. What is it? Ancestor, didn't you say you were going to start secluded cultivation to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage? Why are you out so quickly? Have you already begun deity transformation? He frowned and scoffed, while also making his outrageous demand. Is deity transformation that easy? It's not enough. Find me a few more children. The subordinate persisted in explaining the current critical situation. But the people who lost their children are causing a disturbance outside Qingqing. There are even rogue cultivators helping with the investigation. all suspecting us. Zhang Yixing maintained his old demeanor. His face darkened, revealing his true, beastly nature. Then capture those ignorant fools and bring them here for a blood sacrifice together. Let them be reunited with their children. At the same time, Zhang Lai suddenly appeared right behind him. His mocking tone rang out. "You're so kind. Then why don't you go down and reunite with your parents? You shouldn't be standing here talking, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, a startled Yixing turned around to identify the one who just mocked him. His heart was in no less turmoil. How can I not sense him? He didn't continue the conversation, immediately getting into a hand stance, preparing to give his opponent a beating. In an instant, that powerful punch was right in front of Yixing's face, to his utter astonishment. The attack looked ordinary, but created a terrifying destructive force. At the same time, the system appeared with a notification: "Congratulations to the host for defeating Zhang Yixing. The novice mission is a success." The scene after the tremor gradually emerged from the dust, with one dilapidated house after another struggling to stand. The subordinate was unlucky enough to bear the full brunt of the attack. As for Yixing, he lay in pain on the cold pile of rubble. How terrifying! That person didn't use any magic, just a simple punch, and it brought down the ancestor at the nascent soul cultivation level. The people outside began to switch to gossip mode. What's happening inside the Zhang family? I thought it was an earthquake. Now he struggled to get up, using his status and connections to threaten his opponent. Do you know who I am? I am brothers with the human Emperor Zhang. In the white dust, Zhang Li's figure faintly appeared with words of contempt. The human Emperor Zhang's cousin. Isn't he supposed to be long dead? As soon as the words fell, an unidentified object shot out from the dust, locking onto him as a target. A memorial tablet appeared in front of Yixing, accompanied by his questioning words. "Isn't this a memorial tablet for worship? Then who is this talking in front of me?" Without needing Yixing to open his mouth, Zhang Lai asserted everything as he wished. "I see. Relying on the blood sacrifice of infants, cultivating the demonic path to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, prolonging a wretched existence until now." Zhang Yixing. He slowly walked closer to him. Although Yixing fearfully backed away, his mouth still tried to act tough. "You already know I'm the human Emperor Zhang's cousin. You still dare to touch me?" Within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Paying no mind to these words, Zhang Lai continued to approach, exposing the true face of the coward beneath him. "Yes, the city lord of Qingchang covers for you. The surrounding city lords look but see nothing. Even the prefect above maintains a cover-up." The more he spoke, the more terrified the man's face became. Relying on the status of a Zhang imperial family member, you do whatever you want. Even if people discover you're cultivating the demonic path, it's fine. You claim the human Emperor Zhang has tacitly agreed. Since you're a blood relative after all, he wouldn't want to see his cousin die of old age. It's reasonable and logical. That way, no one dares to touch you. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed, directing his contempt towards Yixing. "I just don't know if Emperor Jiji of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty would also not dare to touch the family of the human Emperor Zhang." And yet, a suspicious figure lurked behind the dust. But he easily sensed it and spoke in a challenging tone. "Come out. You come out. Stop watching the good show from over there. It's Jiji." He approached while chiding. "I say, weren't you a bit too heavy-handed? The City Lord Manor next door has half collapsed." Zhang Lai casually saw it as killing two birds with one stone, not fussing over it. "I was just conveniently smashing his filthy place. Open and above board. No need to waste effort finding evidence to convict him." The earlier attack shattered everything, revealing human skulls all over the ground, causing the people to ask in fear, why are there so many skeletons hidden in the Zhang family? They are all skeletons of infants. Could it be from the people who were crying about their lost children at the city lord's manor before? Jiji saw the issue with insight. "Shameful. As the Emperor of Zhou, for such a serious matter to occur in my domain, and I failed to discover it, even letting you make a move." Zhang Lai took off his hat, while sincerely accepting his share of the blame. "For 500 years, I never thought about my family. Not stopping them from the beginning is also my fault." He revealed his true identity with great flair, knowingly accepting the current troublesome situation. "After all, they used my name to cause this big mess." Yixing witnessed this scene, and he finally trembled in realization. "Your Majesty, Zhang Lai. The gossiping crowd quickly bowed to greet Zhang Lai. I didn't expect it to be the human Emperor Zhang, Your Majesty. In the crowd, Wu Xing, after learning Zhang Li's identity, was dumbfounded, unable to hide his questions. That person is the human Emperor Zhang. So what's with that Dao sect token of his? Yixing trembled on the ground, trying his best to justify the inhumane acts he committed. The infants were not killed by me, Your Majesty. Look, there's fundamentally no infant resentment on my body. Hearing these hypocritical words, Zhang Lai wearily reminded him, you should grasp the key point here. This is precisely why I deliberately called Ji over. At this point, Yuan Wuxing also began to realize. So that's it. It's the Tao of time cultivation of the great Zhou imperial family. The eye, honed by time and magical power, gradually yielded a result. The great Zhou imperial family studies the Tao of time, able to trace back time. The clear truth of any matter can be seen. Ji's disciplined nature helped him quickly master it. Moreover, the ruler of Great Zhou has always been famous for strictly adhering to the law, never overstepping the limits. Ji calmly announced what he would do next. I will enter the river of time to see clearly what you have done. But to Yixing, it was no different from being put on trial, leaving him speechless. According to the laws of Great Zhou, you will be sentenced to execution. With that said, he raised his hand to form a seal, preparing to display the well-honed power of insight. A spatial rift appeared, and Ji's body gradually merged with it. Behind him, Yuan Wuxing gently moved to one side. In an instant, the summoned magic disappeared, taking Ji with it to find the truth. In a new space, he slowly appeared. Now before Ji was a vast expanse of the world of Tao power. He focused, extending his hand forward, and began to summon his power. A streak of light, like a drop of water, was formed by Ji. It glittered, hiding the truth behind it. Immediately, his eye merged with the drop of water, gradually seeing through the falsehood Yixing tried to hide. Through the reflection from the magic water drop, Ji easily saw the act of sacrificing the poor infants for the dark conspiracy of that old man. In the sky, he returned from the space, bringing with him the execution. Cultivating the demonic path, everyone shall hunt you down. Escort Zhang Yixing to the celestial prison, and choose a day for the complete annihilation of both his body and soul as his punishment. Yixing could only bow his head in terror, accepting the verdict given to him. The other city lords and officials guilty of covering up and failing in their duties were all arrested. Zhang Lai spoke up, wanting to confirm a few questions in his mind. Finally, I want to ask you one thing. Where did you get the method of cultivating through the blood sacrifice of infants? Everything Yixing tried to hide was completely seen through by him, driving the old man to the depths of despair. Also, how did you know that the power of faith could dispel the resentment of infants? It seemed Yixing knew the bitter end awaiting him, so he made no further effort to hide anything. Zhang Yixing is truly impressive. The Mahayana stage is really good. Unlike me, with ordinary talent, no heavenly spiritual root, and no immeasurable Tao body. But this was just a shameless, unrepentant justification from him. Without using tricks, I would have died in the foundation establishment stage my whole life. Zhang Lai immediately shouted, pointing out what he himself had experienced. Stop playing dumb here. When I first started cultivating, my heavenly spiritual root self-destructed, and my immeasurable Tao body was blocked. A large, painful-looking scar darkened his back. It was this that helped him, step by step, to uncover the truth Yixing had constructed. The old man didn't dare to look up. My body is also just the most inferior 5 elements waste body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be intimidated by you. Zhang Lai frowned. Pointing out the years of hard training, he overcame himself. Each word was aimed directly at Yixing, telling him not to try to show off his meager skills before an expert. I was able to cultivate to the Mahayana stage. The number of life and death crises I faced, even I can't count them all. He was like a judge from on high, delivering a verdict to the ordinary mortal at his feet. I don't even need to bully the weak, but you did the opposite, slaughtering infants, truly inhumane. Knowing there was no way out, the old man slowly unveiled the truth he had hidden. It all started with a person in black robes 380 years ago. At that time, Yixing was in a desperate situation, clinging to the last ray of hope. At that time, my natural lifespan was about to end. I had cultivated painfully to only the mid-foundation establishment stage, and could only wait for death. That person in black robes came before me, and with a casual point of his finger, he made me ascend from foundation establishment to golden core. Suddenly being given more life caused him to gradually sink to the point of losing his humanity. He then told me the method of infant blood sacrifice. I had just come back from the dead. My desire to live was greater than anyone's. I was extremely moved by the method of infant blood sacrifice, but I was worried that the infant's resentment would expose my cultivation of the demonic path. The mysterious person who helped Yixing was no ordinary character, doing his best to lure the fat prey he had just reaped. He saw my hesitation and told me that the power of faith could eliminate the resentment. The more Yixing spoke, the more he bowed his head, accepting the savage crimes he had committed. Then he disappeared without a trace. I have never seen him again since then. Zhonglai silently pondered the entire exposed issue. If I hadn't reached the Mahayana stage, just by relying on the power of faith, once Zhang Yixing's matter was exposed, it would have become a huge blow to me. The more the details were pieced together, the more he looked up at the sky and thought, is this simply spreading the demonic path or a conspiracy against me? The clear blue sky after the chaos seemed to reflect Zhang Li's thoughts. But 380 years ago, I was still just a candidate for human emperor. Could it be that the person in black robes left a hidden trap for all the human emperor candidates? More and more troubles appeared, causing all his initial plans to gradually go off track. I just wanted to do a normal system mission, but it dug up things outside the data. The imposing capital city appeared in the late afternoon sun. At the end of the day, Zhonglai and Ji walked side by side, his confiding voice speaking gently. 380 years ago, a person in black robes, it's a pity I can't go back that far. He tried to make small talk. Old G, is it you? You're good at everything. A diligent emperor, loves the people, fair, and respects the law. A loyal and righteous friend. But he seemed to see through Zhonglai and knew his intention, speaking frankly. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that he couldn't be evasive anymore, Zhonglai revealed his true thoughts to Ji. Clearly a cultivator, but doesn't want to cultivate. What a waste of the talent of the double pupils. Right now, sending you back 80 years would be enough to burn up all your lifespan, wouldn't it? Hearing this nagging, he was extremely weary and threw out a light challenge. If you can do it, then do it. Then Zhonglai sighed again, expressing the entanglement in his heart. I wanted to, but unfortunately this thing, the Tao of Time, really relies purely on comprehension. I've tried, but I can't do it. His deep voice continued, each word seeming to see through the stream of history. The double pupils, Emperor Shun, the emperor who founded your country, a unique symbol, was very suitable for cultivating the Tao of Time. Ji also saw the truth hidden by time. That's right. According to legend, Emperor Shun was originally a fish in the river of time. Somehow obtaining some opportunity, he leaped out of the river of time. The history books have recorded this entire strange transformation. He transformed into a human, came to the 9 provinces, and established the eternal Great Zhou. Therefore, the descendants of Great Zhou are naturally very close to the Tao of Time. Hearing this, Zhonglai revealed an awkward expression, placing a hand on Ji's shoulder and earnestly advising him. That's why I'm saying, old G, you have to cultivate hard, okay? He hurriedly made an excuse to leave, as if he was already tired of this chatty teammate. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. No need to see me out. A dark night enveloped the entire space, leaving only a small gap for the evening light to enter. The attractive, jade-like body of some girl faintly appeared. Beside her, some despicable men suddenly appeared. They couldn't control their beastly actions toward her. So beautiful, right? I can't believe such a beauty exists in this world. So beautiful, I really want to make her mine. Elsewhere, the clear blue sky continued to drift by, even though the mortal world below was full of rebellion. Zhonglai used his strength to launch himself high up, gradually leaving the ground far behind. He stopped at a certain point in the air, and his mouth gave. An order. System. The yawning system panel immediately displayed good news. Congratulations to the host for enduring a period of arduous cultivation and many hardships to fight and defeat Zhang Yixing. After giving the laudatory announcement, it continued to ask him, "Do you want to receive the reward?" This suggestion made Zhang Li's face go a little blank. Receive reward. He couldn't help but evaluate in his heart. What arduous cultivation and difficult battles. When did that happen? Without further ado, a magical power surged out, enveloping Zhang Li's entire body. This source of power. But instead of being interested, he scoffed openly. It's not even as much as I can make in 1 second of my own work. Nevertheless, with his nature of knowing how to integrate everything, Zhang Li quickly accepted the newly awarded magic power. Right, this is for the Qi refinement stage. That's fine then. He looked at the power bubbling in his hand. His heart couldn't help but feel a mix of regret and indignation. But if I had this power back then, I could have reached the perfect realm when I was at the foundation establishment stage. This is the kind of treatment that only the core disciples of major sects get. But in the next second, without any hesitation, Zhang Li threw away the thing the system just gifted him. It's a good thing, but I don't need it anymore. A self-deprecating smile flashed in his heart as he joked. Who would refine a power of unknown origin? It turned out the system didn't just give one, but countless other rewards were displayed for him to choose from. Other rewards, let me see. Dragon Tiger Arhut Mirror, a body cultivation technique, a mid-grade spirit sword. Zhang Li pondered for a moment. He reached out, grabbed one at random, and summoned it to reveal the reward inside. The power pouch displayed its function. Useless item number 2, provided by the growth system. Useless item number 1 was the novice reward. Suddenly, the system appeared with a notification. New mission. As usual, it began by explaining the situation in detail for Zhang Li to easily grasp. After joining the Huayin sect, the grandnephew of the sect's great elder, Yunbo, believes that your 5-element spiritual root lowers the average spiritual root level of the sect. He makes things difficult for you. Use overwhelming power to defeat him. The system didn't forget to add another option. This mission can be skipped, but then a series of attractive rewards appeared, expressing an invitation that was hard to refuse. This mission rewards 1 chance for enlightenment, 1 piece of a mysterious map, 1 optional high-grade spirit tool, which can be upgraded. That trick successfully caught his attention. A piece of a mysterious map? That sounds quite interesting. Zhang Li spoke up, accepting the new trial. Then I'll accept the mission. As soon as the words were spoken, the system bestowed a reward upon him, as if to equip him for the new journey. New function unlocked, shop. Zhang Li showed his interest. That's a pretty good function. Open shop. The system proceeded to open the shop. A series of spirit components and items appeared on a panel, waiting for him to choose. Contrary to the shop's enthusiasm, Zhang Li just felt bored, as if regretting his earlier anticipation. Why is it all stuff from this world? I thought there might be a mobile phone, a computer, a nuclear bomb, a satellite from my past life, or stuff from the immortal world. Another thought flashed through his mind, half joking, half serious. It doesn't matter if it's a mobile phone or not. I mainly want to feel what it's like to physically withstand a nuclear bomb. Come on. Zhang Li still hadn't found anything he liked, so he asked, "System, are there no items from other worlds?" The system only sent him a short notification. Please have the host go to another world first. He sighed for a moment. A mocking thought flashed through his mind. Another useless function. If I could go to other places, what would I need you for? With no other choice, Zhang Li gave an order. System, help me sort the required source points from largest to smallest. The system received the command and began to filter the information according to the master's wishes. Immediately, the sorted system panel appeared. 1. Human Emperor Palace's Compendium of Techniques. 2. Dao Sec's Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. 3. Tribulation Transcendence Stage Puppet. 4. Immortal's Manuscript. He read the information sent carefully, quickly noticing something important hidden within. Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal. Isn't this the Dao Sec's ultimate treasure? Why is old Bai's stuff here? A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, a sudden thought appearing. Could it be that these things don't appear from thin air, but are stolen from the sects? After pondering, Zhang Li continued continued to give an order. System closed the shop. Although there were still many questions, he told himself, let's just ignore it for now. Complete the mission first. He quickly came up with a few ideas. First, I'll use a remote communication talisman to contact the Human Emperor Palace. I came here directly after my tribulation. I wonder if anyone over there is looking for me? Without hesitation, Zhang Lai raised his hand to summon a communication talisman and gave it an order. Call the head of the Human Emperor Palace, Zhang Konghu. As soon as the connection was made, Zhang Konghu appeared with a frightening face, shouting loudly, Brother Zhang, I was just about to contact you. Something big has happened. Zhang Lai didn't care about the urgent announcement. He asked with concern, what happened to your face? Seeing his bruised appearance, he couldn't help but think of the heroic image of Zhang Konghu from before. Zhang Konghu is a ruthless man, able to fight a tribulation transcendent stage cultivator with just his body. Only 2 slaps in the 9 provinces could injure him like this. He didn't wait for him to explain, making his first guess. You argued with your wife again. Konghu calmly objected. No. He asked again. Did a celestial demon invade? He also refuted. No. Zhang Lai persisted in his wild guessing. You invited the old Buddha Sumeru to eat braised pork with vermicelli. He wearily played along. No. Finally, he was out of ideas and waited for Konghu to speak. Then what? The screen easily showed Konghu's sarcasm. Brother, stop guessing. If you were to draw lots, you'd only draw a nail. With luck like that, there's no need for me to say much. Seemingly embarrassed, he stopped and waited. Then you tell me. Given permission, he solemnly reported the urgent situation. A beauty wants to fight. Zhang Lai was completely confused by this nonsensical announcement. A beauty wants to fight. His face was blank as he waited for a more detailed explanation. What's the big deal? Zhang Konghu gradually revealed the truth. It's like this. The emperor of the Mengjiang imperial dynasty took a concubine a few years ago. He kept this beauty in a golden house, not letting outsiders see her. He himself ignored court affairs and also moved into the golden house. Zhang Lai listened seriously to the story, silently making his own judgment. There are some emperors who are so infatuated with beauty that they forget state affairs. And there are also those who are obsessed with cultivation and go into seclusion for decades, which is also common. It doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Human Emperor Palace. He also naturally knew how tricky this situation was. He closed his eyes wearily. If there's a lazy emperor, the Human Emperor Palace will step in to manage things. That would be a lot of work. Might as well just unify the 9 provinces directly. Konghu continued to show his gossipy side to make the story more interesting. I heard that the Mengjiang Emperor doesn't even do man and woman things with the concubine. He just purely looks at her, as if to verify the information he had. He tried his best to explain in more detail. Emperor Wei of the Great Wei Imperial Dynasty and the Mengjiang Emperor have a very good relationship. After Emperor Wei came out of seclusion, he went to the Golden House to find the Mengjiang Emperor to study together. Then Konghu got to the point, and that's where the trouble started. He offered some information he knew and then asked a question. I remember that Emperor Wei also really likes beautiful women, so he wanted the Mengjiang Emperor's concubine. But the Mengjiang Emperor didn't agree. Konghu immediately confirmed for Zhang Lai. That's right. He even enthusiastically recounted the chaotic situation at that time. Emperor Wei said he could choose any spirit stones, techniques, or national territory. The Mengjiang Emperor didn't agree, so the 2 of them started fighting. They even came to blows, causing half the imperial palace to collapse. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Lai openly judged Konghu. So this is what you meant by a beauty wants to fight? That's some serious abbreviation. He swallowed the words he was about to say. Fearing he would upset him, he calculated to himself, do I need to spend money to find a good private tutor for Zhang Konghu? Zhang Li's assessment was just that, but he still paid close attention to the urgent issue. But 2 imperial dynasties going to war is a big deal. An emperor leading the troops in person will definitely involve more than 1 million troops, maybe even more. His train of thought stopped at the mortal armies. Zhang Lai realized the huge difference in the 9 provinces. That means it will include cultivators from Qi refinement to golden core participating in the Great War and from nascent soul upwards. The number is probably not small, fundamentally different from the ancient mortal armies of my previous life. The more he thought, the more his brows furrowed. By his estimation, the true Qi of a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator could be compared to ammunition. The explosive power of the golden core stage could be like a tomahawk missile. If this were in his previous world, it would be no different from World War II. The problem indicated terrifying destructive power. Zhongli knew how it would bombard everything. The scope of the battlefield could very well spread to the territories of other sects and imperial dynasties. Under a chain reaction, it might turn into a chaotic war across all of the 9 provinces. After pondering, he spoke up and agreed. Let me go take a look. I'll persuade them if I can, and if I can't, I'll have to use force to persuade them. Even so, Zhongli had already begun to weigh his options in his mind. It's not difficult for me to fight an army of 1,000,000, but how much force should I use? This is a bit difficult. Having grasped the situation, he turned back to ask Kong Hu, "By the way, how did you get injured? Who hit you?" The boy pointed and continued to report. "This is the main problem. Brother Jiang." Kong Hu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. After learning about the 2 emperors' battle, I immediately went to dissuade them. After all, this is the duty of us commanders of the Human Emperor's Hall to maintain the stability of the entire 9 provinces. As he spoke, he shyly confessed. Who knew that as soon as I saw that concubine, my entire soul felt like it was being pulled away. As Kong Hu spoke, he recalled the scene. He had walked closer and saw an unbelievably stunning beauty. She was so beautiful as a celestial maiden. Even fairies couldn't compare to her. Unable to restrain the longing in his heart, he forcefully declared his desire to have her for himself. So beautiful, I want to have her. She is mine. No one could take her from me. Returning to the present, Kong Hu shyly bowed his head and confessed his thoughts. At that time, I just wanted to take her away. My body was almost uncontrollable. Finally, he gave a dumbfounding explanation for the injuries on his face. In that urgent situation, I had no other choice but to beat myself up to wake myself up. It might sound like a joke, but Zhongli secretly knew the problem was actually very serious. This matter doesn't seem simple. He reassessed the situation himself. Those 2 emperors are also the lecherous type, no worse than Emperor Chu. It's not strange for them to fight over this concubine and neglect state affairs. What bewildered Jiang Li was his comrade before him. But Zhang Kong, who is not like that. To become a commander of the Human Emperor's Hall, his cultivation level is beyond question, and his mental fortitude must be of the highest caliber. It was precisely his understanding of Kong Hu's character that made him realize things were not as simple as he had recounted. A concubine so beautiful that even the stoic Zhang Kong, who would be moved and lose control of himself. There was definitely a problem. Zhongli didn't voice his thoughts directly. He chose to silently solve it himself and asked further, "How many days until the 2 nations' scheduled duel?" The boy answered cooperatively. "They said they will fight to the death in 20 days. Zhongli left some information. Then I can make it in time. It'll take half a day to get there. You keep an eye on the 2 emperors." The boy understood and replied, "All right." Night fell, the moonlight peeking out, trying to appear. In the dark, misty space, the flying figure of Zhongli appeared. From a distance, he could easily see the brawl, just as Kong who had described. Fighting again? Why are there 3 figures? It turned out the 3rd figure was Kong Hu. He was shouting angrily, "A beauty is only worthy of the strong." Great Wei refused to yield and cursed back. "Get lost, you brute." Meng Jiang on the side had no intention of backing down either. "This is the Meng Jiang dynasty. Everyone must obey me." Suddenly, Zhongli appeared above the 3 of them, his voice questioning as if scolding Kong Hu. "I told you to watch the 2 emperors. How did you get seduced by the concubine too?" Without another word, he approached and casually delivered a descending blow to the boy. "You guys calm down." Meng Jiang didn't escape and was gifted a punch to the mouth by Zhongli. "Wake up." The last one, Great Wei, met a similar fate as the other 2. Well now, a little bit of Zhongli's strength was enough to make the 3 of them hit the ground instantly. The descent of the 3 made the ground tremble. Dust flew everywhere. After taking a full punch from him, Kong Hu struggled to his feet. "I'm probably awake now." The boy, with a wide, syrup-stained grin, complained. "But, Brother Jiang, did you have to strike so hard? You almost crushed me." Zhongli slowly landed, clasping his hands behind his back and assessing them sternly. "Luckily, you all still had some sense, knowing that a war cannot affect others, so you flew into the sky to duel." Then his voice suddenly deepened, his face revealing a threat meant for the 3 of them. "If you dare to fight on the ground of this capital, I would have sent you to the underworld to play." Kong Hu seemed all too used to it and tried to laugh it off. The other 2 trembled and clasped their hands respectfully. "Human Emperor Jiang." Jiang Li didn't lecture them for long. He walked towards Meng Jiang and made a proposal. Can you let me meet that concubine? The man welcomed him warmly. Human Emperor Jiang, please. The two of them, one in front of the other, began to walk deeper into the main hall. Jiang Li gradually approached her, with Meng Jiang following closely behind, explaining. The beauty often sleeps. I brought her to the Golden House for 3 years. She has also slept for 3 years, rarely waking up. No matter how loud the commotion outside is, she will not be awakened. The red dust sinks deep into sleep, bringing itself to a state of tranquility that seduces all living things that are still awake. Her face became clearer and clearer, truly as the rumors said, so beautiful you'd want to claim her for your own. Jiang Li's face momentarily furrowed, revealing a look of confusion. But a second later, he fell silent, thinking more carefully. I've met this person before. To be precise, I've seen her in a portrait. This woman reminded Jiang Li of a painting he had once contemplated. That painting was made with ordinary paper and ink, yet it was considered a forbidden item. It was because of the woman in the picture, a woman who had to die. Jiang Li silently gazed at the motionless person before him. This beauty looks very similar to the painting I saw before. He began to consider the possibilities. Is it the person herself, or just a resemblance? Seeing Jiang Li silently staring without a word, Meng Jiang became anxious and shouted, "That's enough. You're not to look at her anymore. The beauty is mine." He calmly dealt with this insolent man and dragged him away. Let's go outside and calm down, causing Meng Jiang to beg with difficulty. Let go of my collar, I can't breathe. Now, the four men stood facing each other outside. Meng Jiang took the initiative to probe. Human Emperor Jiang, you saw the beauty and felt nothing? Jiang Li thought carefully and answered sincerely. Feelings? Well, she is very beautiful. Receiving such an answer, Great Wei found it hard to believe and asked again. That's it, he casually admitted. I just think the woman in the Golden House is the most beautiful. That's it. Kong Hu, thinking this fellow was hiding something, pressed on. That's it. As for Meng Jiang, he tried his best to describe it. Don't you feel that she must belong to you? An endlessly surging emotion. Jiang Li remained stone-faced and replied, Following that, Kong Hu showed a look of admiration and called out, Brother Jiang. The other two also gave him a thumbs up. Human Emperor Jiang. They all praised him in unison, a mental fortitude that surpasses ordinary people. In a flash, Jiang Li returned to the issue. He wondered, where did you find this person? Meng Jiang didn't hide anything and recounted the event. Previously in the Western Beast region, I went deep into the forest alone. I unexpectedly discovered a celestial-like beauty sleeping in an ancient tree. He had a somewhat low opinion of himself, so he used magic to envelop her and take her away. I felt that my mortal body was unworthy to touch the beauty, so I used the power of the Void Tower to bring the beauty back to the Imperial Palace, built a golden house, and let the beauty rest in peace. Hearing the truth of what had happened, his eyes darkened in thought. Then, Jiang Li suddenly made an announcement out of the blue. This woman's connections are immense. I'm taking a trip to the Red Dust Pure Land. There's something I need to confirm. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave instructions for the three of them. I hope you two emperors will hold fast to your true hearts and not fall for her beauty. As for Kong Hu, help me guard the gate. Don't let anyone in before I return. The boy obeyed and replied, yes, but Jiang Li was still not entirely at ease. He activated the power ring on his hand. Just in case, I should still set up a protective formation here. A golden coin he summoned appeared, carrying a great mission. Jiang Li forcefully gripped the coin, causing it to emit a powerful magic. In an instant, a large amount of power from the coin formed a sturdy protective gate. Kong Hu, witnessing this from behind, couldn't help but wonder. Brother Jiang, since when did you learn to set up formations? Didn't you completely give up on 100 arts of cultivation? Looking at the formation he just created made the boy ponder and consider. Brother Jiang's cultivation is extremely high, and his combat power is very strong. But when it comes to formations, alchemy, and artifact refinement, he's hopeless. No matter how much he learns, it's a lost cause. The scene of that lesson gradually appeared. The master had a hard time advising. Human Emperor Jiang, your formations, your talent is a bit. Jiang Li bluntly gave up. Forget it, I'm not learning anymore. To answer Kong Hu's question, he didn't hide anything and confessed honestly. I got it from old Bai. This made the boy ask again. Got it. Jiang Li explained awkwardly. It's all thanks to the jade slip that the Dao sect master gave me. Through his story, everything became clearer. In the western region of the 9 provinces, there are two major sects that receive the most attention. One is the Buddhist sect, with compassion as its principle, and the other is the Red Dust Pure Land, which consists only of women. The truths continued to be revealed. The Buddhist sect is well known for its meritorious deeds for the world, cultivating for blessings in the next life. The Red Dust Pure Land is almost reclusive, with few people going out. The world only hears its name, but doesn't see its people. So there are many legends related to the Red Dust Pure Land, a beauty who could move the heart of an enlightened one. In the legends, the founder of the Red Dust Pure Land was of unparalleled beauty, causing even the Buddha's heart to waver. The scene shifts to a giant rock in the middle of clear blue water. Below, the small figure of Jiang is approaching. He slowly spoke. I, Jiang Li, have taken the liberty of visiting the Red Dust Pure Land. I hope you'll forgive me. As soon as these words were spoken, a large hole in the rock opened up into a magic formation, like an eye that sees through the red dust. Immediately after, the magical power emitted grew stronger, creating a great aura that enveloped all things. Gradually, the hidden scenery within was revealed. The magic formation also shrank accordingly. The image of Taoist nun Qingyu walking out step by step, full of majesty. As for the pure heart saintess, she brought a gentle feeling. As soon as she saw him, she respectfully placed her hands on her chest. Human Emperor Jiang, your demeanor is the same as ever, carefree and at ease. It makes pure heart's heart flutter. Jiang Li also politely returned the gesture. Greetings, pure heart saintess. Qingyu stood with her arms crossed, looking down from above, her voice stern. You know you're intruding by visiting this place, so forgive us for not receiving you. This statement made pure heart feel a bit awkward. Master, Jiang Li, human Emperor Jiang, is visiting. How can we be so unreasonable? But she continued to act as if she didn't hear. He was no pushover either, turning his face away and ignoring Qingyu to praise pure heart, which infuriated her to no end. After many years apart, the pure heart saintess is still as gentle as ever, much stronger than a certain Taoist nun who deliberately causes trouble. Qingyu suppressed her anger and tried to convince herself. Be patient. You can't beat him. You can't beat him. Ignoring Qingyu, Jiang Li approached pure heart and asked softly, your cultivation and hope within the sect have both surpassed your masters. Why don't you become the sect leader? She gave him a dumbfounding reply. Because the title Taoist, nun pure heart, doesn't sound good. At this moment, Jiang Li turned his attention to the furious Qingyu above. This sect leader of the Red Dust Pure Land, Taoist nun Qingyu, previously admired a Buddhist disciple from Mount Sumeru. But that Buddhist disciple had a wicked heart, so I killed him. The story gradually revealed the painful image that Qingyu had gone through, leading to the present result. From then on, she hated me even more. He wearily expressed his feelings in this chaotic atmosphere. I'm telling you, you met a bad person, so why do you keep blaming me? Pure heart beside him then also confessed. Master, that year, the immortal tree of our Red Dust Pure Land was about to die, and it was also thanks to human Emperor Zhang's help. Hearing that, Qingyu, who had been silent until now, immediately shouted, you mentioned this, and I get even more furious. It was as if she had found an excuse to pour out all the anger within her. I previously offered a reward to the world, that whoever saved the immortal tree could choose any treasure from our sect's treasury. You did it, so I honored the agreement. Qingyu pointed directly at the stunned Jiang Li in front of her, her voice like a dagger, striking him. But you wanted the key to the treasury, forcing the disciples of the Red Dust Pure Land to go down the mountain to find ways to earn money. Jiang Li refused to back down. He calmly exposed the truth. I heard that it created many touching and tear-jerking love stories, right? Shouldn't you thank me too? This contemptuous attitude left her speechless. He continued to justify his past actions. And besides, I already returned the key to you. Qingyu angrily exposed him. You took it for 10 years before returning it. 10 years. Pure heart, who had been standing there from the beginning, couldn't help but feel a sense of agreement with him. Master, if you hadn't mocked human Emperor Jiang both openly and secretly back then, he wouldn't have deliberately taken the treasury key. Over here, Qingyu continued to maintain her contemptuous attitude. Don't think that saving the immortal tree means I have to be grateful. Jiang Li ignored her. He returned to the reason he had traveled so far to get here. Speaking of your treasury, I once saw a painting in there. That painting only exists in the Red Dust Pure Land. Jiang Li seriously confessed his true feelings. The beauty of the person in the painting was heavenly to me. It has always left a deep impression on me. She listened intently, without hiding anything. She told the truth about the identity behind it. The person in the painting is our founder, the Red Dust Fairy. Afterwards, Pure Heart gradually revealed the truth hidden within the painting Gyani saw. The scene of a ladder to heaven opened up. When the heavenly ladder to immortality was not yet severed, a fairy descended to the mortal world. The fairy was as beautiful as a saint. Every word and gesture had a different charm. Whether male or female, or even at the tribulation transcendent stage, no one could resist the fairy's charm. It is said that the fairy's appearance made many high-ranking immortals in the immortal realm not hesitate to take action. She continued to explain. The fairy had no choice but to flee to the 9 provinces and never return to the immortal realm. But wherever she went, they still fought without stopping. The fairy had to use her immortal power to quell the disputes. That action stirred the mortal world, creating the reason for the painting that astonished Gyani. The living fossil of the Tao sect found out, and personally came to make a bet to see her true face. Seeing her, he couldn't help but exclaim, believing that this fairy was the beauty of the heavenly Tao. The story opened up to a scene of a giant rock on clear blue water, accompanied by the taunt of truth. Mortals are all dogs before the heavenly Tao. How can they resist the charm of the heavenly Tao? In the end, everything gradually came to a conclusion for the true identity of Red Dust. Later, the fairy established the Red Dust Pure Land in the West, calling herself the Red Dust Fairy. Gyani listened silently to everything. He expressed his speculation and also gave a warning to the two of them. I suspect that I have met your esteemed sex founder, and that she has been resurrected. In the immortal space of the Red Dust Fairy, the conversation between the three continued. Gyani clasped his hands behind his back and gave his conclusion. Therefore, I suspect that the one I met in the Mengjiang dynasty is your esteemed sex founder. His face momentarily darkened as he mentioned the painful issue to the two of them. It's just that I also know that your esteemed sex founder passed away long ago. Qingyu seriously considered what Gyani had just said. The 9 provinces have only heard of reincarnation, but never of the dead coming back to life. Pure Heart beside her had a different thought. She had special faith in her founder. But our founder cannot be viewed in an ordinary way. Qingyu immediately agreed. Exactly. Jiangli didn't want to drag it out any longer. He frankly made a suggestion. I, Jiang, am just an outsider. It's not convenient for me to gaze upon the face of your esteemed sex founder. I invite you two to the tomb to examine the immortal body of your esteemed sex founder. Hearing this, she expressed her respect and gratitude to him. Why would human Emperor Jiang say that? From the moment you saved the immortal tree, you have been a benefactor of our Red Dust Pure Land. How can a benefactor be an outsider? With that said, she made a suggestion to Jiangli. Please come this way. He replied, all right. The three of them followed one another, entering a space with a giant, shining blue crystal. Pure Heart began to introduce. To prevent the founder's immortal body from being taken, the founder was sealed in crystal. She sternly gave her reasoning to explain the current situation. The seal can only be broken by the founder herself. It must be that after the founder was resurrected, she left on her own. Hearing such a firm assertion, Zhongli seemed to have an answer to his question. As expected, the one in the golden house is indeed your founder. At the same time, he couldn't help but be surprised. So the dead can really come back to life? Pure Heart was a little worried thinking about Red Dust's condition. I wonder what the founder's current state is. Has she fully recovered her memory, or is she acting on instinct? Qingyu behind them seemed to share the same unease. She quickly gave an order. Pure Heart, you and Human Emperor Jiang go to the Mengjiang Emperor's place to check the situation. She turned back and replied, yes. At this time, the two had returned to the place that Jiangli had protected with a barrier before leaving. Pure Heart entered with him. She observed carefully and then came to a conclusion. It is indeed the Red Dust founder. At that moment, Kong, who stood anxiously behind a pillar, expanding in confusion. Why is the Pure Heart saintess with Brother Jiang? How can she look at such a beauty and not be mesmerized? In Pure Heart's chest, a call from an ancient source seemed to rise, making her affirm. I can feel a connection with the founder's bloodline. Jiang Li, standing by her side, had also realized the reason. I can roughly understand that this is the reason you can resist the fairy's charm. From afar, Kong, who had a new discovery. So the saintess is a descendant of the fairy? Pure Heart seriously explained the matter. The red dust Pure Land has many beauties and exists forever because its disciples have two origins. She began to give the first reason. One is that elders go down the mountain to travel and recruit female disciples who meet the requirements. But it seems the answer leaned more towards the latter reason. Two is that the red dust Pure Land has an immortal peach tree. Eating an immortal peach can make a woman pregnant. The child born will naturally be a disciple of the red dust Pure Land, and she herself was the one who used it. The red dust fairy also ate an immortal peach, and I am one of her descendants. In that moment, her heart was as if facing a painting of an immortal descending to the world. The beauty of the founder. How can a mortal like me possibly compare to it? The thought flashed through her mind, and she unconsciously smiled helplessly. Compared to the one and only red dust fairy of all ages, I can at most be considered a beauty seen once every 5,000 years. A long night had passed in search of an answer. At this time, the morning light was gradually enveloping the scene. Jiang Li stood opposite Great Wei and Meng Jiang. He briefly summarized the situation and then made a proposal. The red dust fairy is a matter of great importance. Leaving her with you will only cause more trouble. Moreover, she is the founder of the red dust Pure Land. It is only right and proper to return her to the red dust Pure Land. What do you think, Emperor Meng Jiang? Meng Jiang immediately refused in anger. Of course not. The red dust fairy has been sleeping at my place for 3 years. She has long grown accustomed to this place. You cannot take her away. He seemed to have expected this result, sighing as he made a declaration. I know your rules for difficult matters. Strength comes first, the strong are respected, the weak eat dirt. All right, let me and Emperor Meng Jiang exchange a few moves. Meng Jiang accepted without hesitation. Then I shall be impolite. Great Wei beside him also joined in. I shall as well. His words were respectful on the outside, but inside he showed a contemptuous attitude. So what if he's the human emperor? Everyone here is an emperor. Is your status higher than ours? You think you can take her just by saying so? Great Wei was no different, sharing the same thought. So what if the entire 9 provinces worships the human emperor's hall? Does that mean you can disrespect our 2 great dynasties? The space of the imperial city was extremely peaceful, a suitable time for all things to relax. Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out, successfully chasing away the sleeping guest. Meng Jiang collapsed in his own pile of syrup. His hand tried to draw some symbol for help. Imperial physician, quickly summoned the imperial physician to save me. At this time in Xia Town, the atmosphere was as lively as ever, but there was still a quiet corner. Hin Ni was meditating there. She came out of her meditative state, speaking dejectedly about her cultivation results. What's been going on these past few years? My spiritual power hasn't increased at all. It feels like my body is full of holes. However much spiritual energy comes in, that much leaks out. In that moment of helplessness, Hin Ni couldn't hide her longing. Senior sister Pure Heart, you must be very busy in the sect, right? Do you still remember your golden core stage, junior sister? I really want to ask senior sister for some knowledge on cultivation. At this moment, her friend suddenly appeared and said half jokingly, half seriously, Do Hin Ni, you chant praises to the Pure Heart Saintess every day. None of us dare to get close to you. Then she also expressed her true feelings. Although you're not a strict person, you feel a bit distant. Hin Ni quickly objected. That's not true. Those baseless accusations made her recall that time. Hin Ni shyly spoke to Pure Heart. Senior sister, I have some problems with my cultivation, so completely different from her friend's story, Pure Heart immediately and gently agreed. To help, is there something you don't understand? That enthusiastic and caring attitude towards her fellow disciples had made Hin Ni fall in love. At that time, she kindly unraveled her confusion. If there's anything you don't understand later, just come and ask me. Hin Ni happily expressed her gratitude. Yes, thank you, senior sister. It was those moments that made her unshaken by the gossip around her. Senior sister Pure Heart is clearly very gentle. Over here, in a dark space, a door was being opened. Pure Heart walked ahead, a bit awkward with Qing Yu's appearance. Master, please forgive us. We need to take Master outside. With that said, she and Jiang Li joined forces, each grabbing one of her arms while she was still dazed. Without any further hesitation, Qingyu was given a ticket out of that room. She looked in that direction, too angry to speak. You two are. Although extremely angry at being sidelined, Qingyu had to reluctantly accept it. Forget it. Who said I'm not a descendant of the Red Dust founder? Just a girl brought back to the mountain by the previous sect leader at the age of 28, with no ability to resist the founder's charm. She wholeheartedly expressed her respect for Red Dust. The founder is mine. No one could take her, but her heart was also full of jealousy towards him. Damn it, why is Zhongli fine, while I, the sect leader, am no different from him? Outsider. By now, in the room with the giant crystal, Red Dust had been brought back and was resting peacefully there. Aided by the power radiating from the blue crystal behind her, she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Zhongli, observing from the outside, also saw this change. The Red Dust Fairy is about to wake up. Outside, Zhongli, in pure heart, stood silently, waiting for Red Dust to awaken. After a period of waiting, she finally awoke from her long slumber. Her otherworldly beauty seemed to make the entire space freeze. Hongchen flew towards where Zhongli and Jingxin were waiting outside. Jingxin respectfully introduced herself. 36th generation descendant. Jingxin pays respects to the founding ancestor. Zhongli beside her also expressed his reverence. The 72nd generation human emperor pays respects to Fairy Hongchen. Hongchen's memories seemed to have faded. She was bewildered, searching for the truth. Are you my descendant? Who am I? What is a human emperor? Jingxin spoke up, asking about her past memories. I wonder how much the ancestor remembers of old acquaintances. Hongchen honestly recounted what remained. I only remember waking up from these crystals. It seemed something outside the crystals was binding me. Then, she proceeded to recount the details of what happened to her. After being freed, I went down the mountain, headed straight east, passed through 2 small towns by the river, reached a forest, and walked along a path. The further I walked, the sleepier I became, and then I fell asleep at the base of a large tree. That journey of Hongchen's led to her meeting with Meng Jiang. When I woke up, I found myself in a golden house. There was a man staring at me infatuatedly. He didn't answer when I asked him questions, only smiling foolishly. I found it dull, so I went back to sleep. Finally, Hongchen concluded her account of that encounter. This repeated a few times, and now you all have appeared before me. Zhongli also spoke up, asking about matters beyond. So, do you remember anything about the immortal realm? Or about your time descending to the mortal world? Hongchen didn't think much of it as her memories were gone. She shook her head bluntly. He turned to observe Jingxin's expression, his heart filled with unease. Fairy Hongchen lost her memories after waking up. In other words, the physical body does not retain previous memories after being revived. The outcome of this meeting was beyond imagination. Zhongli fell silent in thought. Then, he held out his hand and summoned a map of the mortal world. Red lines indicating a path appeared on it. Zhongli pointed and explained. He calmly expressed his thoughts and asked, "This is where the fairy awoke, and then you passed through 2 small towns along this river, correct?" She cooperatively nodded in confirmation. The newly gathered information made Zhongli ponder seriously for a moment. After being awake for a while, Hongchen's eyes drooped. Sleepy. Seeing this, Jingxin spoke with concern. "Ancestor, please go and rest first." And so, the conversation ended abruptly. The two of them also went outside, leaving Hongchen space to rest. At this point, Jingxin, who was beside him, asked softly, "Did you discover something?" Zhongli offered a reply with a hint of sarcasm. "Ever since I took your treasury key, you all couldn't even afford to buy spirit grain, forced to come down the mountain to find ways to earn spirit stones." Then he continued, "Although, out of respect for you, I returned the key." Hearing this, Jingxin couldn't help but think with amusement. "My face." Zhongli gave a few reminders, as if he had seen through the matter. "But you all still remember the lesson. Some people moved here from the time of Meng Jiang to let them settle here, right?" She was slightly startled as if she had been found out and quickly confirmed. "Yes, some mortals have migrated here." The confirmed information made him start to reevaluate everything. Everyone in the 9 provinces can cultivate. Jiang Li's understanding seemed to uncover a new truth. A mortal in the 9 provinces means a cultivator who can only remain in the early Qi refinement stage for their entire life. Jingxin had also grasped the situation. She offered her own understanding. "These mortals built the towns. Besides Shanghai Town and Sha Town that you showed the ancestor, there are 6 other towns." Through Jingxin's account, the simple actions of the mortals carried more weight. They grow spirit grain and send us a little every year. Jiang Li's slow voice rang out, filled with scrutiny. This is the main problem. Fairy Hongshan Baiwa passed through 2 small towns one after another, but she passed through with her appearance. How could the people in the town not know? Finally, he offered the most fitting conclusion to explain Jingxin's doubt. But you all didn't receive any information, leading to your ancestor being missing for 3 years without anyone knowing. What she heard made her focus and reconsider. That's right, the ancestor's tomb is in a remote location, so it's reasonable that no one saw her coming down the mountain. The more Jingxin thought, the more suspicious it seemed. But to pass through a bustling town in broad daylight without anyone seeing her is truly strange. Afterward, she spoke up, offering a few counterarguments. That's impossible. Each town has a golden core stage junior sister stationed there. Jingxin felt that Jiang Li's conclusion was somewhat flawed, so she turned the problem around. Those 2 small towns also provide very good quality spirit grain every year. How could something have happened? Jiang Li then turned towards her with a sarcastic look, discovering a problem but not solving it, and even denying the problem. After speaking, as if feeling he had gained nothing, he decisively left. This sudden action flustered Jingxin. Her eyes looked like they were about to cry, and then, with a helpless expression, she summoned a book. Jingxin angrily threw the book straight to the ground, resentfully blaming it. So much for men liking girls who are a little foolish. Damn book, useless thing. Afterward, she quickly chased after Jiang Li, feeling wronged. Master even insisted that this book was especially useful. What bestseller of the 9 provinces? A scam. Over here, the book titled Love Guru, 100 Ways to Make a Man Take the Initiative lay innocently on the cold ground. Suddenly, a thin, lonely figure appeared beside it. Qingyu sorrowfully picked up the book, a hint of sadness in his heart. For better or worse, I'm the one who wrote it. In another space, the bustling crowd created a lively atmosphere. This everyday liveliness sparked a sliver of suspicion in Jiang Li. How strange. Ancestor Hongshan is someone who could shake the Tao heart of even immortals. Yet her arrival here didn't cause the slightest ripple. Jingxin immediately used an ocular technique to verify. Here, I feel a bit angry. Whether it was the waiters, the small merchants, or the passers-by, her magical power began to scan the crowd present here, and she realized that everyone here was dead. Jiang Li's ocular power yielded the exact same result. The entirety of Shanghai town was a city of the dead. He finally saw through the matter. How can the dead perceive a beauty? In front of stall, everything was as bustling as usual. The waiter expressed a bit of unfamiliarity and excitement. You 2 esteemed guests look unfamiliar. You 2 must be from the outside, right? That's rare. This one must be from the Hongshan Pure Land, right? Jiang Li held out a valuable spirit stone, getting straight to the point. Waiter, I want to ask you something. The waiter immediately shook his head and refused. Esteemed guest, this won't do, it won't do at all. You 2 are honored guests from the Hongshan Pure Land. How could I possibly take your money? Jingxin sat beside them, silently observing everything, and couldn't help but make an assessment in her mind. The waiter's movements are natural and fluid, without a hint of stiffness. To the naked eye, he looks no different from a living person. But it seemed her speculation didn't put her at ease, so Jingxin decided to verify it immediately. Let me check with my spiritual sense. The waiter's entire body was enveloped in magical power, and all hidden things were revealed. In his dantian and sea of consciousness, there's a goo worm. One controls his actions, one controls his thoughts. This is a very high-level corpse-controlling technique. The truth before her eyes made Jingxin realize this is the unique corpse-controlling technique of the goo. Clan. Jiang Li spoke up to probe. In recent years, has any particularly beautiful fairy passed through here? The waiter answered enthusiastically. You wouldn't believe it. 2 years ago, no, 3 years ago, a fairy as beautiful as a painting came through here. She passed by this place. His account gradually revealed the bustling scene from that time. Everyone didn't even eat their meals. They all had to run out to sea. But the fairy didn't spare us a glance. Some people wanted to follow the fairy, but they were stopped by Fairy Yuan. Jiang Li heard an unfamiliar name. Fairy Yuan is? Jingxin gave him the answer right after. That would be Fairy Yuan Ling, who is stationed here. Her face grew stern as she revealed the true identity of that fairy Yuan. She is a member of the Gu clan. Jiang turned to ask for more details, hoping for more clues. How did this fairy Yuan Ling react upon seeing the beauty? Did she show an infatuated expression? Did she step forward to seize the person? The waiter waved his hands in protest. Esteemed guest, don't say that. How could fairy Yuan Ling be so crude? He described her appearance from what he remembered. Her expression was as usual. She just said a few words of praise that the other fairy was truly beautiful. Jingxin frowned, her thoughts seemingly wanting to point out the illogical part of the other's argument. Junior sister Yuan Ling is a member of the Gu clan, so of course she isn't a descendant of ancestor Hongshan. How could she not be affected? Suddenly, Jiangli brought up the sensitive, hidden issue. That's right. Do you know that you're already dead? The waiter was extremely confused by this out-of-the-blue question. Esteemed guest, what are you talking about? He took a sip of tea and ended the conversation himself. Just kidding. You could go back to work. The waiter left happily. Yes, sir. In the space with only the two of them left, Jingxin seriously voiced her thoughts from a moment ago. Why wasn't Yuan Ling affected by the ancestor? There's also another problem. She should only be at the golden core stage. Jingxin, more than anyone, was aware of the advanced control technique being used here, so she couldn't hide her disbelief. But with this level of goo worm cultivation, these people are exactly like real people, unaware that they're dead. This is by no means something a golden core stage cultivator could do. Jiangli completely agreed with her. This corpse-controlling technique that can maintain normal life activities is extremely advanced. Only someone at the deity transformation stage could detect any traces. Suddenly, as if recalling his many years of wandering, he said, but it's not necessarily only members of the Gu clan who can use Gu. I have roamed the martial world for many years and encountered many strange and bizarre things. But it all led to a vague conclusion. It's a pity the Gu clan has declined and chosen to live in seclusion. I don't know much about the Gu clan either. Jiangli was unusually stern, directing his blame towards Jingxin. How long has it been since you people came here? If any deity transformation stage cultivator had made a trip, it wouldn't have come to this. She lowered her head, reviewing all the past events. Deity transformation stage cultivators have already achieved Inidia. In the eyes of the sect elders, spirit grain is a small matter. They weren't worried that any problems would arise with the spirit grain. Gradually, the story behind it was revealed. That's why the sect only dispatched those with lower cultivation. Only golden core stage disciples are stationed here, and letting a nascent soul stage manager oversee the 8 small towns was considered enough, so no problems were expected to occur. After hearing this, Jiangli pointed out the problem without any reservation. But now, there's a very big problem. Jingxin knew that things were beyond saving, so she sincerely admitted her fault. It was my negligence. After speaking, a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes as she announced. But first, I must go find Yuan Ling. Jiangli glanced around, telling Jingxin with certainty. Yuan Ling is not here. I just searched with my spiritual sense. There is no aura of a female golden core cultivator in Shangha Town. He then added the information he found. However, in Sha Town, I sense a female golden core cultivator. It must be them. Jingxin quickly recognized the person and confirmed with him excitedly. It's junior sister Du Xiner. She's stationed in Sha Town. The setting sun was gradually dyeing everything red, beginning to announce the end of a long day. Xiner's figure sat quietly under the eaves, continuing her cultivation practice. She sorrowfully accepted her current result. My spiritual power still hasn't increased. Perhaps I'm really not suited for cultivation. After all, Xiner looked towards the setting sun, monologuing with bitterness. A person without talent like me is just a burden to the sect. It's better to be out here doing some work. That way, the talented senior sisters don't have to waste their time coming to this place. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside her with words of comfort. Who said you're a burden? She quickly turned towards the source of the voice and saw Jiang Li and Jingxin appearing beside her. Xine couldn't hide her joy at this unexpected reunion. Senior sister, why are you here? It's been years since we last met. She excitedly approached Jingxin and expressed the doubts that had been plaguing her. This is great. I've run into some problems with my cultivation again, and I've been wanting to ask for your guidance. Before she could finish her words, Jingxin rushed forward and hugged Xine tightly in front of her. She bitterly expressed the feelings weighing on her heart. It's senior sister's fault. It's senior sister's negligence. Exiner wrapped her arms around Jingxin, gently comforting her. Senior sister, you're exaggerating. Isn't it just explaining some cultivation knowledge to me? It's not a big deal. Jingxin bit her lip, trying to hold back the flowing tears, and said in pain, I'm sorry. Zhongli stood silently to the side, observing a bit of bitterness in his own heart. They haven't seen each other in years, and now they are separated by life and death. He felt even more sympathy when he thought about the cruel changes of time. Turned into a city of the dead, not just Shanghai town, but Xia town as well. The sky was now dyed with the colors of dusk. In the corridor, Exen was still consoling her. Senior sister Jingxin, don't cry anymore. She then became aware of her actions. I'm sorry, I wasn't polite. Just a few seconds later, the subject of the conversation shifted to Zhongli. Senior sister, you still haven't told me. Who is this? He nodded slightly while Jingxin happily introduced him. This is the current human emperor, Zhongli. As soon as she finished, Exeter leaned close to her ear and whispered with a suggestive look. Hey, so this is the person senior sister always talks about. Her words made Jingxin gently lower her eyes, the corners of her lips lifting into a sad smile. Meanwhile, Exeter was chattering excitedly with Zhongli. Human Emperor, I heard your martial arts are superior, the best in the 9 provinces, and that no one in heaven or on earth can compare. Is that true? He kept his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distance. I also once thought I was omnipotent, but now I've discovered I cannot ascend to become an immortal. If one looked closely, one could see the sadness and disappointment in his eyes, and that he could not reverse life and death. I am, after all, just a mortal. It seemed Zhongli himself felt the atmosphere had become heavy, so he immediately changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. We couldn't find Yuan Ling in Shanghai. Where did she go? Exiner focused on answering the question. I'm not sure either. Senior sister Yuan Ling left Shanghai town recently. It seems she's been gone for a few months. She then provided more important information. But during the autumn harvest, she will return. That's what has happened in the past few days. He and Jingxin looked at each other and nodded. She took the opportunity to announce their plan. I want to go check the situation in Shanghai town. We'll be staying in town for a while, so we can hang out with you. Exiner, without a shred of doubt, beamed with joy. That's great. I can finally listen to senior sister. Explain cultivation knowledge. Then she took the opportunity to inquire. So, human emperor, can I ask you to teach me how to cultivate? Zhongli replied decisively. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, her expression fell. My cultivation has been stuck at the golden core stage and won't increase. Why is that? I've clearly tried so hard. Is it because I have no talent? But a second later, Zhongli patted her head comfortingly. That's normal. Cultivation can't be rushed. It will get better slowly. I've also had times like that. Hearing this, Exener became happy again. Is that so? Then I have a little more faith in myself. But that only made them feel heavier, especially Zhongli, whose eyes couldn't hide his helplessness. How can a corpse's cultivation level increase? In a night sky, behind the haze, the moon and bright stars were clearly visible. Below, Zhongli was standing on a cliff, contacting someone, summoning Commander Zhang Konghu of the Human Emperor's Palace. From a light emitting from the communication talisman, Konghu's image appeared immediately. Jianggu. As soon as they connected, he gave the order. Konghu, go to southern Xinjiang and find the Gu clan members. He was a bit surprised. Why are we looking for them? Zhongli briefly explained the situation. Investigate something for me. What cultivation level is needed to practice a corpse Gu that allows the dead to move freely and makes them unaware that they are dead? Then he urged anxiously, be quick, go. Konghu immediately disappeared. Okay. Jingxin witnessed everything from behind, but only spoke up now. Can you help me use your spiritual sense to look at the surrounding small towns? My spiritual sense can only cover Shanghai town and Xia town. He didn't say much and acted directly. Everything is normal. They're all living people. She bowed her head and let out a sigh of relief. That's good. The two of them switched to another topic. By the way, I've always been very curious. Just how large of an area can your spiritual sense cover? The 8 small towns. I don't know. There are only 8 small towns here. She looked at Jiang Li with wide eyes, an idea suddenly popping into her head. What if there were countless small towns? Would it be possible then? Just then, he suddenly detected something with his spiritual sense. Yuan Ling has finally returned. Jingxin's eyes instantly turned chillingly cold. Sure enough, high above, Yuan Ling was flying this way. Her whole body was sluggish, and her mouth kept muttering haltingly. Not yet. Had enough to drink. I can still drink more. I want to find more spirit stones. Go buy wine. While off guard, she was grabbed by the neck by someone, causing Yuan Ling to yelp. Soon, in a small, gloomy house amidst the quiet night, she was thrown mercilessly to the ground. Only then did Yuan Ling sober up a little and shout, "Who's there? How dare you trespass in Hongqin's territory?" Since she had seen through it, Jingxin no longer needed to hide and appeared directly to interrogate her. "Speak, what have you done? Why haven't you returned for months?" Jiang Li, from behind, silently assessed her family matters. This girl Yuan Ling, so that's how it is. No wonder she wasn't affected by Fairy Hongqin. After realizing who it was, Yuan Ling's face turned pale. "Senior sister Jingxin, why are you here?" She knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained. Sister, let me explain. There's nothing here, just a bunch of mortals who only know how to farm. So I went to the Ming Jiang dynasty to have some fun. For a while, Yuan Ling's expression became more and more bizarre as she spoke. But I always come back for the harvest season. See, I've always submitted the spirit grain on time, and according to plan, never once delayed. But this only made her feel more mentally exhausted. That's right, it's precisely because there has never been a problem with the spirit grain that no one came to inspect. Jingxin's hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. If we hadn't known there was a problem with the spirit grain, we would never have discovered the problem with these two small towns. Looking down from above, she angrily spat out the heartbreaking words. Then why is there not a single living person in all of Shanghai Town and Sha Town? These words threw Yuan Ling into a panic. Sister, you found out. She lowered her head and tried to argue as if she were innocent. I didn't want to do it either. I needed spirit stones to go have fun in the Ming Jiang dynasty and come back, so I took a little spirit grain to buy spirit stones, just a little. Then she slowly confessed her heinous crime. Those wretched commoners complained that I gave too few spirit stones and stopped working. I was in a hurry at the time, so I killed the few troublemakers who led the protest. As a result, someone made a fuss and wanted to report it to the sect, afraid the matter would escalate. Yuan Ling decided to bloody her hands once more. My mind was filled with hatred, so I killed them all. Then she also came up with a plan to deceive outsiders. Afraid the sect would find out, I used corpse goo to control their dantians, so they would continue to grow spirit grain as before. Her explanation only left Jingxin speechless with anger. As for Jiang Li, he let out a sorrowful sigh, his heart not feeling much better. To think that for such a reason, she would take the lives of the entire town. Suppressing the rage within, she still wanted to question one more important issue. What about Sha Town? Du Xiner was your junior sister. How could you bring yourself to do it? Yuan Ling could only bow her head, but every word she spoke was disgusting. I had no choice. Sha Town is too close to here. I was afraid junior sister Du Xiner would see the clues, so I killed her too. And while I was at it, I killed all the people in Sha Town. She even seemed proud of her actions. See, senior sister, having them grow spirit grain? We won't need to use spirit stones in the future. How great is that? Jingxin said nothing because she had already guessed her intentions. But for these 3 years, the sect had still been issuing spirit stones for her to buy spirit grain. Of course, she wouldn't give the spirit grain to a bunch of dead people. Instead, it was all contributed to her enjoyment in the Ming Jiang dynasty. From beginning to end, Jiang Li just stood on the sidelines, silently piecing everything together. It's just that Yuan Ling only used the corpse goo's dantian to control actions, but the townspeople all have goo worms in their dantian and sea of consciousness. His eyes sharpened as if he had seen the key point. So the one who used the goo worm to control thoughts in the sea of consciousness is... A pleading voice from Yuan Ling cut through his thoughts. Senior sister, you are magnanimous and generous. Please forgive me this one time. I promise you, I will turn over a new leaf in the future. Even with their sisterly bond, Jingxin could not turn a blind eye to this heinous matter. There is no future. Do you know? You are already dead. Jiang Li silently agreed with her opinion. Right, Yuan Ling is also just a corpse controlled by corpse goo. It's just that she has completely forgotten. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the Hongchun Pure Land became unusually quiet. Xian AI approached with a sinister smile. I have no choice. I can only act first. After 50 years of planting the worms, it's finally useful. I put my hands on my hips and spoke in a cursing tone. Dear senior and junior sisters of Hongshun, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame human Emperor Jiang. Upon learning the truth, Yuan Ling could only bow her head as if to deny everything. I'm dead? How can that be? She asked with a trembling voice to get to the bottom of it. Senior sister Jingxin is just trying to scare me, right? That action only made Jiang Li more disappointed. Yuan Ling doesn't know she's dead either. Then there's even less hope she can say who killed her. But he could still grasp a few key points. I understand a part of it now. He then pictured her takeover of the people. First, Yuan Ling killed everyone in the 2 small towns, using corpse goo to control everyone, allowing them to live normally. However, with her level, she could only use the Dantian corpse goo, which could only control the actions of the corpses. Jiang Li realized someone had taken the opportunity to seize control of everything. Then someone else killed Yuan Ling and used a corpse goo to control her. Then, they added a sea of consciousness goo worm to everyone to control their thoughts. Even Yuan Ling was being played by that person. Just like that, the people of the 2 small towns were no different from living people. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator coming to inspect would not see any problem. Zhang Li's eyes showed a pensive look. What was the purpose of the person behind this? He was slightly startled when Tin Tam suddenly turned to him and said with a smile, "Could you step outside for a moment? I want to be alone with Veen Lin for a bit." Zhang Li's face suddenly turned pale. That smile was enough to give one goosebumps. Therefore, he didn't want to linger. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Outside, the night sky was becoming increasingly gloomy. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silent atmosphere. Streaks of fresh red blood splattered all over Tin Tam's dress. She calmly absorbed all the spiritual energy left behind by Veen Lin. Next, I'll just tidy up a bit. In just a few short seconds, her body completely vanished into the void. High above, the full moon brightly illuminated a vast expanse of the sky. After settling everything, Tin Tam calmly walked over to Zhang Li. "I've made you wait long." It wasn't long before they received bad news. It seems something has happened to do Hin Ni over there. She immediately looked worried. What? They quickly returned to Veen Trang, where the lights were still brightly lit. Inside, Hin Ni was busying herself next to 2 giant barrels of spirit rice. She unconsciously used her hand to scoop a full bowl from the smaller barrel. Then she decisively poured it into the large barrel beside it. While she was doing this, Hin Ni's eyes were completely lifeless. Tin Tam noticed this as well. "Hin Ni, it seems she doesn't know the 2 of us are here." Looking at the pure white things piled up in front of her, she immediately made a deduction. After the townspeople harvest the spirit grain, they husk it into spirit rice, and it's all stored here. This is the spirit rice they usually submit. The more Tin Tam observed, the more confused she became. This task should be handled by specialists. Hin Ni doesn't need to do it. She only needs to supervise. She quickly raised a question. Why would she go through the trouble of personally putting this jar of spirit rice into that pile? Her gaze thus became scrutinizing. This jar is just ordinary spirit rice. Before Tin Tam could act, Zhang Li warned in a stern voice that I advise you not to use your divine sense to check this jar of spirit rice. Otherwise, your heart won't be able to take it. But his words only made her more determined to see it through. Be wise saying that. Aren't you just making me want to check it more? Then she was surprised when her thread of power hit a strange purple barrier that it can block divine sense. But Tin Tam was determined not to give up. Then let me strengthen my divine sense. I don't believe it. The result made her eyes widen in horror. A churning sensation that threatened to erupt from her stomach made Tin Tam quickly cover her mouth. Through her divine sense, she could see something pitch black hidden inside. This wasn't a jar of spirit rice at all. This was a jar of goo insects disguised as spirit rice. Immediately, Tin Tam turned and shook her shoulders. Hin Ni, junior sister, what are you doing? But she only replied mechanically, doesn't the sect have a rule that we must pour this jar of spirit rice into that pile of spirit rice? Question mark. Hearing this made her even angrier. Who said that? When did the Red Dust Pure Land ever have such a rule? Zhang Li carefully picked up a grain in his hand. Oh, you know what this is? But Hin Ni still insisted. Isn't it spirit rice? Is it something else? Things seemed serious, so he suggested to her, I have some matters to discuss with your senior sister. You go wait outside first. Hin Ni obediently listened. Yes. As soon as she left, Zhang Li quickly opened the jar's lid and saw a bowl of spirit rice inside. As he took it out, he carefully speculated, someone has distorted Du Hin Ni's perception, making her think this is just an ordinary jar of spirit rice. This is the work of a corpse goo. Tin Tam's face was still filled with shock from the new information. These goo insects, thanks to my divine sense, I can see the evil things present within. Even if cooked, they remain alive. Their life force seems to become even more vigorous. Even Zhang Lai felt that this matter was very concerning. Someone put goo insects into the spirit rice for the people of your red dust pure land to eat. We still don't know what the effect of the goo insects is. As for Tin Tam, she could only grit her teeth in hatred for the mastermind behind it. While the atmosphere was tense, a communication talisman suddenly appeared. Kong Ho hastily reported the results. Brother Zhang, I found the Gu clan members. Hearing this, Zhang Li's mood improved. Good, just in time. Everything he had investigated was recounted meticulously. They said that to refine a corpse goo that can make a dead body act as if it were alive, one must be at least at the integration stage. But according to records and speculation, the strongest person in the Gu clan is only at the nascent soul stage. Kong Ho recalled discovering the book protected by a barrier that I then asked who could practice Gu arts. They said one must read the ancient books kept in the ancestral shrine. The ancient Gu art books are strictly guarded, and outsiders cannot cultivate them. With his strength, he could have broken it, but I gave a little try, and I could easily steal the ancient book. No one noticed. Of course, I returned it to its original place. From beginning to end, Zhang Lai just remained silent and listened intently. Meanwhile, Kong Ho went on and on about the important information. Oh right, they also said the cultivation method for the heart-controlling goo, a forbidden inscription of the Gu clan's ancestors, was lost long ago. They are in seclusion and cannot leave the mountain. So they hope the human emperor's palace will announce the news so everyone can be more careful. The new term made him frown slightly. Heart-controlling goo. He quickly explained. Yes, the Gu clan says this type of goo insect is extremely terrifying. He then described the image of a person being controlled by the goo insect. As long as someone ingests this type of goo insect, even if they later reach the integration or spirit transformation stage, the goo's master can control the mind of the person who ingested it, and the person themselves would be unable to detect it. Just hearing that, Zhang Lai held out the bowl full of spirit rice to verify. See if this is the heart-controlling goo or not. As soon as he saw it, Kong Ho affirmed with certainty, yes, that's it. It solidifies like spirit rice, is as fine as the tip of a hair, becomes still in water, and active in fire. Brother Zhang, where did you find such a large bowl of it? After he confirmed it, Tin Tam lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, her heart was flooded with panic questions. For how many years have the goo insects been added to the spirit rice? How many junior sisters have eaten it? Does Master, who abstains from grain, occasionally eat some? How many people in the Red Dust Pure Land have a heart-controlling goo inside them? The situation outside the Red Dust Pure Land had not yet changed. But inside, Tan Duk had begun to feel worried. Why hasn't Tin Tam returned yet? Did she encounter something difficult to resolve? With Human Emperor Zhang here, there shouldn't be any incidents, right? She suddenly froze upon hearing a voice from behind. The two of them can't come back anymore. When AI arrogantly put her hands on her hips. Long time no see. This appearance greatly surprised Tan Duk. When AI, why are you here? You were expelled from the Red Dust Pure Land. What are you doing back here? Despite being questioned like that, when AI didn't care. You can't even be bothered to call me junior sister? How pitiful I am. Tan Duk, senior sister, couldn't be bothered to maintain a pleasant attitude and directly sneered. What? Holding a grudge because you were expelled from the sect? Question mark. Then she looked at Huyn AI with a scrutinizing gaze. You want to come back and seize the position? You're still not resigned about not becoming the sect master. Indeed, Huyn AI still held a grudge over that incident. That I am indeed not resigned. You and I are both at the integration stage, with equivalent strength. Why didn't everyone choose me? She quickly knew the reason. The Red Dust Pure Land has no schemes or disputes. You are infatuated with power only for your own pleasure. Tan Duk didn't hesitate to expose the other's malevolent thoughts. Among the disciples, you acted tyrannically, with only red dust in your heart and no pure land. Naturally, you failed to win their hearts. These words made Huyn AI find it ridiculous. Failed to win their hearts? Forget it. I no longer care about people's hearts anymore. Then she didn't mind revealing a secret. Senior sister Tan Duk, did you know after leaving the sect, I wandered everywhere and coincidentally discovered the hidden residence of the Gu clan. She had approached and obtained Gu insects, the Gu clan, which only has nascent soul stage cultivators. An integration stage cultivator like me could enter as if it were an unguarded place, moving about freely. If I wanted to learn Gu arts, I learned Gu arts. If I wanted to take any Gu insect, I took it. Tan Duk looked at her suspiciously. You secretly learned Gu arts? You've come back now to take revenge on us. A sinister smile appeared on Huyn Ai's lips. Now? Wrong. I started 50 years ago, from a place you couldn't possibly detect. Back at the estate where Zhang Lai and Tin Tam were. Zhang Lai was still discussing with Kong Ho. Did the Gu clan mention a way to break the heart-controlling Gu? He recounted what he knew. It's like other Gu insects. Then he listed each method. Either the Gu's master voluntarily removes the Gu, or the Gu insect in the body is killed. That's why the heart-controlling Gu is ineffective against those at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. The lightning tribulation of the Tribulation Transcendent stage would destroy the Gu insect. Zhang Lai suddenly cut him off. I'll explain to you again later. That's enough for now. It turned out he wanted to calm Tin Tam's spirit. The people in the town are still acting normally. The heart-controlling Gu hasn't been activated yet. Things haven't reached the final step. Your fellow disciples are waiting for you to save them. He extended his hand to her with a determined gaze. With me here, everything could be set right. That was enough to make Tin Tam regain her will. Right? Things haven't reached the final step. The person secretly pulling the strings has probably been doing so for a long time. They still haven't activated the heart-controlling Gu, which means that person is still waiting for the right opportunity to act. She continued to look intently at Zhang Lai as she took his hand. Mistakes can be corrected. There's still a chance for everything. As she stood up, Tin Tam expressed her gratitude. Zhang Lai, thank you. The plot shifts back to the Red Dust Pure Land. After learning the true conspiracy, Tan Duk was horrified as she realized the spirit rice. It's the heart-controlling Gu. That reaction made Huyn Ai even more smug. After I returned from the Gu clan, I was still struggling with how to use the things I stole. Thank you, Vinlin. You, who thought you were so clever, provided me with this inspiration. Her death in my hands can be considered of some value. The harsh truth dealt a heavy blow to her spirit. 50 years, and I didn't notice at all. I didn't notice that the people of the two towns were already dead. Didn't notice that there was a problem with the spirit rice. She continued to twist the knife. You must be very curious, right? For 50 years, just how much Gu-infested spirit rice have the people of the Red Dust Pure Land ingested? As soon as she finished speaking, Huyn Ai suddenly raised her hand as if signaling someone. Come, let me show you the fruits of my hard work. Immediately, hundreds of people afflicted by the Gu insects gathered at the entrance. Seeing such a large number, Tan Duk's hatred was immeasurable. I can't believe so many people have already ingested the Gu. There are even 2 at the integration stage. Then she directly gathered spiritual power in her palm. I only regret that I was merciful and stayed my hand. I should have killed you with one palm strike back then, but it's not too late to clean up now. In response, she heard her overly calm voice. Senior sister Tan Duk has great prestige, but when it comes to striking a junior sister, I naturally concede defeat. Even Huyn Ai's expression became crazed. But these disciples are all under the control of my heart-controlling Gu. Their life and death depend on a single thought of mine. If you dare touch me, I'll make one of them commit suicide. That threat indeed made Tan Duk hesitate. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Seeing this, she became even more defiant. Don't believe me? Then let me put on a show for you. How about ripping out a heart? The young woman behind her followed the command without any awareness. The horrific scene made Tan Duk scream, Huyn Ai. Immediately, the unfortunate souls began to wail, Sect Master, save me. She bit her lip and endured while thinking carefully that this Huyn Ai momentarily loosening her control? Or is she controlling the disciples to say this? Tan Duk was surrounded by mournful cries. Sect Master, save me. Only when blood trickled from the corner of her lips did she question her. What do you really want? The position of Sect Master. It's yours. I'll give you everything. Just let these disciples go. But Huyn Ai suddenly let out a strange smile. The position of Sect Master, I once wanted it very much, but now I want something else. Outside, Tin Tam and Zhang Lai had arrived before the red dust Pure Land. The strange sight made her feel uneasy to what's going on. Why is the Sex Protective Grand Array blocking us out? He slowly assessed the barrier in front of them. This is the Sex Protective Grand Array? Legend says no one has ever been able to break it, right? What Zhang Lai was wondering about was confirmed by Tin Tam. Yes, the red dust Pure Land was established thousands of years ago and is famous for its mysterious and splendid beauty. Countless people have pursued its beauty, which easily leads to many dangers, but they all stopped before the protective Grand Array. The more she spoke, the more she felt something unusual was happening. Master wouldn't lock me out. Could it be the core of the Grand Array has been taken by someone else? Just then, Huin AI arrogantly stepped on Tan Duke's head and greeted them. Human Emperor Zhang, junior niece Tin Tam, you're late. Her appearance surprised Tin Tam somewhat. T.O. think that the person behind all this is you. In the end, she still respectfully called her by her senior title, Marshal Aunt Huin AI. But Tin Tam still couldn't fully believe the truth before her eyes. Why would you do something like this? To usurp the position of Sect Master. Behind the barrier, Huin AI declared loudly, I'm not very interested in the position of Sect Master anymore. She immediately pressed, then what do you want? She had no intention of hiding it. Originally, I planned to continue planting goo for another 50 years, then seize the position. But I heard that the founding ancestor has been revived. She recalled the moment Huin AI held the portrait. I am not a descendant of the founding ancestor, so I cannot meet her. But I was very curious, so I controlled the caretaker to fetch a portrait of the founding ancestor for me to see. Her expression and eyes became exaggerated. So beautiful. The founding ancestor is so beautiful. To think there is truly someone in this world with such androgynous charm. Then she looked up to the sky and said to herself, now, I only want the red dust founding ancestor. The strong are revered, and beauties belong to me. I want to be with the founding ancestor. Returning to the present, Huin AI resumed her sharp tone. Speaking of which, if human Emperor Zhang hadn't discovered the revival of the founding ancestor, the red dust Pure Land could have passed another 50 years in peace. She immediately stomped hard on Tan Duke, causing her to spit blood. Tan Duke, if you want to blame someone, blame him. Tin Tam, witnessing this, could only cry out, Master. Unable to just stand by and watch, she created a formation, Peerless Green Lotus. Next, she directed it to fly towards the barrier. But the result was not what Tin Tam had hoped for. The Grand Array is undamaged. Therefore, she decided to create many more. If one can't do anything to the Grand Array, what about a dozen Peerless Green Lotuses? Then she directed them to attack simultaneously in an attempt to break the formation. After expending her energy on that last attack, Tin Tam let out a soft gasp. Even though she had attacked with all her might, the barrier still stood tall. She stared at it and wondered, still useless? Seeing Tin Tam so helpless, Zhang Lai gently walked to her side to reassure her. Let me see. Meanwhile, Huin AI threw her head back and laughed like a madwoman. This is the formation the red dust founding ancestor brought down from the immortal world. Even a full-powered attack from an ordinary immortal wouldn't cause the Grand Array to tremble in the slightest. Although he offered to help, she didn't forget his weakness that aren't you not skilled in formations? Question mark. On the other side, she constantly provoked him. Human Emperor Zhang, I respect you for your contributions to the 9 provinces, and I don't want to humiliate you. Back down, or your invincible myths will be shattered today. Zhang Lai calmly raised his fist and said a few words. Sect Master Tan Duke, I'll save your life today, so don't hate me anymore. Let's clear our old debts, shall we? Things having come to this, Tan Duke could no longer refuse. I agree. As soon as the words were spoken, he thrust a single finger into the barrier, and small cracks began to appear on it. Then they slowly spread across a large area before everyone's eyes. Perhaps the person most surprised by this result was Tan Duke. The final solid defense shattered into pieces. She gaped in astonishment, unable to even speak properly. Huin AI's face also turned deathly pale, despite how bold she had been before. But very quickly, she waved her hand and signaled, you all come out for me. Then she threatened loudly as Zhang Lai approached, don't move. These disciples have all been afflicted with my heart-controlling goo. When AI thought she had grasped his weakness, as long as I think it, they will commit suicide. Even if you're fast, can you be faster than my thought? Hearing these words, he abruptly stopped, then slowly acknowledged what she said. I am indeed not sure if I can be faster than your thought. Zhang Li's attitude made Huan AI momentarily smug. Whether it's the proud and lofty Taoist, Nun Tan Duk, or the unrivaled human Emperor Zhang. If not for wanting to save the lives of a group of disciples, you can only obediently listen to me. Emboldened, she laid out her condition. I'm not asking for much. Just let me leave with the red dust founding ancestor. You all must swear an oath to the heavens. Unexpectedly at that moment, he decisively drew his sword and cut her off. But why do I need to be faster than a thought? Question mark. Sensing danger, Huan AI quickly swung her hand to retaliate, a sinister idea flashing through her mind. Not good. I must immediately control some disciples to commit suicide to suppress Zhang Li. And so, all the women behind her put their weapons to their necks. But Zhang Li only needed to swing his sword once into the air, and the goo poison centers in their bodies were all destroyed before Huan AI could give a command. After returning to normal, a female disciple hurriedly dropped her weapon, the MY sword. Ah, what was I doing? Her eyes immediately showed a look of disbelief. What? He hasn't even unleashed his sword chi, yet he killed the two goo insects in 2 segments with 1 strike. Zhang Li then mocked himself. The MY swordsmanship is clumsy. I only know this one move. But that was enough to make Huan AI fall to the ground in fear. He still held the sword chi in his hand while explaining in detail. This move is called the heart sword. It is born from a thought and lands in the sea of consciousness. In the instant of its creation and demise, it forms sword chi from within the body. Then he slowly raised it to his face. This move was originally used to sever tendons and flesh to cut bone and muscle. Now it seems it's also extremely suitable for slaying goo to save people. As for you, she was now in a complete panic, trying to cling to a sliver of hope. Wait, I'm still useful. It was a pity that Zhang Li was unmoved, and with a slash, he severed her means of thought. His eyes showed not a trace of pity. Killing you doesn't require any swordsmanship. Time passed, and dawn broke over the red dust pure land. Tan Duk stood behind, observing the remnants of last night. It's finally resolved. As if remembering something, Zhang Li showed a look of apology to Tin Tam. Forgive me, I overstepped my bounds. He let out a soft sigh, his mind a mess of thoughts. I originally wanted Tin Tam to resolve this herself, but this matter exceeded what she could handle alone. I had no choice but to step in. But she did not blame him and instead bowed respectfully. Not all. Thank you, Human Emperor Zhang, for helping the red dust pure land overcome this calamity. Then she made a statement that left everyone in silence. I, the humble Tin Tam, cannot repay this debt, so I can only offer myself in return. It seemed Zhang Li could relax a little. You can still joke? I suppose that means you're fine. Very quickly, he regained his majestic demeanor. T.O.B. plotted against to the point where the entire sect almost became a dual cultivation sect. You leaders of the red dust pure land should pay more attention. I will keep this matter a secret for you. It will not be spread. It was Tan Duk's turn to bow in return. Our past grievances are wiped clean. From this day forward, you will be the savior of the red dust pure land. At this moment, her heart was filled with immense gratitude. If it weren't for Zhang Li, our red dust pure land would have long become a laughingstock, and I, Tan Duk, would have been nailed to the pillar of shame of the red dust pure land. So she once again, along with Tin Tam, expressed her sincere gratitude for Human Emperor Zhang's actions tonight. The red dust pure land will surely engrave it in our hearts. Not long after, Zhang Li was at Hin Ni's private residence. The two sat opposite each other, and she seemed to have learned the truth. Oh, that's how it is. Everyone here, they were all afflicted with goo. Her lifeless eyes drooped sadly. Really? So I've been dead for a long time. No wonder I couldn't cultivate anymore. The scene before him truly left him at a loss for how to comfort her. So he could only let his mind race with thoughts. Taoist Nun Huan AI was the master of the goo insects. As soon as she died, the goo insects all died with her. The entire upper river town and lower river town are all dead. Du Hin was a golden core cultivator when she was alive, so she can hold on for a while longer, but not for much longer. Hin's voice became intermittent and her eyes slowly closed. Isn't senior sister Tin Tam coming? I want to see her one more time. It seemed Tin Tam had heard and rushed over. Hin, junior sister, senior sister is here, senior sister is here. Then she tenderly held her in her arms as tears streamed down her face. Hin, open your eyes and look at senior sister, okay? Last time you asked senior sister about a cultivation problem, senior sister, her words choked up because Hin could no longer hear. Senior sister, you haven't taught me yet. Meanwhile, fog shrouded the entire Dao sect. The attendant was polite. Human Emperor, please wait a moment. The sect master will be here shortly. Zhang Lai replied succinctly, all right. Just then, Hondu appeared with a faint smile on his lips. What can I do for you? Zhang Lai didn't stand on ceremony and stated his reason. I want to ask you for a remote communication talisman on behalf of the Red Dust Pure Land. He was still floating in midair, but quickly agreed to Zhang Li's request. All right. At that moment, Hondu, with a fan waving by his side, gracefully landed. The previous answer made Zhang Li feel strange. Huh? In the past, every time I came to you for a remote communication talisman, you always had a pained expression. Why are you so happy this time? Zhang Li's intuition immediately raised a red flag. Smiling so smugly, I have a feeling this guy is up to no good. His face showed disdain as he watched Hondu talk and laugh. A junior of immense talent has appeared in the Dao sect. As the sect master, of course I'm delighted. Zhang Li's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of hope. To be judged by you as having immense talent. This junior must be quite formidable, right? I wonder what kind of genius they are. If it's not too much trouble for you, why don't you bring them over for me to see? An unusual excitement grew in his heart. If I can witness the growth of a talented junior, then as a protector of the 9 provinces, I would also feel a sense of accomplishment. At this, he cheerfully revealed his secret. No trouble at all. You know this person as well. This slightly surprised Zhang Li. Oh, it's a junior I know? Suddenly, Hondu's expression changed. Zhang Li, you hold the Dao Sect's command token in your hand. As a Dao Sect walker, why do you not bow upon seeing me? The sect master? His body and smile suddenly froze stiff as stone. Now is the time to recall the old scene. Indeed, Zhang Li had done it. I am Zhang Li. That disciple was horrified. His heart was in utter turmoil. The Dao Sect command token. Seeing this token is like seeing the Dao sect master himself. Is this person a Dao Sect walker? Zhang Li, I've never heard of him. Suddenly, Hondu roared to the heavens. Ji and I cannot live under the same sky. Even a passerby heard it. Who is shouting so loudly? Returning to the situation at the Red Dust Pure Land, Zhang Li decided to give the 2 of them a communication talisman and instructed, this long-distance communication talisman is for the Red Dust Pure Land. If the Red Dust Fairy makes any move, let me know. Tan Duk hurriedly replied in gratitude. Many thanks. In her heart, she had her own calculations. The Red Dust Ancestor is an immortal from the upper realm with unfathomably deep cultivation. If the Ancestor were to do something, I'm afraid only Zhang Li could handle it. There were a few more important things he needed to remind them of. You must keep the matter of the Red Dust Fairy a secret. Never spread the news. Otherwise, with the Red Dust Fairy's charm, who knows how much trouble it could cause? Tan Duk and Tin Tam replied in unison. Understood. After arranging everything, he turned to leave. Then I won't stay any longer. I still have to make a trip to the Great Zhou. She hastily asked the Great Zhou, are you going to look for the Zhou Emperor Ji? Somehow, Tin Tam had even heard the hot gossip. I heard that a strange person at the Dao Sect's gate let out an angry roar. Ji and I cannot live under the same sky. Is that related to this? Zhang Li tried to remain calm and turned back to instruct her, trying to cover his tracks. It's nothing. Tell everyone there are no such rumors. But she just exclaimed, oh. He quickly made up a reasonable excuse. I'm going to the Great Zhou to handle a small mission. Not long after, Zhang Li found a man. I am Van Ba, and you are. He didn't bother to state his name, and directly raised his fist. I was just passing by, looking for someone to spar with. Then he decisively punched him, sending him flying high into the sky, completing a one-hit knockout. The system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for defeating Van Ba with your knowledge and sweat. The system displayed the praise in an excited tone. Congratulations to the host for defeating Van Ba with your wisdom and sweat. Would you like to summarize the rewards? It announced the bestowed items. This mission's rewards: 1 opportunity for a top-down spiritual infusion, 1 high-grade spiritual artifact that could be upgraded, 1 mysterious map. Zhongli was all alone here. He coldly ordered it. Summarize the rewards. Upon receiving the command, the system continued to spew a stream of hollow, mechanical information. Because this time the host at the 9th level of Qi refinement defeated Van Ba at the early stage of Foundation establishment, you have completed the achievement of Qi refinement defeating Foundation establishment. This made Zhongli feel annoyed and disgusted, and he cursed inwardly. Another nonsensical conclusion. Why doesn't this system have a fast-forward button for me to skip this? Then, the system issued a request forcing him to choose. Please select the form of the high-grade spiritual artifact. Zhongli casually chose a modern tool, which was immediately rejected. Swiss Army knife is not suitable. Please choose again. Despite his dislike, Zhongli patiently chose again. AK-47. It still reminded him by the book. AK-47 is not suitable. Please choose again. He stubbornly decided to choose another modern item. Tank. The system responded again. Tank is not suitable. Please choose again. Zhongli finally chose Cleaver. This time it bluntly refused no, but something strange happened. The system suddenly affirmed, suitable for the high-grade spiritual artifact, the bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade. This unexpected turn of events left Zhongli confused. As if understanding his confusion, the system took out the bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade as requested, along with instructions. The bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade is a high-grade spiritual artifact capable of absorbing fresh blood to enhance its power. Then it instructed on how to bond with the bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade. Method for the spiritual artifact to recognize its master. Drip blood to claim ownership. Zhongli looked at it with a disbelieving and disdainful expression, then questioned, "Are you really sure that dripping blood is enough to claim ownership?" Hearing his question, the system quickly declared with certainty, "Please do not doubt the system's professionalism." Those words made Zhongli temporarily accept it. He bit his fingertip hard to draw blood. Immediately after, he placed his hand on the surface of the bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade, which was levitating with a golden aura, and decisively dripped blood onto it. Dazzling rays of light enveloped the bloodthirsty bone-slicing blade, which emitted a brilliant halo. At this moment, the system spoke up, updating the item's information. It has advanced to a high-grade spiritual artifact. It has advanced to a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. It has advanced to a low-grade Dharma artifact. It has advanced to a mid-grade Dharma artifact. But suddenly, a sudden explosion thundered through the sky with a brilliant flash of fire, causing Zhongli, who was standing to the side, to mock it silently. Professionalism. After watching the item explode, Zhongli indifferently showed a contemptuous expression as if he had known the outcome, criticizing the system to the point that it remained silent, unable to justify itself. "I told you it couldn't be claimed with blood, but you didn't believe me. You have no objection if I call you a useless system, do you?" To evade the recent matter, the system quickly took out another item to gently appease him. "Host, please accept the map fragment." He understood its scheme, so he gave it a contemptuous glare and questioned silently, "Hey, are you pretending you didn't hear what I said?" The system relentlessly urged Zhongli by enticing him with small rewards. 1/3 of the Qian Yuan Mystic Realm map. Complete the next mission to obtain the remaining fragments. He fell silent, pondering for a long while. After a moment of careful consideration, Zhongli decisively took out a large map from the storage ring on his hand. To prove it to the stupid system, he even kindly pointed to a small, glowing part with an indifferent expression. "I have the complete map of that mystic realm right here. There's no need to find the remaining fragments." To avoid the awkward atmosphere, the system quickly thought of a new proposal. "Congratulations to the host for randomly finding the Qian Yuan Mystic Realm. The next mission's reward has been changed." Noticing something unusual, Zhongli was a little startled and wondered to himself, Is it my imagination? Why can I hear such a clear sense of defeat in the system's voice? Just then, that annoying operating system continued to send him a serious warning. System reminder, the Qianyuan mystic realm is too dangerous for the host. Please wait until the late nascent soul stage before exploring it. After being advised, Zhongli let out a tired sigh and perfunctorily agreed. Got it. System, give me a new mission. At the same time, he felt disdain in his heart. A nascent soul stage mystic realm, I really have no interest in it. Suddenly, the system responded. Host, please wait a moment, which stunned Jiang Li, who complained silently in his heart. I still can't move on to the next mission directly? A communication talisman suddenly appeared beside him. It instantly lit up, and the image of Baihon Du was projected, cheerfully greeting him in a loud voice. Hey, is Zhongli there? I was too busy just now and forgot to tell you something. Hearing his voice, which was filled with cheer and excitement, made him so annoyed that his face darkened. After a moment of silent, angry lip pursing, Zhongli whipped around, his face dark and scowling with anger. He coldly and contemptuously criticized Hondu in his mind. I haven't even connected, yet he's forcing a projection. Is this bastard abusing the fact that he created the long-distance communication talismans to forcibly control mine? After regaining his composure, Zhongli asked him gloomily in an annoyed tone. What is it? Upset by his manner of speaking and behavior, Hondu feigned anger and then began to lecture him with platitudes. You're a dignified Dao sect walker. How can you speak to the sect master like that? As if hearing something shocking, Zhongli exuded a cold and gloomy aura. He arrogantly crossed his arms, his tone sharp as he curled his lip. Wary of his terrifying demeanor, he automatically and obediently covered his face with a fan to save face, then coughed and offered his speculation. The Yin-Yang Heaven Seal is about to be reforged. According to my observations, it will be in less than a year. This time, Hondu showed a solemn and careful expression as he explained to Jiang Li, trying to persuade him. At that time, our Dao sect will hold a grand assembly to admire the immortal artifact. Do me a favor, brother. As the current human emperor, come and show your support, okay? Hearing this, Jiang Li laughed heartily and readily agreed. The Yin-Yang Heaven Seal, all right. Having gotten his agreement, Hondu excitedly and enthusiastically mentioned an exclusive offer. It's a deal then. When the time comes, I'll send you an invitation and give you a first-class seat. Jiang Li stroked his chin and was lost in thought for a moment, analyzing the situation. The Yin-Yang Heaven Seal is about to be reforged again. This is a major event. The Dao sect will be busy for a year preparing for this. Since ancient times, an ancestor cultivated relentlessly through several of his lifetimes, and his legacy is still recorded and passed down to this day. The founding ancestor of the Dao sect called himself the Dao Ancestor, sharing the same name as that figure from the immortal realm. Logically, he should have been punished by the heavens, but the Dao Ancestor himself remains safe. The world speculates that he is the reincarnation of the Dao Ancestor. He experienced countless mortal lives and created the illustrious treasure, the Heaven Seal. Or, as one who faced the tribulation and willingly perished, the Heaven Seal was also born during that time. The Yin-Yang Heaven Seal was forged by this Dao sect's Dao Ancestor. Once forged, it became an immortal artifact of boundless power. Although the ancestor disappeared abruptly afterward, he left his Heaven Seal for future generations. After the Dao sect's Dao Ancestor ascended, he left the Yin-Yang Heaven Seal in the 9 provinces. It is the #1 supreme treasure of the 9 provinces and became the sect-guarding treasure, suppressing the Dao sect's fortune. Over time, its power grew even stronger than before. The miraculous thing about the Yin-Yang Heaven Seal is that it can reforge itself. Lost in reminiscence, Jiang Li smiled smugly. He confidently schemed in his mind with ambition. The last time it reforged itself was 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years. How could I miss the chance to witness an immortal artifact reforge itself? However, Jiang Li was shocked what he thought about the timing of the event. But it's still early now, and the system hasn't made a move either. So, amidst the vast mountains, he made a decision. I'll enter seclusion right here to consolidate the gains from my previous heavenly tribulation. Time flew by until that day, 2 months later. The sky of the vast land opened up, clear and brilliantly lit. The system suddenly appeared with a notification and a special reward. New mission, the the Xuanmiao mystic realm is about to open. Only those under 35 years of bone age with a foundation establishment cultivation can enter. The Huayan sect has one slot. After defeating Van Ba, you have obtained this slot. After this series of statements, it seemed annoyed as it revealed the thoughts of others and then made a suggestion to Zhongli. But the other sects, seeing that your master is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, disapprove. They're even laughing at you. Host, please win first place in this Xuanmiao mystic realm. Finally, the system concluded. This mission can be abandoned. Zhongli just said indifferently, I just came out of meditative state. The system wanted to entice him, so it mentioned some seemingly delicious benefits. This mission's rewards: unlock the spatial teleportation function, unlock the source reading function. Catching this juicy bait, Zhongli chuckled inwardly and decided, unlock the spatial teleportation function. In that case, I can't abandon this mission. At the same time, in the Great Zhou, at the Qinji Tower, the clear water all around and the bustling crowds on the street created a lively scene for the neighborhood. Inside a tavern on the street, the tower master boasted arrogantly, when it comes to intelligence gathering, no one is better than me. The disciple, standing next to him, chimed in, praising him to the skies. The tower master is right. In this decennial assessment, our Great Zhou's Qinji Tower achieved the top rank. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly in arrogant delight, mocking. Seeing the red-eyed envy of the other branch masters is truly amusing. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in frantically, shouting loudly, which startled him with fear. Tower Master, this is bad. The human emperor Jiang has arrived. After being informed, the Tower Master was stunned and went over every detail, questioning. The Qinji Tower has not broken the law, committed any crimes, or cultivated the demonic path. Our pricing is conscientious. Why has he come here? Before he could worry further, the Tower Master hurriedly ran off in a state of panic and confusion. Let's go over there quickly. The disciple who was with him earlier wondered, did our Qinji Tower offend the human emperor? Why is the Tower Master so flustered? The disciple who ran in to report then explained, it's a long story. He recounted in detail the origin of the Tower Master's reverence for that person. In the past, the maps circulating in the 9 provinces were extremely simple and full of errors. Users would at best get lost, and at worst, wander into a place of death. The human emperor Jiang ascended to the human emperor's throne 100 years later and decided to remap the 9 provinces. Recalling the old story, the disciple mentioned the Tower Master's past indignation and unwillingness regarding Jiang obtaining the treasure. At that time, our Tianji Tower had detail maps that we sold to cultivators at high prices to reduce the burden. He subtly reminded his fellow disciple of the Tower Master's strong reaction. Human Emperor Jiang did that, you understand. So the Tianji Tower naturally thought of ways to obstruct him. At that time, the Tower Master was heartbroken and could only watch from a distance in sorrow and pain as Jiang gave the maps to others. Human Emperor Jiang was already at the great ascension stage at that time, so of course, he wasn't afraid of the Tianji Tower. He summoned the lords of all parties and created a map of the 9 provinces that was several times more detailed than the Tianji Towers. The Tianji Tower could only watch with wide eyes as the human emperor sold it at cost price. On the way, that disciple continued to meticulously clarify everything. From then on, everyone no longer had to worry about the dangers of maps. But the Tianji Tower suffered a huge financial loss. The Tower Master is still worried about being held in grudge by the human Emperor Jiang. The disciple following behind exclaimed in admiration, "This act of the human Emperor Jiang is a great merit. Logically, he should have received a baptism of merit." He was puzzled, but I don't recall any records of him having any merit, right? The other disciple calmly explained to him, not just him, all generations of human emperors who guarded the 9 provinces surely accumulated great merit. But similarly, not a trace of merit was ever seen. In the mystical painting between 2 worlds, accompanied by that disciple's explanation, the truth gradually became clear. I saw a speculation that it was after becoming an immortal, the heavenly staircase disappeared, and the 9 provinces lost contact with the immortal realm, leading to merit no longer descending upon the mortal world. The sky was still clear with the gentle sun shining down. The disciple vaguely affirmed something like a prophecy for the future. In the future, when the human emperor Jiang ascends to the immortal realm, he will surely be welcomed by a massive baptism of merit. At this moment, in front of the tavern, a large banner was hung. Welcome the human emperor for his inspection. Everyone in the tavern was solemn, bowing their heads in greeting to Jiang Li. Welcome, human emperor Jiang, for your inspection. The two disciples who were just discussing, without prior agreement, shared the same thought. It really is the human emperor Jiang. This is the first time I've seen him in person. As for him, he felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Jiang Li looked at this scene with a tired and emotionless expression, questioning silently. Why are they acting as if I'm on an inspection tour? Outside, the crowd was still bustling, but inside the tavern, it was so quiet that the tower master's declaration could be clearly heard. The customer is an immortal. This is the principle of hospitality at our Tianji Tower. In the room, the tower master bowed respectfully, stating the professional principles of this place to Jiang Li. We will, based on the customer's needs, search everywhere to collect information, achieving a state where we have everything that is needed. Of course, some information related to privacy, we resolutely refuse to sell. He just sneered inwardly, challenging, I dare you to sell it. Immediately after, he put on a gentle smile and patted the tower master's shoulder, startling him. Jiang Li drew out his words, deliberately emphasizing them. Absolutely no collecting? Well done. This made the tower master jump and affirm, yes, we will resolutely not collect it. But his heart was in a state of panic and turmoil, contrary to his outward appearance. Is the human emperor Jiang giving me a hint? Then, the tower master quickly changed the subject to the shop service. I wonder if the human emperor is satisfied with our work. Jiang Li replied indifferently, there are no other issues. Without further ado, he put on a serious face and got straight to the point with his request. This time, I just want to know the intelligence regarding the Shuamiao mystic realm. As soon as he received the order, the tower master excitedly commanded his disciples to bring his treasure to show his sincerity. Hurry, bring my crystal ball here. I will personally read all the information the Tianji Tower possesses for the human emperor. Those scholars scurried off in a panic to carry out the order. Yes, in his heart, he secretly wondered if this command was a test he had to pass. Is this an impromptu question from the human emperor? Does he want to see the Tianji Tower's intelligence processing capabilities? The sky outside, once clear and sunny, had now turned to a quiet, cool shade. Looking at the crystal ball displaying a series of detailed and clear information, Jiang Li's face darkened, and he silently cursed the tower master's earlier words. Not bad at all. You even found out the birth date and 8 characters of the Shuamiao Mystic Realm's creator. And you still say you don't sell private information. Huh. Then, Jiang Li sighed in his heart. Oh well, I've already given the necessary advice. The human emperor's power isn't that great. I can't manage so many things either. When he received the ruby from Jiang Li, the tower master was surprised and confused. Human emperor, this is... Today, the Tianji Tower presents this to your majesty, the human emperor. He gave a firm command, take it. Without waiting any longer, Jiang Li quickly turned and flew away, leaving only a farewell. I'm leaving. When he was far away, the tower master suddenly asked the disciple, standing right behind him, I remember you're good at painting, right? The disciple replied in a daze, yes, tower master. On a beautiful day 9 days later, a painting depicting Jiang Li happily holding hands with the tower master in trust was displayed on a large cloth hung on the street, causing all the passing townspeople to look up in awe. The news that the human emperor Jiang was at the Tianji Tower. In ancient times, a predecessor who had traveled a long road left a treasure in a deep cliff before failing his final transformation. 800 years ago, a body integration stage cultivator named Dream Immortal Hermit died of exhaustion while undergoing his tribulation. Before facing the tribulation, he had intentionally left a mysterious mystic realm on the southern border of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, promising future generations, young people at the foundation establishment stage, a chance to obtain opportunities and thereby build good relationships. Amidst the misty fog of the mystic realm, every challenge presented was alluring, captivating, and enchanting to all cultivators. The Shuamiao mystic realm only opens once every 10 years. The trials after each opening are different, sometimes testing comprehension, sometimes testing strategy, or sometimes testing resistance to the beauty of money. The Xuanmiao Mystic Realm has a total of 2 levels. Based on different outstanding performances, one would finally receive corresponding rewards. At this moment, in a barren desert of only sand and earth, Jiang Li stood from a distance, watching the bustling crowd squeezed into a corner. Looking gloomily at the scene before him, Jiang Li complained in his heart, "Although I could go straight in and have the great dream hermit directly give me first place, competing for opportunities with these young foundation establishment stage cultivators would make people laugh themselves to death. I still want some face, you know." Watching the bustling crowd gradually enter, Jiang Li considered his intention, or maybe I should disguise myself as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and blend in with everyone to act. Suddenly, seeing 2 people in a similar situation, Tianlong proactively approached him to start a conversation. "Hey brother, your sect didn't send anyone either? Isn't that a coincidence? Your esteemed sect didn't send anyone." He confidently and enthusiastically introduced himself. "My name is Tianlong. I am the great senior brother of the Dingfeng Temple and also a direct disciple. My master is currently wandering the 4 corners of the world and hasn't returned in 10 years. I've been cultivating on my own." The others who saw this began to whisper and praise him. "It's Tianlong, the disciple picked up by the Dingfeng Temple's master. I know him. When he was tested for talent at the age of 8, it turned out to be a single lightning element spiritual root. Despite the good and bad whispers about him echoing around, Tianlong still strode forward steadily. Everyone thought that although he had top-tier talent, without the support of a large sect, his talent would just be wasted. Who would have thought that, thanks to his brilliant wisdom and lucky opportunities, he would suppress the Tao children of the major sections? Observing the person in front of him and those whispers, Jiang Li pondered Tianlong's abilities. A single spiritual root? Spiritual roots are also divided into high and low. Under the harsh desert sun, Jiang Li carefully reviewed the different levels with analysis. The best are the 2 types of heaven and earth spiritual roots, followed by the single spiritual root, and the worst is the 5-element spiritual root. A mutated single spiritual root, although not as good as a heaven and earth spiritual root, is still the upper limit of single spiritual roots. After a moment of silence, he feigned surprise and explained, "In my sect, I am the most senior disciple, so no one came with me." Contrary to his nonchalant exterior, Jiang Li secretly revealed a smug and self-satisfied look, praising himself. "My sect is the Human Emperor's Hall. I am the Hall Master of the Human Emperor's Hall, so of course, I am the most senior." Feeling sorry for him, Tianlong frowned in disbelief, his mouth agape, secretly feeling pity and sympathy. Heavens, did all the elders in his sect die? Is he the only one left? That's even more tragic than me. Jiang Li stared blankly at him, revealing a strange expression. To soothe and encourage him, Tianlong, full of spirit, patted his chest and assured Jiang Li, "Brother, don't worry. We can be considered to be in the same boat. When we enter the Xuanmiao Mystic Realm, I, your brother, will protect you." Suddenly, Tianlong eagerly and curiously asked for his name. "That's right, I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet." Jiang Li was about to casually reveal Truong, but then he remembered by Hon Du's loud laughter, mocking the name of the Tao sect walker. He annoyedly emphasized his introduction in a loud voice. "My surname is Kong, and my given name is a single character, Lai. Kong Lai." Tianlong was frightened by this demeanor and nodded along. After getting to know each other better by exchanging names, Tianlong began to complain to him about the previous event. "I hope I don't run into any unscrupulous people this time. Brother Kong, did you know? Last time, there was a guy who deliberately suppressed himself and only broke through to the Golden Core stage after entering the Mystic Realm, taking the top spot. In his bad mood, he frankly stated what he would do out of hatred. If I meet someone like that, I'll definitely take the opportunity to kick him twice while he's breaking through and make him fall flat on his face." Jiang Li, standing beside him, could only keep a straight face and avoid the topic. After talking for a while, the 2 of them saw Fuke Kui leading a group and approaching. Tianlong noticed and explained to him, "They are from the emotionless sect. The people of this sect have no emotions and trust no one, only the sword in their hand." Fuke Kui's expression was just like the name of his sect, cold and emotionless, as he simply walked past everyone. Recognizing the person in front of him, Tianlong seriously analyzed him for Jiang Li but didn't forget to subtly show off. These two are the 7 kills Dao Child and his elder. 7 kills is a difficult person to deal with. I fought him before. Out of 10 matches, I only won 8. He also noted the peculiar number of wins. Of yours. Without revealing too much emotion, Zhang Lai just feigned curiosity and asked, he took 7 kills as his title. Does he have any connection to the 7 kills steal? He was already suspicious in his heart. I should have heard information about this kind of person, right? Why have I never heard of him before? But beyond his imagination, Tan Lone casually gave an unexpected answer. No, he took the name 7 Kills just because the title is very cool. This sentence left Zhang Lai speechless. Suddenly, beautiful peach blossom petals began to fall gently from the sky. Everyone around was captivated, mesmerized by Tong Din's fairy-like beauty. She's from the Fallen Cherry New Branch sect. Seeing who had arrived, Tan Lone cautiously revealed the other party's identity. It's Tong Din and her master. They're also difficult people to deal with. I've fought her before. Out of 10 matches, I won 6. As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Din, with a smile as bright as the sun, approached and declared, under the angry gaze of her master, Tan Lone, we meet again. I won't lose to you this time. Having experienced it before, Tan Lone kindly warned Zhang Lai in a low, serious voice, be careful of Tong Din. She feels she can't beat me, so she wants to use her beauty to mess with my mind. She's extremely scheming. Unfortunately, Zhang Lai easily recognized Tong Din's feelings and subtly reminded him that is it possible that she just genuinely likes you? He scorned Tan Lone's foolishness so much that he gave him a speechless glance. Even a blind person like me can see that she has feelings for you. Can't you see her master is so furious she wants to draw her sword and cut you, you idiot, to death? As if to reinforce his answer, Tan Lone shook his head firmly in a way. One time I asked her if she liked me. She said, who would like an idiot like you? This time, even Zhang Lai was convinced, nodding in satisfied agreement as, it seems Tong Din really doesn't like Tan Lone. Suddenly, he noticed Luke Thong standing quietly to one side, looking indifferently into the distance. Zhang Lai stared sharply at him. He grimly and warily made a judgment. That man has the body of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but inside, there's a soul transformation spirit. Is it body possession? Just then, the noise from the argument between the other two rang out. Tong Din, annoyed, put her hands on her hips and shouted, why are you pretending not to see me? Tan Lone, disliking her, reasoned eloquently, if I didn't see you, how could I have introduced you to Brother Kong? I'm just not paying attention to you. Halfway through, Zhang Lai stepped in to inquire, Brother Tan, do you know who that man is? With her kind nature, Tong Din told him all the information she had about the man. That person is the direct disciple of the Stone Dragon sect, Lai Luke Thong. It's said that his aptitude and comprehension were quite ordinary before. Ever since he fell off a cliff, it's as if he's been enlightened. As a fellow expert, Tong Din also easily detected something unusual about Luke Thong, that in just half a year, he cultivated from the early stage of Foundation establishment to the late stage. I've fought him before. Although I could win easily, I felt like he was hiding something, that it wasn't his true level. After hearing what he wanted, Zhang Lai approved and encouraged the 2.mm. Thanks, I understand now. You two can continue arguing. Tong Din and Tan Lone stared at him, stunned and frozen. Before they could say anything more, several large words suddenly appeared in the sky. A stream of blue magic appeared between 2 rock crevices, along with a resounding voice. The mystic realm will now begin. A strange voice rang out, announcing in front of the mystic gate. The number of people who can enter the mystic realm is fixed. There are only 800 spots. Disciples, please line up to enter. The remaining people stood aside, looking at the 3 who hadn't entered yet. Following the count of the gatekeeping cultivator, 708, 709, 800. When it was Zhang Li's turn, he had just stepped through. The spiritual formation, the other person's count exceeded the allowed number, 801. That cultivator hurriedly warned, wait, it's over the limit. You will be pushed out by the secret realm. He suddenly noticed the panic of the other 2 who didn't dare to enter. Zhang Lai calmly turned his head and wondered, pushed, looking at the tiny stream of air pushing against the veil of his hat. Zhang Lai naively wondered, you mean this pushing force? It's like a 3-year-old bumping into an elephant, isn't it? Seeing that there was still no reaction, the cultivator next to the one who had just shouted asked doubtfully, "Didn't they say that if the number of people is exceeded, a force will push them out of the secret realm? That person has gone in. Why isn't the secret realm reacting?" That cultivator suddenly realized and replied in confusion. Maybe it was a miscount? Inside the spirit realm at this moment, the clear blue sky was brilliant under the sun, scorching. The scenery here was peaceful with a layer of mist. Zhonglai stood still, sensing everything. Spiritual energy condensed into spiritual water, and the spiritual water gathered into a small stream. One sip was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. There were also immortal cranes flapping their wings and the lingering sound of a zither. Watching the crane fly right over his head, he faintly sighed. What a celestial scene that makes one linger and forget the way back. Suddenly, the crane that was just leisurely circling was hit by a spell on its neck, causing it to lose a few feathers. At this time, by the stream, Zhonglai was leisurely sitting by a smoky fire he had lit. Billowing, from a distance behind him, a frightened voice pleaded earnestly, "Help!" Without making him wait long, the beautiful Thuan Ni, flustered and scared, ran over crying out, "Hero, save me!" But when she saw Zhonglai calmly roasting meat to delicious perfection, she was so startled that her cries for help stopped. "Hero, save!" Thuan Ni's whole body froze in shock. Are you roasting a crane and burning a zither?" However, 2 roguelike villains carrying swords approached, sneering at her fear. "Little sister, let's see where you can run." At this moment, Thuan Ni could only helplessly move behind Zhonglai, pleading pitifully, "Hero, save me. There are villains who want to force themselves on me. If you can save Thuan Ni is willing to repay you with her body, and my family's fortune of millions will also be yours, hero." Faced with such an alluring beauty and offer, Zhonglai just coolly enjoyed his roasted crane while gloomily analyzing. This person is named Thuan Ni, 28 years old. Her strength is roughly at the 1st or 2nd layer of chi refinement. In Jojo, this kind of talent is considered crippled. Level 1. One of the 2 villains laughed mockingly. "So you ran to find your old lover?" Thuan Ni shyly retorted, "No, I didn't." The atmosphere suddenly changed. The tall accomplice gave a wicked smile and declared, "But what a pity. Today, both you and he will die together." The other fat one laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Let's get them." Before they could act, they were easily sent flying far away by a single punch from Zhonglai. He complained, bored, "Couldn't you wait until I finished eating?" Seeing his power, Thuan Ni expressed her admiration excitedly. "Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. This humble girl cannot repay you, but I can repay you with my body." Facing the beauty, Zhonglai just smiled politely and promised, in the next life. Thuan Ni seemed to be shocked stiff. Even so, Thuan Ni just bowed her head and skillfully invited him to show her sincerity. "Benefactor, you must be joking. Please come to Thuan Ni's village for a while. Use this to thank you for saving my life." In the village, the houses were built neatly and beautifully, looking a bit more noble than ordinary people's homes. Following Thuan Ni inside, the maids on both sides of the road bowed respectfully, but Zhonglai was lost in his own analysis. The spiritual energy density in the secret realm is several times higher than in Jojo. The wild fruits on the roadside are all heavenly treasures that are very beneficial for golden core and even nascent soul stage cultivators. If a foundation establishment cultivator came here, they would probably want to live in this secret realm forever. Besides the surrounding scenery, Zhonglai noticed Thuan Ni's eager face. He glanced gloomily and even mocked her foolishness. It's really been hard on Thuan Ni to be able to maintain a level of 1.5 layers of chi refinement in a situation with so many heavenly treasures. After a moment, he seemed to realize something unusual and inquired, "Here, it seems there are only women." In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. "When I first entered, I thought it was a pure land in the mortal world." When she heard Zhongli's concern about this issue, Thuan Ni immediately burst into tears and pitifully recounted. Today, the country is torn apart, wars are raging, and all the men have been forcibly conscripted by the state, leaving behind many widows and innocent young girls like me. Turning around, Thuan Nhi seemed to glow with a warm aura. She showed shy admiration, praised Zhang Li's strength, and then cleverly led to a suggestion. Your cultivation is earth-shattering, even stronger than the legendary Grandmaster realm. If you could enter the battlefield, you could surely unify the world and become a king. Even so, Zhang Li just coolly asked back, how much of a difference is there between the Grandmaster realm and you? Thuan Nhi, excited, affirmed with certainty, at least 8 or 9 levels higher than me. Hearing the answer, Zhang Li sighed in derision. The Grandmaster realm is equivalent to the 7th to 9th layers of Qi refinement. The world of this secret realm is really weak. He suddenly looked up at the sky and judged silently. But I've roughly guessed what the Secret Realms test is about. For the bottom-tier foundation establishment cultivators of Jiuzhou, this Secret Realm world is as beautiful as a dream. Under the brilliant sun shining down on the scenery, Zhang Li calmly analyzed, the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement are considered a legendary realm. So a foundation establishment cultivator coming here would be a god descending to the mortal world, surrounded by numerous beauties, with a large amount of heavenly treasures to help them reach the nascent soul stage. They could unify the world and enjoy the majesty of an emperor. They wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Immediately after, he suddenly announced seriously, "All right, as you say, I will dominate the world." Contrary to Thuan Nhi's joy, Zhang Li calmly calculated to himself, although I'm not interested, I should still go along with the Secret Realm's wishes. On a beautiful sunny day, 7 days later, the blue sky and white clouds foretold favorable weather for all matters. In a magnificent and luxurious palace, a shout echoed everywhere. Envoys of all nations enter the court to pay homage. A box of sparkling, precious treasures was opened, standing out among the pile of gifts. Tribute of heavenly treasures, 1,000,000 spirit stones, and fine wines. A servant respectfully presented a register and reported, "Empress, this is the list of women who have voluntarily entered the harem to serve His Majesty, a total of 3,000 people." Thuan Nhi happily accepted it. "I know. I will present it to His Majesty." Inside the vast hall, sunlight shone in, illuminating the scene of officials bowing to Zhang Li. "Long live the Emperor! Long live, long live!" Contrary to the majesty and splendor of the place, Zhang Li covered his mouth and yawned loudly out of boredom. Outside, the calm lake's surface reflected the sparkling sunlight with blooming lotus flowers. While admiring the scenery at the lake with Thuan Nhi, Zhang Li calmly informed her, "This is not a place to stay for long. I have to go." Those words stunned Thuan Nhi. Immediately, Thuan Nhi questioned anxiously, "I know Benefactor is not of this world, but is there not a single thing here that Benefactor will miss?" Zhang Li replied heartlessly, "No." Unwilling to accept it, Thuan Nhi sobbed and shouted with all her might, "With a harem of more than 3,000 beautiful women, is Benefactor not moved at all?" He indifferently and bluntly said, "I have seen more beautiful people." She denied it in pain. "I don't believe it." But immediately after, Zhang Li's calm words made Thuan Nhi even more desperate. "I have met the Red Dust Fairy." Even so, Thuan Nhi persisted, trying to persuade him with rare and precious treasures. But can't the heavenly treasures in the national treasury attract Benefactor? That Tung Quang divine fruit, eating one is equivalent to 30 years of cultivation for an immortal. The beat Bafon Haiju, when mastered, can sever a river with a single sword, and also, before she could finish, Zhang Li's face darkened as he took out a treasure that made Thuan Nhi stand frozen. This is the 9 Revolutions creation immortal pill. He thought to himself in frustration, if the ladder to immortality wasn't lost, otherwise, just this pill alone would be enough to ascend immediately. The light emanating from the box seemed to be calling to her. Thuan Nhi was so covetous, she became shy, and she curiously wondered in her heart, "If you give me the immortal pill, I'll return to Jiuzhou with you, right?" Using her own abilities, Thuan Nhi quickly shook her head to maintain her rationality, telling herself, calm down, calm down." After calming down, Thuan Nhi questioned in an urgent tone, "In just a few days, Benefactor can unify the world and become the true master of this world. This is a great achievement that emperors throughout history have been crazy about. Does Benefactor not miss it at all?" Zhang Li coldly coldly turned his back on her. He calmly stated his true identity. I am the current human emperor. No matter how you think about it, that's better than being a master of a secret realm, right? This left Thuan Ni stunned, staring blankly at him with wide eyes. Finally, Zhang Lai turned around and seriously exposed the act. Actually, the reasons above were just to humor you. The real reason is, he asked her in return, why should I stay in an illusion? Don't you agree? Now, he revealed Thuan Ni's true identity, surprising her so much that she could only face him in a daze. Senior Meng Chun. Crystals of spiritual power enveloped Thuan Ni in a blue light. She calmly admitted, I thought my illusion technique was very profound. I thought I could deceive you, fellow Taoist. Meng Chun's true form appeared, and she calmly remarked, unexpectedly, I was overconfident. Even so, Zhang Lai did not let his guard down. He looked at her grimly and recalled all the information he had. According to the information from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, she is the Great Dream Lay Scholar, real name Meng Chun. She was a female cultivator of devastating beauty 800 years ago. In a secret realm with such abundant and mystical spiritual energy, Meng Chun, with her boundless power of two extremes, was carefully analyzed by Zhang Lai. The Great Dream Lay Scholar is a female cultivator proficient in the Tao of illusion. It is said that when one cultivates illusion techniques to the peak, one can reverse illusion and reality. One thought can make it real, one thought can make it false. Extremely terrifying. Above in the sky, cracks of a glass pane suddenly appeared. It was gradually shattering, causing the space to become distorted. The space suddenly changed. The place that was once poetic and magnificent vanished with the fragments flying everywhere. Zhang Lai calmly closed his eyes and sighed. Although from the moment I stepped into this secret realm, I had already seen that this place was an illusion. Everything is illusory. Everyone returned to the original desert. Only Zhang Lai, who had been sober all along, faced Meng Chun. After learning his true identity, she respectfully bowed and greeted him. I didn't expect the current human emperor to be here. Meng Chun has been impolite. After she bowed, Zhang Lai coldly affirmed to himself, the intelligence from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is not wrong. Meng Chun did indeed die at the hands of a heavenly tribulation. She is now just a shadow she left behind, which can also be considered a remnant will. He gently bowed his head politely to apologize, causing Meng Chun to stare in a daze. It's nothing. I just accidentally entered this secret realm, causing trouble for Senior Meng. Seeing her expression, he warmly suggested, does Senior Meng have something she wants to say? Don't be shy, Senior. Just speak your mind. Without further pleasantries, Meng Chun honestly told the truth and then wondered, I have also met the human emperor of my time. At that time, he was also considered a hero of his generation, but not like you, fellow Taoist, who is like an immortal descended to the mortal world. Could it be that Jojo today has found the ladder to immortality? Zhang Lai immediately expressed with gravity, unfortunately, that is not the case. I was just lucky enough to break through to the Mahayana stage. This was like shocking news for Meng Chun. She was stunned in disbelief. I thought Mahayana was just a legend. So there really is someone who can break through to the Mahayana stage. Even so, Zhang Lai modestly denied it. He calmly inquired, just luck, just luck. Senior Meng set up this illusion, this time to test these youngsters' resistance to beauty, treasures, and power, right? Meng Chun did not hide anything, smiling slyly in agreement. As long as they resist one of them, I will consider them to have passed the trial and can enter the second level. Feeling it was reasonable, Zhang Lai thought deeply with a cold face. It's not hard to guess. Obtaining these three things is too easy. Although there are many unreasonable points, if one sinks deep into the illusion, they will increasingly ignore them, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to break free. Seeing his pensive look, Meng Chun observed him leisurely and then praised him with admiration. With his Mahayana stage cultivation, he is capable of toying with my secret realm as he pleases, but he didn't do so. She smiled gently, secretly deciding, since he has given me some face, I won't ask his purpose either. While both were silent, the unconscious Tan Lone at the side suddenly frowned and groaned as if about to wake up. Not too surprised. surprised. Meng Chun was excited that he passed the test early and praised him. It seems this person is about to complete the illusion. The time in his illusion has not even passed a month. His strength is not bad. After that, she quickly used her spiritual power and gradually faded away, while politely promising, "Fellow Taoist, let's talk after the secret realm ends." Meng Chun smiled smugly. The upcoming test might be very suitable for you, fellow Taoist. The familiar scene returned. The magnificent palace and pavilions appeared as if they had never changed. The only thing was, the ruling character of this place had changed. Thuan Ni, with her preset lines, continued to praise Tan Lon's merits. Benefactor is truly benevolent, unwilling to see others suffer. Not only did you save me, but you also stopped the war and established a new country. With a sweet and beautiful appearance, Thuan Ni continuously praised Tan Lon to the high heavens. To have a king like this, who always worries about the people, is truly a blessing for the world. Her words made him cough in embarrassment. It's what I should do. Seeing Thuan Ni's radiant and beautiful appearance admiring him, Tan Lon's face turned red with embarrassment as he turned his head away. He shouted in his heart, "What damn benevolence. I just lust after the young lady's body. That's all." Suddenly, Thuan Ni came forward to report and then inquire, "Your Majesty, the envoys from the vassal states have come to pay their respects and have brought countless heavenly treasures. Do you wish to use them? I will send someone to fetch them." Immediately, Tan Lon declared his cultivation principle with serious conviction and without hesitation. "No need. I don't need to use these things. Firmly believing in cultivating on my own is my philosophy of life." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene around Tan Lon instantly shattered. He woke up in confusion, looking at the fragments floating in the air. While still lying on the ground, he heard Zhang Lai ask in a cheerful tone, "You're awake?" Tan Lon was dazed and stammered, "I was just now." Then, he quickly sat up, fully understanding this trial's theme. It was an illusion, a test of resistance to beauty, treasures, and power. A chill ran through his body. Tan Lon broke out in a cold sweat in fear. This secret realms test is really strict. If I hadn't adhered to my principle of not using heavenly treasures, I might have been completely lost in the illusion. But he suddenly looked up at him, admiring him in a daze. "But it took me a month to break through the secret realm. That should have been extremely fast. In the same generation and at the same realm, no one should be able to surpass me, right? I didn't expect Brother Kong to." As if gaining new strength, Tan Lon stood up excitedly and remarked, "Brother Kong is truly superior." In his heart, he also shyly criticized himself and admitted his fault. And here I was praising myself for being powerful. I was just bragging and imposing on others. Despite his praise, Zhang Lai just faintly turned away and chuckled perfunctorily, which made Tan Lon admire him even more. Just luck. It was all just luck. While Tan Lon was dazed to the side, Zhang Lai calmly looked up at the sky and requested, "That's right, Senior Meng. Can you let me see the performance of the youngsters in the illusion?" He thought boredly, looking for something to kill time, when he saw the transparent azure glass. Tan Lon exclaimed in surprise, "A water mirror." He asked in awe, "Is this the reward for the one who wakes up first?" An image began to appear on the mirror's surface. Tan Lon shouted in surprise, "It's Lai Luke Thong's illusion." A similar scene unfolded for Luke Thong as it did for the other two. He laughed arrogantly and delightedly, boasting, "As you wished, I have killed all the enemy troops and now stand above tens of thousands." Seeing this, he just sighed. That was fast. He completed the goal in 2 months. Meanwhile, inside, Luke Thong was blissfully unaware, immersed in satisfaction. This feeling of being revered by others, it's not bad at all. My cultivation is also approaching the limit of the foundation establishment stage. I'm about to return to the soul transformation realm I was at before I possessed this body. Suddenly, Thuan Ni took out a register and presented it solemnly, startling him. "Your Majesty, this is the list of the 3,000 members of the harem. Please take a look." Luke Thong became flustered, turning his face away to refuse with determination. "Ah, I don't need women." She, as if abandoned, questioned resentfully, "Why? Is it because you despise your servant for being ugly? The harem also has." He denied it loudly. "That's not it." Thuan Ni persisted, asking again, "Then why?" At this point, Luke Thong's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Because what I cultivate is the virgin boy technique. I cannot be near women. In the end, Luke Thong resolutely affirmed loudly, causing the barrier to gradually crack. In short, I will not associate with the concubines in the harem. The space changed abruptly, and Luke Thong woke up on the ground to find the scenery changed with countless fragments flying about. He stared strangely at the hand in front of him in despair. My cultivation, it's still only at the late stage of foundation establishment. It turns out everything just now was an illusion. Then, Luke Thong stood up and looked at Zhang Lai and Tan Lone observing through the water mirror and was disappointed. I'm only in third place. The atmosphere around Luke Thong was heavy with cold pressure. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. I thought I would be first in this test. The reward for first place could help me return to the soul transformation realm I was at before I possessed this body. In a fit of madness, Luke Thong's brows furrowed sinisterly. If that's the case, then anyway, upon entering the secret realm, everyone signed a life and death waiver. Even if something happens in the secret realm, no one will be held responsible. In that case, I will. Without hesitation, he condensed his spiritual power, summoning two sharp weapons that covered his hands. Luke Thong emphasized sinisterly, the only advantage is having two people. Combat power is the fundamental thing. In a flash, Luke Thong rushed forward, seething with resentment in his heart. My combat power is absolutely greater than yours. Tan Lone discovered it in time and urgently warned Zhang Lai. Brother Kong, be careful. The sharp tip of the weapon in Luke Thong's hand surged with power as it swung towards Tan Lone's face. He was terrified and panicked in his heart. The pressure is too great. The pressure this person is emitting is even greater than Tong Din and the 7 kills Dao Child. In this precarious situation caused by the man's power, Zhang Lai calmly stepped forward and placed a hand on Tan Lone's shoulder to reassure him. Immediately, a heaven-sent kick struck Luke Thong squarely in the stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. The weapons in his hands also shattered accordingly. Under the harsh desert sun, Luke Thong was sent flying far away by the blow, skidding across the grass. Then, Zhang Lai, with a cold expression, sneered, "You managed to reach the soul transformation stage with a temperament like this? What a lucky guy." Upon hearing those words, Luke Thong felt a chill run down his spine. His face turned pale as he stammered his guess. That was a focused sound transmission, spoken only to me? He deliberately exposed my biggest secret. He must be an integration stage mighty figure. Seeing his power, the nearby Tan Lone showed his admiration. Brother Kong, which sect are you from that you could cultivate to such a powerful level? All right, hearing this, Zhang Lai just gave a faint smile. Want to join my sect? It's not entirely impossible. Zhang Lai observed Tan Lone with satisfaction and silently affirmed in his heart. With Tan Lone's talent and temperament, he could absolutely become a candidate for the human emperor, competing to be the next successor. Unaware, he was foolishly flustered. Suddenly, the water mirror in front of them lit up, drawing both of their attention. Zhang Lai was surprised. It's Tong Din's illusionary realm now. Hearing her name, Tan Lone also eagerly moved closer to watch. Is at her. The image appeared, showing the Tan Lone inside sincerely expressing his feelings to Tong Din. Moving her, "Everything I have is all yours." Their hands clasped tightly. He smiled joyfully and radiantly, continuously praising Tong Din's contributions. It was you who saved my life from the hands of bandits. It was you who gave me countless heavenly and earthly treasures, so I could advance from the chi refinement stage to the late foundation establishment stage. Even after unifying the world, you shared the throne with me. This scene stunned Tan Lone. He wondered in confusion. What? The person Tong Din saved was me? The scene inside continued to unfold. Tan Lone honestly said to Tong Din, I have nothing to repay you with. If you really want to repay me, then... Before he could finish, Tong Din declared without hesitation, full of excitement, I don't want this throne anymore. Let's you and I go live in seclusion in the mountains. The surrounding scenery began to crack and shatter. The fake Tan Lone also disappeared, leaving Tong Din standing there in a daze. Witnessing this, Tan Lone froze, his mouth stammering as he asked, What is going on? His mind was in turmoil, unable to understand. Why? Wasn't the demoness trying to disrupt my Dao heart? Why did she save me? Why didn't she take the heavenly and earthly treasures? Why did she want to give up the throne? Why? Zhonglai asked coolly, are you still okay? Tan Lone staggered away, only managing to reply, I want to be alone for a while. In the desert until noon. The sun was high in the sky, its harsh rays making the air even more sweltering. The other cultivators had all emerged as well. They gathered excitedly, discussing amongst themselves. How long did it take you to break through in the illusionary realm? Over 4 years. What about you? 10 years. Among them, someone was worried, I lived until old age in the illusionary realm. Does that mean I failed? A young man approached from behind and curiously asked Fuck Kui, what about you? He coldly revealed, 1 year. That person was shocked and full of admiration. That's really fast. While everyone was still buzzing with discussion, a gentle voice announced, all participants have now left the secret realm. The 100 fastest will proceed to the next level. The voice continued, the others who have failed the challenge will leave the illusionary realm. As soon as the words were spoken, many people were forcibly controlled and dissipated with a stream of spiritual energy, surprising Fuck Kui. Finally, Manhwa appeared in her true form before everyone. She smiled gracefully and spoke. Now I will announce the results of the first test. As everyone focused their gaze on the sky to listen, Zhonglai was bewildered. Why do I sense a hint of schadenfreude in Senior Meng's voice? Am I mistaken? As expected, Manhwa directly exposed his true identity. First place, Human Emperor Zhonglai. The moment she finished, he fell into a silent stupor, while Tam Lone and Luke Thong were both startled and horrified. The announcement continued regardless. Second place, Ten Lone. Third place, Lai Luke Thong. Fourth place, Tong Din. Fifth place, Lai Fuck Kui. Of note is the 7 kills path. The other cultivators were terrified, frantically searching. What? Who's in first place? Human Emperor Zhong. I didn't miss here, did I? Where is he? Tam Lone, who knew the truth, stared at him with his mouth agape. He was flustered, pondering to himself, he is the Human Emperor Zhong. So, what did he mean just now when he said I could join his sect? Should I ask again? Just as he was about to step forward and ask, Tam Lone suddenly felt listless and tired. He was bewildered, questioning himself. Ask, why do I suddenly feel? When Zhonglai suddenly turned his head, he saw him falling and muttering to himself, "S.O. sleepy." Seeing this, Zhonglai calmly and unhurriedly took out a large item from his storage ring. All the cultivators were lying on the ground, deep in sleep. He sat on the bed he had just taken out and reminded himself, although I'm not sleepy, this is, after all, related to the second level's test. Zhonglai covered his face with his hat and decided, then let's enter the dream and see. The night was unusually quiet with a pitch-black sky devoid of any light. The desert was plunged into darkness. On a grassy field in this place, all the cultivators woke up at the same time. They looked around in confusion about what's going on. Are we in a dreamscape? But why can we see each other? Are the dreamscapes connected? Suddenly, Fuck Kui, off to one side, stated indifferently, it's the way of dreams. Tan Lone suddenly shouted, everyone, quiet down and listen to what Lai Fuck Kui has to say. Hearing this, the latter was startled and shocked. Fuck Kui. It seemed to have hit a nerve with Fuck Kui, whose face darkened. His eyes widened as he whipped around to demand, which damn bastard was that? Let's see if I don't chop him to death. When he saw the troublemaker, Fuck Kui softened. He quickly relaxed and let it go that it's Tan Lone. Then never mind. Tan Lone then casually walked over and urged Lai Fuck Kui, hurry up and speak. At this point, Fuck Kui slowly began to explain in detail that I've heard from my elders that there is a rare cultivation method called the way of dreams. Within the mystical world of the night, one can cultivate in dreams. When facing an enemy, one can force them into a dream, pulling the target into one's own dreamscape to fight. It's very similar to our current situation. Manhwa's voice once again echoed everywhere. Now, I will announce the second test. Currently, 100 cultivators have entered the dreamscape. In this place, you can freely imagine your own power. Upon hearing this, Zhonglai showed a dejected expression and guessed, this time, I'm sure Senior is secretly gloating. The announcement for the challenge began. Please begin the battle. The last one standing is the winner. A few young cultivators were confused and vaguely questioned. Freely imagine your own power. What does that mean? The cultivator in the hat, serious and full of spirit, proposed, then let me imagine I can move mountains with my bare hands. An entire giant mountain rumbled under his control. making him shout in alarm, "This, I can really do it." At this point, Tanlong also realized the meaning behind Mong Thuan's words. So that's how it is. The meaning of that sentence is, this is a dreamscape. We can do whatever we want. How strong you are depends entirely on your imagination. A cultivator, brimming with triumphant energy, rejoiced. "Golden core, I've broken through to golden core." Another flew up arrogantly to, "Yes. Oh, what if you're golden core? Watch me break through to nascent soul." Another, not to be outdone, boasted, "All you know is breaking through realms. Look at my true Kunpung form." Yet another angrily shouted, "Watch me transform into a true dragon." The one who had just boasted summoned a giant spirit beast from over the sea. "Watch my Kunpung overturn rivers and seas and sweep you all away." This made the other one even more determined not to lose. He summoned a fire-breathing dragon to destroy the Kunpung spirit beast. "I am a true dragon, ruler of the four seas, a tribulation transcendence mighty one. Who can be stronger than me?" Yet another person in the air used immense power to crush the dragon below, emphasizing, "A true dragon is nothing but a pile of ashes in the hands of someone like me, who wields the heavenly tribulation." Enough. A fierce battle ensued, causing earth-shattering explosions and brilliant flashes of light. Zhonglai calmly watched them wreak havoc. His face darkened at the chaotic battle scene, silently admiring them before wondering to himself, "These kids are fighting in a complete mess. Compared to them, isn't my fighting style too plain? Just one punch to send them flying." Seeing everyone so excited, Zhonglai rested his chin on his hand, seriously considering, "Maybe I should pull some tricks too? Take out all the Xinyuan swords and the like to show off." The group fought relentlessly in the sky, simultaneously roaring, "I'm now at the spirit transformation cultivation level. I'm not afraid of you. Take this move of mine. Go die. A mere nascent soul dares to fight me." Fuck Kui, while maintaining an attack formation, gnashed his teeth. "Heaven creates all things for man. You have nothing to repay heaven with. Be judged." And then he smiled as he observed the battle. "I like the heaven-severing 7 kills steal the most. Its power is immense, like a real immortal artifact." Zhonglai silently followed behind, assessing Fuck Kui. Looking at his current strength, he has only imagined the early integration stage. He has probably only heard rumors about the might of a Tribulation Transcendence Mighty One, but doesn't know how to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. He suddenly shook his head, assessing, in the end, imagination must be based on one's own perception. The true power of the heaven-severing 7 kills steal. I'm afraid he hasn't fully unleashed it. Suddenly, an extremely provocative voice came from the side. "Lie Fuck Kui. What are you being so arrogant about? Do you really think you're the 7 kills Taoist himself?" Zhonglai watched this novel situation with interest. Tanlong is only at the golden core stage, but he is quite steadfast, not imagining things wildly, but rather thinking about how to become a golden core in a way that suits him best. Based on this point alone, he has surpassed everyone else. At this moment, Fuck Kui turned around and snorted coldly in his heart. "You're only at golden core now. I'm already at the integration stage. I'm not afraid of you." Fuck Kui directly attacked Tanlong. "Watch me cut off your gossiping tongue." Tong Din quickly stepped forward and used a protective formation, scion of the 7 kills path. "How dare you?" Seeing this made Zhonglai raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Tong Din is using the concept of the pure lotus as a weapon, imitating the pure heart saintess. This is the power she has imagined. Fuck Kui remained confident and continued to expand his power source. "What is there that I wouldn't dare? Today I will cut off Tanlong's tongue. Not even the human emperor can stop me if he comes. I said so." The stream of power from his formation fiercely suppressed Tong Din, finally forcing her to the point of gritting her teeth to defend. Immediately after, Tong Din's protective circle shattered, sending them flying. But as Tanlong and Tong Din were thrown back, they were enveloped by a gentle golden light. The two looked to the side in surprise and saw Zhonglai using his power. Tanlong immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, human emperor." Tong Din was surprised. "Oh, he is the human emperor Zhong." He waved his hand, showing he didn't care, nor did he consider it life-saving. "You can't die in a dream." Suddenly, Zhang Li's eyes sharpened. However, between life and death, there's a great terror and also an opportunity. Perhaps it would be good to let you experience it once. Don't you think? Tianlong's eyes widened in excitement. Really? I want to try. Meanwhile, she shook her head and oh no way. He smiled in reply. Just kidding, it's best not to try such things recklessly. Zhang Li smiled and looked at Fuck Kui. That's quite a boast. Following that, he also respectfully explained to him, Human Emperor Zhang, I just wanted to test my own potential. Zhang Li sighed and took off his hat. I really shouldn't have been so honest with Senior Ming. As expected, I was found out. Suddenly, he became curious. So you want to fight me? He looked at him sincerely. Did I ask for the Human Emperor's guidance? Fuck Kui was still using his power, his mind filled with thoughts. Today, I am at the integration stage, and I have the heaven-severing 7 kills steel in my hands, making it even easier to defeat Tong Din and Tianlong. No one is my match. He nodded in satisfaction at his answer, worthy of a young man. When I was at the Foundation establishment stage, I encountered a similar situation. I also challenged the previous Human Emperor. Zhang Li smiled to himself seriously. Moreover, compared to everyone being respectful to me, I prefer it when people challenge me. Fuck Kui channeled power into the formation, successfully activating an explosive burst of energy. Tianlong looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. How sharp is this sword edge? Is this the 7 kills steel technique that can sever a corner of the immortal world? He directly used the sword to charge at Zhang Li. Kill. Zhang Li gently raised a finger to block the attack. The ancient sword Qi stood still, unable to move another millimeter. He was terrified by his power. Here, although I didn't hope to be able to hurt Human Emperor Zhang, I should at least be able to put some pressure on him. But he just casually blocked that immortal sword. Zhang Li exuded an oppressive aura and gave his assessment. You have some skill. An ordinary integration stage, cultivator, probably couldn't block this sword strike. But it's probably not enough to injure a tribulation transcendent stage, cultivator. Then Zhang Li directly broke the sword Qi, sending him flying high, let alone injure me. Everyone looked at him excitedly. Human Emperor Zhang is here. The scion of the 7 kills path just challenged the Human Emperor. Luke Thong became serious. Point 1 can challenge the Human Emperor? It's possible. My strength in the dreamscape is much stronger now. Yes, I'm also very strong now. As for Fuck Kui, who was blown away, he still shouted loudly, Everyone, don't you want the Human Emperor to give you some pointers? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He closed his eyes and smiled happily, with a sense of appreciation for him. All right, Zhang Li turned to look at Tong Din. You two can also join them and fight me. She shook her head and feared, no, I can't. She was flustered inside that he's the Human Emperor, and besides, isn't he angry that everyone is disrespecting him? Who would dare? Suddenly Tianlong scolded, Fool, the Human Emperor is kind enough to give us pointers, and you're refusing. Tong Din was directly horrified. Really? Luke Thong excitedly created a sword Qi, intending to attack. Human Emperor Zhang, please give me your guidance. Zhang Li looked at him and also got into a proper stance that I should get a little serious too. The next second, he easily raised his leg to block Luke Thong's move. Has he recovered his original strength? Then Zhang Li, without any effort, successfully sent him flying far away. Luke Thong could be seen being kicked an extremely long distance. After the dust cloud dissipated, Luke Thong's figure was revealed, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Everyone immediately broke into an uproar. This Luke Thong's strength must be in the top 10, yet he was defeated by Human Emperor Zhang in one move. It seems that relying on just 1 or 2 people is not enough to defeat the Human Emperor. So, suddenly, from behind, Fuck Kui shouted loudly, There's no need for chivalry when dealing with the Human Emperor. Everyone attack. The true dragon followed his voice and opened its mouth to spit out a bolt of lightning. My 4-clawed true dragon has nothing to fear. Behind Fuck Kui, a source of spiritual energy quickly appeared high above. Watch me activate these 8 immortal swords. Reconstruct the world. Besides the 2 of them, there's also someone who directly used a black heavenly tribulation. N01 can withstand my immortal ascension tribulation cloud. The 3 of them, with 3 different colors, quickly rushed forward and shouted in unison, Let's go together. Zhang Li smiled as he looked at the united group before him. What a lively bunch of kids. Facing this resounding offensive, he calmly created a shield and lamented, I really admire that you all still have dreams, unlike me, who can't even imagine an existence stronger than myself. Inside the barrier, Zhang Lai was stroking his chin and thought, I do know about things like two-dimensional foils or various mathematical weapons, but I only know the concepts. I don't understand their principles. It's not like I'm some genius physicist. He thought and calculated. If we're talking about becoming an immortal, I've never been to the immortal world, so I can't imagine what immortal power is like. Natural spiritual energy can't be converted either. Besides, ever since I reached the Mahayana stage, the human race has become the strongest race. Even if a true immortal came, I'm confident I would win. Zhang Lai became full of sorrow. If we're talking about wielding some kind of immortal artifact, I think the great halberd stored in my storage ring is the most powerful weapon. Although, because there's no enemy worthy of using it against, it's been gathering dust. And then he frowned at this bunch of flashy skills. If we're talking about mastering some rule, then for me, undergoing a lightning tribulation is like taking a bath. The rule of time, the rule of space, these things are too difficult for me. I can't imagine them. After a period of lamenting, Zhang Lai sighed. What a buzzkill. The three of them, seeing him so dejected, became so angry they gritted their teeth. This is infuriating. The true dragon's blood rushed to its head, and it charged forward in anger. Watch me. But not paying attention, it roared as he struck it right in its lower part. My chest scales. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zhang Lai said with a deadpan expression. The human race also has body tempering techniques. On Mount Suru, there is a dragon subduing and tiger taming Arhut who subdued a true dragon. Next was a kick to the true dragon's body. The human emperor's hall has a colossal body that resists lightning tribulations. Why must you covet the body of a foreign race? It was beaten by him to the point of being flung outside. It couldn't even let out a scream and lay sprawled on the ground, coming to a realization. Oh, that's how it is. I was previously obsessed with pursuing dragon blood, flood dragon essence, wanting to turn myself into a dragon man. The true dragon reverted to its human form and thought. Fortunately, I had the human emperor's guidance. Humans and dragons are fundamentally two different body types. How can they be perfectly integrated? I will have to change my path later and rethink the way of body tempering. Over here, Fuck Kui was punched away by Zhang Lai for the second time. At this point, only two people were left who could stand against him. The young man who was originally allied with the two true dragon guys raised his hand to summon Human Emperor Zhang. This next move will be heavenly lightning. He snorted coldly in his heart with confidence. Among heavenly tribulations, the three demonic immortal lightning is the hardest to overcome. How can anyone resist the heart demon, wanting to withstand the power of the immortal lightning alone? Meanwhile, Zhang Lai glanced up and commented, so it's the heart demon immortal lightning. This kid has a pretty good idea. Tan Lone was surprised to hear him say that he recognized what kind of heavenly tribulation it was with just a glance. That's right. After all, he has experienced the immortal ascension tribulation 5 times. Then Zhang Lai raised his hand and decided to make a move, but the power is still a bit lacking. He directly pulled the person who was channeling the heavens and earth over, scaring him. Hear this. How did you pull me over here? The iron law of the cultivation world, a lightning tribulation can only be undergone by one person. He looked at this tribulation lightning and shivered. The more people there are, the greater the power. The power of the heart demon immortal lightning was starting to lose control, expanding. Immediately after, the heavenly tribulation directly bombarded the area where the two of them were. Mong Thuan listened in horror. The sound of the thunder is terrifying. What level of terrifying lightning power are the two people in the center of the lightning tribulation facing? From within the dusty area, a golden barrier flashed. Zhang Lai yawned. While he was so scared, he sat down on the ground. She was directly astonished. The human emperor single-handedly resisted a lightning tribulation of double the power, just to let the one controlling the lightning tribulation face the heart demon. At the same time, he started to raise his hand, not feeling anything at all. He was disappointed in his heart. The lightning tribulation is too weak. You imagined you could control the lightning tribulation, but this is all. You can manage. He directly pulled Tan Lone into the barrier. You come too. Zhang Lai smiled and looked up. Let's see what happens when the power of the lightning tribulation is increased fourfold. As for him, he had already closed his eyes, hypnotizing himself in his heart. Don't panic. don't panic. I must trust that the human emperor is only letting me face the heart demon, not the terrifying lightning. I just need to focus on resisting the heart demon. The lightning tribulation sensed a new person in the strike zone and immediately accelerated its approach. In the end, it spared no one, striking down with terrifying force. Zhonglai thoughtfully made a serious assessment that it's a little itchy. Tong Din and the other person on the other side saw him looking over and panicked at IS. Is it our turn soon? But after some calculation, Zhonglai ignored them both. The others haven't cultivated enough. It's too early for them to confront the heart demon. He sighed in his heart. I can't, just for the sake of getting a massage from the lightning tribulation, destroy the flowers of the 9 provinces. I have to look at the bigger picture too. Suddenly Zhang Lai sensed the source of the situation trembling. I can't overcome the heart demon. He directly slapped him. You brat, you only know how to let others confront the heart demon, but you yourself can't do anything against it. Zhang Lai lectured him seriously. After you go back, you must find a way to properly confront the heart demon. And then he, now calm, quickly asked, Human Emperor Zhang, why didn't you fall into the heart demon? An explanation came up. The heart demon is unavoidable. Once the heart demon is triggered, a cultivator can only face it. There is no second way to resolve it. Even Human Emperor Zhang is no exception. He touched his chin and said, Me? I probably scared the heart demon away before, so the heart demon doesn't dare to come near me. The heart demon transformed into the previous generations of human emperors and pleaded, Sorry, I was wrong. It was truly confused in its heart. How come everyone attacked together but couldn't even beat him alone? After listening for a long time, the young man beside him was dumbfounded. The power of human Emperor Zhang truly exceeds my imagination. He can even scare the heart demon. In the end, is it the heart demon or are you the heart demon? Of the heart demon. He was serious as he bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, human emperor, for your guidance. As he walked away, he still looked back in doubt. Tan Lone is still resisting the heart demon. That's really good. If I had a state of mind like Tan Lone, perhaps I would also be valued by human Emperor Zhang. Tan Lone silently closed his eyes, cold sweat pouring down unceasingly, as if he had endured a fierce battle. After a while, he finally broke free from the heart demon. Zhang Lai was pleased to see that Tan Lone could control it. Not bad. To directly break the false heart demon, you truly have the qualifications to be a choice for the position of human emperor. Your aptitude and mental state are both superior. On the other side, Tongdin looked at him with a face full of excitement. That is so amazing to be able to break the heart demon at the foundation establishment stage. There aren't many in the entire 9 provinces who can do that. Zhang Lai curiously asked Tan Lone, What was your heart demon? He looked up at the sky and recounted. When I was young, my master often threw me into a coffin in a pitch-black room. It was like being haunted. I was very scared. He guessed, so your heart demon is ghosts. Unexpectedly, Tan Lone's answer was beyond all limits. My heart demon is Master Veen Gahan. Just now, the heart demon took on his appearance, and I gave him a good beating. After hearing this, he looked at him speechlessly. Good kid, your master held me up at the gate of the Qingchang Mountain Manor, and at the entrance of the secret realm, you also held me up. You too, master and disciple, are you looking for me? Suddenly a strange voice rang out. This test is over. I will, based on the performance of the previous 2 tests, reward the top 30. The people gradually came out and excitedly clasped their hands respectfully at Zhang Lai. Thank you, human emperor, for your guidance. We will engrave it in our hearts and bones. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Lai turned to start a conversation. Senior Meng, you seem very happy. Meng Chun's expression was cold as she said, I'm not happy. I thought I could see the legendary Mahayana stage, but it turns out you didn't use your full strength at all. Hearing this, he laughed out loud. I had no choice. Apart from that little fellow who transformed into a true dragon and had the physical strength of the tribulation transcendent stage, the highest among the others was only the integration stage. I couldn't use my full power against them. With a calm expression, he was very self-aware. It would leave a psychological shadow on them. If I were to become their inner demon, then their future cultivation would become truly difficult. Her gaze sharpened. That's true. In that case, why don't you let me test the power of the Mahayana stage? Meng Chun was confident and certain at the moment she looked at him. I have nearly reached the Tribulation Transcendent stage and have seen many Tribulation Transcendent stage masters make their moves. I can naturally imagine what a true Tribulation Transcendent stage is like. Jianglai nodded obediently. As you wish, Senior Meng. In the quiet night, Meng Chun's thoughts were full of melancholy. In the dreamscape, I have displayed the way of dreams and the way of illusions. Countless moments of astonishment passed through her heart. I can reverse yin and yang, turn illusion into reality, a mix of real and unreal, with countless wondrous spells, layered one upon another. Yet I still couldn't escape the fate of being broken by Jianglai with a single hand. Meng Chun praised him, truly worthy of being rarer than the number of Mahayana stage cultivators who ascend to become immortals. She gently approached Jiang Li's side. Human Emperor Jiang is in first place. According to the rules of reward, you can make any request of me. Speak. What do you want me to do? My foundational technique, the great dream of 1,000 autumns. Shall I tell you of things past, or perhaps? And then Meng Chun, with a seductive expression, asked, "Do you want me?" Immediately after, the system's notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Jiang Lai put on a professional smile and replied, "What is Senior Meng saying? My uninvited arrival has already broken the rules of the mystic realm. How can there be a case of a human emperor and a foundation establishment stage cultivator competing for opportunities? Senior Meng might as well remove my name, move the second place to first and the third place to second." At that, Meng Chun snorted, silently cursing in her heart, clueless about romance. He tactfully added, "Since Senior Meng has not pursued the matter of my entering the mystic realm, in return, Senior Meng can make a request, and this Jiang can help." She deliberately made a difficult request. "Can you get me out of the mystic realm and back to the 9 provinces?" But Jiang Lai honestly shook his head. "Not at the moment." She sighed, "Is that so?" Suddenly, Meng Chun realized something. At the moment, he explained, Senior Meng is also aware of your current situation. Right now, you are just a remnant soul entrusted to the mysterious mystic realm. He honestly stated the way to escape the mystic realm. You must collect all 3 spiritual souls and 7 mortal souls to be able to escape the mystic realm. Meng Chun shook her head, accepting her fate. Human Emperor Jiang need not comfort me. My main body has already failed the tribulation and cannot be reincarnated. Where could I possibly gather my 3 spiritual souls and 7 mortal souls? She was then encouraged by Jiang Lai. Senior Meng's remnant soul is the most lucid remnant soul I have ever seen. By my estimation, as long as Senior Meng maintains this state for another 200 years, you will be able to generate a soul from the void. Before her astonished eyes, he affirmed, becoming a new, independent life form, the great dream lay scholar. To be clearer, in this world, most lives are born as a result of souls constantly reincarnating, but there are some exceptions. That is when an object receives enough spiritual energy, the essence of the sun and moon, forging a substance with latent spirituality. After a long period, it can give birth to a spiritual consciousness, and from there, a new soul is born. He made a promise. In 200 years, I will come to protect your Tao. Meng Chun was overjoyed. Thank you, Human Emperor. The scene shifted outside to a strange valley where waves of green light appeared. The figures of the group quickly appeared. They had left the mystic realm. Seeing someone come out, Wu Xing rushed forward, calling out a name, Little Wan. As soon as they saw each other, they started talking over one another. Master. He was also excited. Little Wan, we haven't seen each other in 10 years, and Master has become stronger. I heard you entered the mysterious mystic realm, and I was afraid you'd be bullied by people from other sects, so I rushed here to help. Master, you worry too much. I won't be bullied. Then they clasped hands and said in unison, Little Wan, listen to me. Master, listen to me. I met Human Emperor Jiang. Realizing their words were identical made them both fall silent. Suddenly, Jiang Lai appeared before the master and disciple. Qin Wan, it seems I have quite a bit of fate with you too, master and disciple. He smiled warmly. I didn't come here for anything else, just to tell you something. Qin Wan has a chance to compete for the position of Human Emperor. Yuan Wu Xing also has that chance. He was stunned, unable to believe it. Me, really? He chuckled to himself. Yuan Wu Xing's nature is not bad, and his talent is good. It's just that his mentality is not yet stable. His heart is still timid. Then Jiang Lai smiled and encouraged him. You did not do badly. He observed Wu Xing and commented, the experience in Qingcheng has made him realize, dispelling his timidity, and he has silently formed his core into a nascent soul, a top-grade nascent soul at that. As Jiang Lai left, he reminded them, as for whether you can become a candidate for the human emperor or the actual human emperor, that will depend on your own fortunes from now on. Then, without another word, he shot up into the sky. There's nothing else. I'm leaving. Qin Wan took this opportunity to express himself. Master, this disciple has had some recent insights and wants to go out to gain experience, but there's no one at the temple. You should watch over Qing Feng Temple. Wu Xing was also flustered. Little Wan, your master is now a nascent soul master. How can I be tied down in a temple? The only way to break through is to roam the world and broaden my knowledge. You must have a lot of affection for Qing Feng Temple. It's best if you stay at the temple. Qin Wan confronted him sharply. You left me at Qing Feng Temple when I was 10, not asking or caring for 10 years. How can you say such a thing? He retorted just as fiercely. Didn't I leave Qing Feng Temple to seek opportunities for a breakthrough? Without becoming a nascent soul, who would protect your Tao? The scene quickly shifted to a majestic mountain. A note was visible on the door of Qing Feng Temple, clearly stating, Master and disciple are traveling. Return date to 9 provinces unknown. Song Ying snorted in annoyance. Don't think you can go alone. I'll find you immediately. The scene moved up to the clear blue sky, with the sun shining gently. Jiang Lai, flying high above, spoke up. System, hurry up and calculate the mission rewards. He smugly thought to himself, I'm about to enter the immortal realm. This is so exciting. With sparkling eyes, Jiang Lai thought to himself, that wasn't the original purpose of using this cheat system to use the spatial teleportation function to go to the immortal realm. Not making him wait long, the system's voice rang out, activating origin point reading function. The host can, by consuming origin points, touch the cover of a book and memorize all its contents. The consumption of origin points is correlated with the level of the content within. After reading it, Jiang Lai pouted. This function seems somewhat useful, not completely useless, but I won't use it much. The system continued to display a notification, activating spatial teleportation function. The host needs to... He excitedly gave a direct command. Quick, teleport me to the immortal realm. The system stated its condition impassively, requesting the host to provide the coordinates of the immortal realm. Hearing this, Zhang Li's face went blank, looking very dissatisfied with this system. He yelled in anger, teleport me to the immortal realm. The system still displayed, requesting the host to provide the coordinates of the immortal realm. At this point, Jiang Lai could no longer contain his anger and loudly berated it. The immortal realm is so vast. I'm telling you I don't know, but you don't know the coordinates either? If I knew the coordinates of the immortal realm, I would go there myself. What would I need you for? He let out a frustrated, helpless laugh. I really can't stand this crappy system. Since I got this system, I haven't received a single useful item or feature. All I got was a Qi refinement stage starter pack, and the things in the store aren't even in stock. Useless things like map fragments, a spirit artifact that can explode with just a drop of blood. He then punched straight at the useless face of the fake operating system. What kind of counterattack system is this? It should be called the high blood pressure system. After that punch, a bizarre space was torn open in the sky. That space slowly expanded until it was larger than him. In a moment, Jiang Lai regained his composure and sighed. If I knew the spatial coordinates of another world, I could just punch my way there. What would I need a spatial teleportation function for? And as for things like turbulent astral winds in the void, they pose no threat to me at all. He then closed his eyes with a heavy heart. But I don't dare to recklessly cross the void to find the immortal realm, because I'm afraid of losing my way. If I can't find the immortal realm, and can't find the 9 provinces either, wouldn't that be too tragic? Suddenly the system came back to life, jumping up with a notification. Unknown world has been discovered. As soon as he saw this notification, Jiang Lai was very surprised. An unknown world? Next was the introduction provided by the system. This wasn't too strange because it was mentioned in ancient texts that there are countless worlds managed by the immortal realm, and in each world, there are heavenly steps to ascend to immortality. As long as someone in that world meets the standard to become an immortal, they can become one. The Nine Provinces world is one of the places with the most immortals among the worlds. He pointed at the spatial hole he had just punched and questioned, "Is that another world on the other side?" The system quickly replied, "Correct. The system has discovered an unknown world by tearing the void." Not stopping there, Jiang Li's curiosity grew to it might be one of the worlds that the immortal realm governs. So maybe that world also has heavenly steps to become an immortal. Seeing his suspicion, the system displayed a suggestion. You wish to proceed with teleportation? Jiang Li smiled slightly and thought again. Looks like this system has some use after all. He asked again to be sure, "Can I come back?" But he still couldn't trust this shoddy operating system. "That I have to see if this system has a trap. If by chance I can't come back, I can only learn from Robinson Crusoe and maybe even write a chronicles of the human emperor's adventures." In response to Jiang Li's suspicion, it quickly spoke up. "The system has recorded the coordinates of the Nine Provinces world and can teleport back." Hearing the confirmation, Jiang Li was delighted. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's teleport." But once again, it bluntly announced, "Insufficient origin points, unable to teleport," making Jiang Li so angry he wanted to curse. His face darkened as he complained, "Where am I supposed to get origin points?" He didn't have 10 points, but the system was very helpful in its explanation. The host can obtain origin points by completing missions or selling goods. This system will buy them back with origin points at 1/3 of the store price. After listening for a long while, Jiang Li wearily realized, what a profiteer, buying at 1/3 the price, but selling to me at the original price. If you had any conscience, you wouldn't say that. Not let him off. It continued to offer some conditions. Does the host wish to select a side mission, an origin point mission? He said helplessly, yes. Immediately after was a series of notifications announcing the mission. Please ask the host to return to Shouyang Mountain and dig 200 caddies of Shouyang stone. The scene quickly shifted again to a mountain. Suddenly, that mountain was lifted high into the air, causing dust to fly everywhere. The one who caused this phenomenon was none other than Jiang Li. He lifted the mountain and said to the system in a challenging tone, "Here, the entire mountain range has been dug up, guaranteed to be more than 200 caddies." Helpless against the main character's outrageousness, it had no choice but to announce, "Congratulations to the host for completing the origin point mission. The reward is 50 origin points." Jiang Li hastily made a request. "Quick, teleport me to the world you just found." But the system still did not accept this proposal and issued another notification. Another 56,800 origin points are needed. Insufficient origin points. Unable to teleport. Hearing this information, Jiang Li's face darkened and a vein popped on his forehead. If this damn system could take a physical form, I'd be the first one to beat it up for sure. Without any hesitation, he directly threw the mountain far away. Doing this kind of mission will take forever. Why didn't you say you needed so many origin points sooner? After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Li decided to speak up, open the store. It seems the only way is to sell things for origin points. He looked around at the items on the store's list and realized the most common were various cultivation techniques. The cheapest could only cultivate to the golden core stage and only cost 100 points. Cultivating to become an immortal was the most expensive, requiring 1,000,000 points. Suddenly, Jiang Li fell silent. He looked towards the setting sun as if thinking about something. A moment later, he opened a scroll. Jiang Li gently wrote on it with a brush pen. After writing everything he needed to, Jiang Li said to the system, "Here, the setting sun soul hooking technique. A technique that can be cultivated to the early integration stage. The setting sun soul hooking technique. Cultivating this technique can utilize the afterglow of the setting sun. Anyone hit by this technique's attack will involuntarily recall painful memories from their past, thereby losing their will to fight." It quickly announced, "The host has received 10,000 origin points." This left him stunned, amazed, and flabbergasted on the spot. Realizing that writing a technique gave more points than a mission, Jiang Li didn't hold back in scolding this crappy system. "You didn't say so earlier, and you even made me move a whole mountain." Immediately after, a pile of new techniques were copied out by him with all his effort. Withered Glory Reincarnation Method, Unceasing Life Technique, Great Strength Mountain Moving Technique. "Here, I've written 3 new techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, the system directly judged, received a total of 110,000 origin points. Jianglai urged it, "Quick, teleport me to the unknown world." At this point, nothing could stop him anymore. The system directly announced its activation, beginning teleportation. Immediately after, Jiang Li's entire body was enveloped in a bizarre purple ring of light. He slowly stepped inside, his body gradually sinking into the space of the new world. At this moment, he stood alone in an exquisite cosmic space. After a moment here, he observed with emotion. The system's spatial methods are incredibly profound. So profound that I don't understand the system's methods. But then Jiang Lai sighed. "What the hell can I understand? I know nothing about spatial passages." He then put a hand to his chin and thought, "When I have a chance, I'll go to Mount Sumeru to test it out. Old Buddha Sumeru understands spatial passages the best. Maybe he can learn something from it." Thinking this, Jiang Lai slowly stepped into the new world full of light. He was curious about the place he had arrived at and realized this was the unknown world. Before Jiang Lai was a vast desert full of sandstorms. Jiang Lai slowly used a barrier, walking and assessing. The gravity of this world is similar to the 9 provinces. To be more certain, he reached out and grabbed a handful of sand, noticing the material composition is also relatively similar. From this, a doubt arose in his heart. It's just, why is the spiritual energy so thin? He also quickly noticed other problems. The spiritual energy in the 9 provinces is also unevenly distributed, with some extremely scarce places called spiritual energy forbidden lands. The spiritual energy is pitifully scarce. Even a single spiritual root cultivator practicing in a spiritual energy forbidden land couldn't cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Jiang Li's eyes were filled with confusion. The spiritual energy in this unknown world is even less than in the spiritual energy forbidden lands of the 9 provinces. A place like this cannot produce cultivators. To verify this, a ring of light appeared in his eyes. Within the range of his divine sense scan, there was no sign of any people. As soon as he used his divine sense, what appeared in Jiang Li's eyes was a pile of demonic beasts heading his way. One. A herd gathered together, that is, at the same time, the demonic beast, surrounded by dark power, gradually approached him. When it got close to Jiang Lai, he was not afraid at all, but rather observed it calmly. It wasn't long before the demonic beasts, upon seeing Jiang Lai, went into a frenzy and charged to attack. Faced with their bloodthirsty appearance, he just calmly looked at the herd of demonic beasts and gave a command, "Freeze." Through his divine sense, Jiang Lai looked at the demonic beasts with great excitement. I've never seen creatures like this in the 9 provinces. And then he suddenly realized it's not that they're so hungry they have to eat sand, but rather, from the image of the demonic beast's body, their body structure determines that they can only eat sand. The digestive organs, respiratory organs, and so on are all things I've never seen before. If my divine sense analysis wasn't strong enough, I basically wouldn't be able to distinguish the functions of these organs. Through this, Jiang Lai assessed the demonic beasts. The bodies of this herd of wild beasts are very strong. The leader could have the body of a golden core stage, and the others also have the bodies of the foundation establishment stage. After finishing his investigation, he turned and left at I don't know why, but my instincts want me to stay away from these wild beasts. They give me a very unpleasant feeling. Jiang Lai continued to walk through the sandstorm, trying to gather more information. He looked around in silence, and oh wonder those gray wild beasts eat sand. Because this world only has 2 things, gray wild beasts and sand. A confused state of mind noticed something strange here. Let alone people, there aren't even other species. Thinking back to before made him start to become silent. That if the system told me this was hell, and this herd of wild beasts were beings condemned to the animal realm, I would believe it 80%. Then Jiang Lai decided not to explore anymore. System, teleport me back to the 9 provinces. Compared to this place, the 9 provinces is truly an immortal realm. The scene shifted. The sky had now become clear and blue. He flew in the air and calculated that I'm really not interested in that gray world. Its only use is to go there later to try transcending the tribulation, to see if it's possible to ascend. Jiang Lai closed his eyes and sighed. Maybe that world is connected to the immortal realm. He raised his hand, smiling as he prepared to punch another hole. Well then, let's try creating another spatial rift. Following, there were earth-shattering punches in the sky. Looking around, the fragments in the universe appeared, making him wonder the system isn't showing a notification for an unknown world. Jianglai glanced, and only then did he realize it seems finding the gray world with one shot was just luck. Suddenly, a communication talisman appeared beside him, catching Jiang Li's attention. Immediately after, Kong Hu appeared with a message. Brother Jiang, the investigation you asked for has results. All the former human emperor candidates said that no one on their side has ever met the man in black. Hearing him say that really made him curious. That's strange. In his heart, he was already full of confusion. Why could the man in black be so sure that I could become the human emperor? Or is he really just promoting the demonic path? After a moment of thought, Jianglai instructed Kong Hu, then you go to the heavenly secret pavilion and issue a commission. They have many methods. Tell them to investigate. Who taught Jiang Yixing the demonic cultivation method 380 years ago? After hanging up, he also turned and left. There was nothing left for him to do in the Great Zhou. Back to the human emperor's palace. Suddenly, the silent system appeared, announcing a new mission. It appeared before Jianglai and assigned the mission. The Great Zhou Imperial Academy is about to recruit students. The 4 great academies are the advantaged academies. 60% of students can pass the entrance exam for the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. You did not graduate from the 4 great academies. Therefore, you are ridiculed by the academy students. It continued to make a very lenient offer. Please achieve first place in the Great Zhou Imperial Academy's entrance exam. This mission can be abandoned. After making the request came the enticement. Mission reward point 1 drop of true dragon blood, 1 beast shaping pill. Unlocks special mission, Immortal Realm Maze. Jianglai looked at the item in the reward section and asked the system with some curiosity, what is the Immortal Realm Maze? But this shoddy system was still as blunt as ever, tricking him first. Mission has not started. The host has no right to know. The more mysterious it was, the more Jianglai liked it. He gave an interested smile. Accept mission. Immortal Realm Maze. Interesting. In the light of the evening sunset, Jianglai felt emotional. Besides, the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. It's really been a while since I've been there. The scene shifted, and a shout echoed in the dark forest. This way. Jianglai ran this way. Brothers after him. Don't let him live. He remembered that moment, clutching his wound, a doubt rising in his heart that I worked so hard to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Am I going to lose my life here? Then Jianglai struggled to use his power that if it has to be this way, then I'll burn my 5-element spiritual root and use the burst of powerful combat strength for a short time. Either we all perish together, or I'll risk it for a chance to live. Seeing him burn his own spiritual root, the assassins took a cold breath. This kid is crazy. The result of doing this is a 90% chance of death. Even if he's lucky enough to survive, he can only become immortal without any spiritual energy. But they didn't think much of it and decided to charge forward. Kid, you should know that in the 9 provinces, being without a spiritual root is more uncomfortable than death. Immediately after, a world-shaking battle erupted. Rampant spiritual power spread throughout the forest, like a roaring tide, shaking both heaven and earth. After sweeping down all his opponents, Jiang Li's body swayed, his heavy gasps echoing in the blood-soaked silence. Good, so good, I'm alive. He slowly raised his hand, his trembling gaze looking down at his spiritual root. It's still there. It just went from the early foundation establishment stage back to the 9th level of chi refinement, and the foundation is also more solid. Then Jianglai, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down. That's good. I can still continue to cultivate. The scene shifted to the next morning. He sat meditating on the grass and suddenly realized, strange, I've actually cultivated to the 10th level of chi refinement. Jianglai raised his head, his hazy eyes flashing, and murmured softly, what if I continue to practice like this? Reaching the 20th level, can I still reach foundation establishment? What on earth is going on? Thus, he was filled with sorrow, lost in thought. I heard that the Great Zhou has the largest collection of books. That is the library of the Great Zhou Imperial Academy. I'll go there and see if I can find an answer. The scene transitioned to the morning. in front of the gate of a large city. Inside, Jiang approached and started a conversation with Ji. This brother, may I ask how to get to the Great Zhou Imperial Academy? He smiled and replied, I was just about to go there. Let's go together. Hearing this, he nodded and replied gently, thank you. The scene changes to the inside of a room full of books. Ji is now smiling at Jiang and asks, I heard you failed the initiation for this formation array again. Hearing this, Jiang doesn't rush to answer but asks back, I heard your cultivation isn't going well and you were complained about by your elders for wasting the talent of your heavy pupils. He was hit where it hurts and just chuckled evasively. That's good. I also specialize in the Tao of Time, unlike someone who is a jack of all trades and master of none in cultivation. Without beating around the bush, Jiang directly emphasized, my fists are very good. Do you want to try them? Hearing this part, Ji stopped teasing and shot up, making an excuse to slip away. It's time for class. See you later. Jiang couldn't be bothered and just bluntly let out a scolding remark, get lost. After Ji left, a silence enveloped the place. His eyes became profound, speculating based on the systematic cultivation knowledge I've learned at the academy during this time. I have a heavenly spiritual root, and it awakened early. Thinking about this issue again made him a bit pensive. The heavenly spiritual root conceals itself, appearing to the outside world as a 5 elements spiritual root. Normally, only a cultivator who relies on a 5-element spiritual root to cultivate to the nascent soul stage can awaken the heavenly spiritual root and from there soar to the heavens. These monologues kept echoing in his mind. Heavenly spiritual roots are very rare, and cultivating to the nascent soul stage with a 5-element spiritual root is even more difficult. Therefore, a heavenly spiritual root cultivator is a rare sight, seen once in 1,000 years. Thinking of this, he gave a faint, emotional smile. I never expected that by burning my 5-element spiritual root back then, I would unexpectedly force the heavenly spiritual root to awaken early. At this moment, Jiang could only look out the window in silence. Coming to the academy was truly the right decision. I gained knowledge, resolved my doubts, and even met a chatterbox. The harvest was quite abundant. The scene shifts to reality. He has now returned to this place. So fast, 500 years have passed in a flash. I was a student when I left the academy. Looking at the sign, Jiang unconsciously smiled and said to himself, I'm still a student now. Thinking about the unfinished task, he began to walk slowly again. The reward for the previous mission in the system was unlocking the origin point reading function. The new mission is to win first place in the entrance exam. It's clear that I've been asked to use the new function to win first place in the exam. Recalling that glorious time, Jiang smirked with satisfaction. Back then, without relying on the system, I was able to use my head to get first place in the entrance exam of the Great Zhou Royal Academy. Now, from the perspective of a Mahayana cultivator, isn't dealing with a small entrance exam as easy as turning over my hand? Then he went inside, but his mind was still wandering, thinking about that crappy operating system. Even using the system is an insult to my intelligence. Snapping out of it, he decisively called out, Boss, I want the best room to prepare for the exam. Hearing this, a maid came forward to receive him. All right, this way, please, young master. Jiang went inside. Many students were still studying. He looked at everyone, a slight smile on his face. The exam day really makes one nostalgic. 2 young men saw Jiang and immediately started whispering. This kind of person with no ideals is such an eyesore. Rote memorization is so stupid. You can tell what kind of person he is at a glance. The boy in white, slightly indignant, said to his fellow student, look at the top scores in our library. They usually sleep more than anyone else in class. After the exam, they sigh with a long breath and say this question is wrong. That question is incorrect. I thought being top of the class was no big deal. When the results came out, he was still at the top of the class. I'm still at the top from the bottom. Then they sighed together. We should just mind our own business. On another side, a few students were still discussing something quite animatedly. There's a beauty in this exam, even more beautiful than our academy's belle, completely incomparable. She's absolutely a rare beauty in this world, unforgettable after seeing her once. With that, they immediately rushed off in their curiosity. Is that so? Then let's go take a look too. What's her name? Jiang Jingxin. Although he was standing still in a corner, what they were discussing reached Jiang Li's ears. He turned to look puzzled. Jiang Jingxin, why does this name sound so over the top? The scene changes in a morning sun shining down the academy's corridor. People are walking behind, admiring a beautiful girl. At this moment, by a chance encounter, Jiang Li walked directly forward and blocked Jingxin's path. It really is you. The people behind were dumbfounded with doubt at this scene. Who is that kid? None of us dare to go up and talk to her. He just directly blocked her way. As soon as she saw him, Jingxin immediately became cheerful. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's truly fate. The crowd behind still refused to leave, determinedly hiding behind a pillar to eavesdrop on the conversation. Hey, they know each other, damn it. The beauty seems very close to him. The two of them recognized each other and slowly walked side by side. At this time, Jiang Li took the initiative to ask, why have you come down from the mountain? Doesn't your sect rarely leave the pure land of the mortal world? Without a disguise, no one would recognize you. To this question, she recounted pensively. A few hundred years ago, I came down the mountain to cultivate for a few years, and after that, I rarely left the pure land of the mortal world. Jingxin's gaze towards Jiang Li was a bit sorrowful as she honestly confessed. This time, I just wanted to come out and relieve my boredom. Understanding the reason, he asked the key question, so, you are Jiang Jingxin. It made her feel guilty, and her face turned all red. Then she coughed lightly to regain her composure. But deep down, her heart was in turmoil. This name was naturally chosen with selfish intentions. But who could have expected to meet Jiang Li here? It's truly embarrassing to death. Deliberately changing the subject, Jingxin skillfully shifted the topic. What should I call you now? He replied without hesitation, Kong Li. The Kong and Kong Rong yielding the pair. She was suspicious. Kong Li? What does Kong Rong yielding the pair mean? He said it makes a lot of sense, of course, but it's better not to ask. I want to be a smart girl in front of him. Jiang Li changed the subject. Are you here for the entrance exam? What does this great Zhou Royal Academy have that is worthy of the holy maiden of the pure land of the mortal world coming to study? Even if there is, you don't need to pretend to be a student. She smiled and asked back, what about you? Didn't you used to come to the great Zhou Royal Academy every 30 years to give a lecture? Once? You said you wanted to repay the favor of helping you resolve your doubts. Why are you a candidate this time? He said nonchalantly, reminiscing about childhood. She smiled teasingly. I remember you entered the academy at the age of 20. Your childhood is quite long, isn't it, classmate Kong Li? Jiang Li awkwardly scratched his cheek. How does she know what age I enrolled? Jingxin smiled brightly and said, since we're both taking the exam, why don't we have a little competition to see who can get first place? He smiled and accepted. All right, let's add a prize. The loser has to grant the winner one condition. The two raised their hands and high-fived as a promise. A deal is a deal. The other people saw him being so intimate with Jingxin and held their heads, wailing. Oh God, he's actually that close with the beauty. Damn it, I'm jealous. I hate it. Jiang Li asked tentatively. Speaking of which, it's been over 2 months. Has the red dust fairy woken up? She recounted. She woke up a few times, each time for longer than before, but she still sleeps more than she's awake. The image of a person appeared in her mind. After waking up, Ancestor didn't say anything, just walked around and around the Pure Land, staying the longest at the immortal peach tree. He assessed as he walked. It seems the red dust fairy state is still unstable. I've already greeted Emperor Mengjiang and Emperor Wei. Keep the matter of the red dust fairy a secret. You must absolutely keep the matter of the red dust fairy a secret. Then Jiang Li's face darkened. If any news gets out, some old geezer who met the red dust fairy back in the day might storm the pure land of the mortal world. Jingxin smiled and replied, I understand, but if Ancestor wants to run out, we can't stop her either. The scholars hiding behind were mad with anger. Kill that guy. Let's go hire an assassin from the Heavenly Kill Pavilion. I don't have money. I don't either. Then they realized their own helplessness. Then forget it. The scene changes now in a library. Jiang Li picked up a book and walked slowly. Now, I have to prepare for the exam properly, not to bully a bunch of students to get first place, but to surpass the holy Maiden Jingxin to get first place. On a shelf, there were many precious books. He looked at the pile of books and sighed. Of the reference books bought on the street, 8 out of 10 were written by me, and the other 2 are commentaries on my books. Jiang Li placed a hand on his chin and began to use his memory. I remember 500 years ago, the reference books I prepared for the exam were all widely circulated throughout the 9 provinces. Then he let out a breath. Those who know would think I'm an honored graduate of the academy. Those who don't would think I'm the teacher who sets the questions. Jiang Li propped a hand on his face and began to consider seriously. After I reached the Mahayana stage, my understanding of cultivation deepened, so I compiled some insights into books for the vast number of cultivators to study. Immediately after was his realization. As long as one has cultivated to the integration stage, they will have a systematic understanding of cultivation. After all, without theoretical support, one cannot cultivate to the integration stage with only a half-baked knowledge of cultivation. Next is a scene of a group of people searching for the path of cultivation. The tribulation transcendence and Mahayana stages go without saying. For cultivators of lower cultivation levels, it's almost like the truth. Jiang Li was a bit helpless and pensive. I'm the only one at the Mahayana stage, so it's reasonable for students to choose books I've written. His expression gradually became speechless. Of course, cultivation is cultivation. If you ask me to write about how to practice alchemy or artifact refinement, sorry, I don't know, I can't write a book on that. Suddenly, Jiang Li's spirits lifted. He was curious. If the exam is on books I wrote, how can I possibly lose? Let me think about what condition is set for the holy maiden Jingxin. The scene changes. The sky has turned a beautiful shade of blue. Inside the academy, a solemn voice rings out, "Begin answering." Jiang Li sat at his desk and wrote his paper with full confidence. With this kind of question, this bet is a sure win. Looking at the ridiculously easy question before him, he chuckled to himself. 1. The definition of cultivation and the general outline of cultivation. Too simple. It refers to the process by which living beings absorb spiritual energy to nourish themselves, gradually becoming stronger. He scrolled down to answer the 4th question. An excerpt from Human Emperor Zhong's Casual Notes. The opening says, "It has been raining heavily for several days. Today the sky finally cleared." Why did the author write this? And what does this sentence express? He was a bit stunned, thinking, today the weather is clear and sunny. Writing hastily, Jiang Li lifted his pen, his eyes filled with contemplation. I remember it was the rainy season then. It rained a lot for several days straight without seeing the sun. Finally, one day the sky cleared. I felt the weather was not bad and casually wrote down my feelings. Time passed quickly. Outside, the sky was already dyed the yellow of dusk. As Jiang Li came out, he saw Jingxin and casually asked, "You handed in your paper early too? How was the exam?" She smiled teasingly. "I've already thought of what to make you do." Jiang Li replied with full confidence, "I've also thought of what to make you do." As if their minds were connected, they spoke in unison, looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Sometime later, the system displayed a notification. Host's mission failed. It made Jiang Li's eyes widen in disbelief as he looked at the result. How the hell did I get it wrong on my own work? Jingxin gracefully used her hand to point at a high rank, gleefully showing Jiang Li. The two of us took the top 2 spots. But Jiang Li, with a look of existential crisis at this result, just walked away like a lost soul. She covered her mouth, unable to hold back her laughter at his appearance. The human emperor taking a test on his own book and getting first place from the bottom. "I can't. I'm about to lose it. This is too funny." Even though he knew she was mocking him, he wasn't angry, just showing a listless expression. "Want to laugh? Then go ahead and laugh." Jingxin still tried to cover her face and affirmed, "I'm not laughing." Then she finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "You have your day too?" Hearing this sentence made him even more frustrated, unwilling to accept this result. There must be a mistake somewhere. "When I'm fired up, don't ask who my dad is." Jiang Li, holding in his anger, decided to turn and leave. "Let's go, we're going to find the dean and settle the score, ask if they graded it wrong." The scene changes to Dean Li's study. He stormed in and loudly questioned, "Why my last place?" But his mind was still racing, making veins pop on his forehead with a strange smile. "If I got 2nd place and the mission failed, I'd accept it, but giving me last place, what is that about?" At this moment, to expose his overconfidence, Dean Li projected a screen and questioned him. "You still have the nerve to ask? Let everyone see what you wrote." Jingxin, at the side, also watched attentively. "Let me see too." More than half the exam was related to the books he wrote, yet he did so poorly. When the image appeared, the people on the side discussed. This person named Kong Li, he wrote very well. That's right, the foundation is clear, every word is distinct, and he even mentioned a lot of knowledge I've never heard of. You can tell he's very learned at a glance. Unlike me, who just memorized the book. To reinforce his certainty, Dean Li quickly spoke up. The answers are all in the book. As long as you read the book, you won't do too poorly on the test. Something was wrong here, which made her speak up for him. But I see that although what Kong Li wrote isn't exactly the same as in the book, it can't be considered wrong. Seeing Jingxin dare to refute him, Dean Li suddenly flew into a rage. He pointed directly at his paper and scolded. Not far off, these books are human Emperor Zhang's life's work. Every word is precious with endless meaning. How can you just replace it with your own words? With that, Dean Li proudly stroked his beard, emphasizing every word to them. With your current abilities, you are not yet qualified to understand the profound meaning in human Emperor Zhang's books. That's why you are required to memorize every word. Memorize first, understand later. So he passionately pointed out the mistake on Jiang Li's exam paper. For example, the definition of cultivation in this question, the general outline of cultivation, uses a whole page to define cultivation. 1. The definition of cultivation in the general outline of cultivation. Answer. It refers to the process by which living beings absorb spiritual energy to nourish themselves, gradually becoming stronger. But Kong Li just used one simple sentence to summarize it. How can that be? After listening to Dean Li's long-winded speech, he crossed his arms. His forehead creased like a cockroach's, sighed, and retorted loudly. Is it possible that the general outline of cultivation wasn't written for integration stage cultivators, but for chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators to read? That's why it's written in such detail. But can it be summarized in one sentence? Hearing this, Dean Li jumped up and confronted him. Absolutely not. How great is human Emperor Jiang? The books he wrote are naturally for all ages, all cultivation levels. Everyone can read them. He continuously questioned him. I have studied human Emperor Zhang's theories for over 100 years. I hosted every one of human Emperor Zhang's lectures. No one understands human Emperor Zhang's meaning better than I do. Two students on the side also sighed and discussed. That's just how the dean is. He doesn't allow anyone to say a single bad word about human Emperor Jiang. Right. His study of human Emperor Zhang's theories is so rigid. He says every word of human Emperor Zhang's theories is precious and not a single one can be changed. He continued to point at every word on the screen. And this reading comprehension question, you actually said it was just a sunny day with no other meaning. How can that be? How can something written by human Emperor Jiang not have a profound meaning? The more he spoke, the more passionate he became, as if Dean Li was immersed in a sacred atmosphere, his mouth ceaselessly preaching to the two of them. It rained for several days straight, but on that day it was sunny. Human Emperor Jiang wrote his casual notes on that day. Human Emperor Jiang's meaning must be that there will be many difficulties in cultivation, just like many days of rain, but eventually there will be a day when the rain passes and the sun comes out. We must overcome difficulties and continue to cultivate. This is human Emperor Jiang encouraging us. While he was engrossed in his own argument, Jiang Li, still with that annoying expression, cut him off and asked back, why must human Emperor Jiang always have a profound meaning? This one sentence from him was like poking Dean Li's reverse scale, and he shouted, how dare you? How can someone like you criticize? Human Emperor Jiang, not minding his anger, he continued to press. Is human Emperor Jiang a sage? Not a single word he says can be changed. Everything he writes must have a profound meaning. His conduct is upright without any flaws, and others are not allowed to criticize him. The more he heard, the more his blood boiled, and Dean Li could no longer contain his anger. He directly unleashed his power. Human Emperor Jiang is an honored graduate of our academy. Someone like you studying at the same school as human Emperor Jiang is a disgrace to the school, a disgrace to human Emperor Jiang. You absolutely cannot be admitted. The scholars outside were scared witless upon hearing this, crying out all over the place. What terrifying pressure! I can barely breathe. Just like the other scholars, Jingxin frowned unhappily seeing the situation escalate to this point. What is this? The dignified dean wants to use the pressure of an integration stage cultivator to intimidate a student? Watch me counter it. But before she could make a move, Jiang Li was one step ahead. He directly reached out to stop Jingxin and frankly posed a question to Dean Li. A disgrace to human Emperor Jiang? As he spoke, he gently removed his face covering, each word like a slap to Dean Li's face to wake him up. I think you're the one disgracing me. After seeing the face hidden behind his mask, Dean Li trembled. Kong, no, Jiang, Human Emperor Jiang. The eavesdropping crowd was in for a shock. It's Human Emperor Jiang. Oh my god, it's him again. The two scholars chatted casually. Hey, a direct slap to Dean Li's face. This is going to be a good show. I can say, I've been annoyed with the dean for a long time for just making us memorize things. Over here, Jiang Li stood before Dean Li, who was so scared he was sitting on the floor, and said slowly, when I first came to the academy, the academic atmosphere was open, students were free, and all kinds of theories and schools of thought competed. Then his expression turned serious as he emphasized, and now, it's practically become the Jiang Li Academy, treating the primer I wrote for Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment as a classic. Full of disappointment, he shook his head wearily. Even though I was tired, I still deliberately took the time to come to the library to give lectures, to inspire students, to guide them to think fully and diversely about cultivation. It seems it was all just empty talk. Under these words from Jiang Li, he remained unrepentant and switched to flattery mode. Jiang, Human Emperor Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were Kong Li. If it's you, then the exam paper is naturally full marks. Pondering, he listened to Dean Li's justification for his own mistake, and he could only look down helplessly before coldly declaring, Dean, it's not a matter of who I am. You haven't realized your mistake. I'm disappointed in you. With that, Jiang Li turned to leave without any lingering attachment, not forgetting to leave instructions. Everyone, go inform the students in the school. Say that I, Jiang, wish to hold a lecture. The title is Authority Cannot Be Trusted. The disciples behind cheered excitedly. Awesome. Love to hear it. Say more. The scene changes, now outside in the academy courtyard. Jingxin walked and laughed. Didn't you lose a condition to me? I won't make you do anything bad. He replied listlessly. Because of my arrogance, I lost a chance to find the immortal world. I'm just sighing. Hearing this, Jingxin looked at Jiang Li with a surprised expression. Find the immortal world? Did you find another clue? In Jingxin's mind, an image of him gradually appeared. Jiang, in his search for the immortal world, often did all sorts of eccentric things. For example, hearing that collecting all 4 dragon orbs could connect to the immortal world, he went to borrow the dragon orbs from the 4 Seas Dragon Kings. He directly knocked on the door back then. Is the Dragon King home? Lend me the dragon orbs for a bit. Her train of thought continued to the end. In the end, even when the plate of dragon orbs glowed, no passage to the immortal world appeared. Could it be that 7 are needed, but there are only 4 dragon orbs? As if seeing through Jingxin's thoughts, he became a bit suspicious. At this moment, a communication talisman suddenly flew out, a voice calling, Hey, is Jiang Li there? Hearing this voice, more sour than a lemon, made Jiang Li's face fall as he replied, Ji Xiong is here, get lost. Hung Tu appeared in the communication talisman and continued to poke at him. I'm looking for Human Emperor Jiang. What's a Dao sect walker like you butting in for? Suddenly, he saw her with him and raised a hand in greeting. Holy Maiden Jingxin is here too. That's great. Let me tell you, I don't have to face the damn face of that Changyu Daoist nun. Seeing the two of them greet each other, Jiang Li couldn't help but turn his face and threaten. If you still want me to come to your Dao sect's immortal artifact appraisal and appreciation convention, you'd better show me some respect. Knowing he had successfully caught his attention, he immediately changed his tone, his eyes full of anticipation as he invited, Brother Jiang, look at what you're saying. Didn't I come here specifically to inform you? Hung Tu quickly returned to a serious state and announced, according to my calculations, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal will complete one self-refinement cycle in another 20 days. The Immortal Artifact Appraisal and Appreciation Convention will open in 15 days. Next, he directly extended his hand as a request. You will represent the Human Emperor's Palace, and Holy Maiden Jingxin will represent the pure land of the mortal world. What do you think? The next second, Heng Tu turned around again. A glow from his body also appeared along with the action of pointing behind him. This directly angered Jiang Li. He was completely furious, grabbing the communication talisman in his hand and scolding. I knew you little brat were bad-mouthing me behind my back. After shooing Hung Tu away, he turned to ask Jingxin's opinion. There's still more than 10 days. How should we go to the Dao sect? Receiving this invitation, Jingxin didn't agree right away, but put a hand to her chin to think for a moment before giving an answer. Let's take a flying ship. It's been a long time since I've been on one. She then smiled to herself. It takes 10 days to get to the Dao sect by flying ship. I could get there in half a day. I'm not stupid enough to fly straight there. Once again, Zhongli was dumbfounded and waved his hand to leave. Then I'll fly over first, leaving her frozen stiff on the spot. Not letting Zhongli get out of her reach, Jingxin hurried to stop him. I'm a weak girl traveling alone on a flying ship. Aren't you worried I'll run into some danger? Still not understanding the deep meaning in this sentence, he looked at her as if she were an idiot. You're a late-stage integration cultivator. What does that have to do with being a weak woman? What danger could you possibly encounter? Only an outer realm heavenly demon could threaten you. Then Zhongli suddenly realized something. So that's it. You're worried about being attacked by an outer realm heavenly demon. He overthought it to the point of smiling. If she had been this cautious about Shanga Town and Xia Town back then, the later events wouldn't have happened. Now she's learned to be careful in all things. She's matured. After processing the information, Zhongli quickly said, "All right, then let's take the flying ship together." In his heart, he felt pity. Although what she's worried about is extremely unlikely, it's rare for her to have this sense of caution, so I shouldn't extinguish it. The scene changes. Now a flying ship is in the sky. At this time, Zhongli and Jingxin are standing silently in a corner on the ship. Suddenly, a reminder came from the hull of the ship. We are about to pass through the White Marsh Dynasty. Everyone be careful. Upon hearing this, she murmured, "The White Marsh Dynasty. I heard the current White Marsh Emperor is a hybrid of a Bai Zhe and a Qilin." Then, Zhonglai also discussed in surprise, demon beasts only recognize pure bloodlines, so they don't accept the current White Marsh Emperor. The White Marsh Emperor cannot wield the nation's fate and cannot suppress the 8 demon kings. Then he began to speculate. So the demon beasts are in disarray, becoming a den of bandits. Just then, the Eagle Lord suddenly appeared. The spirit stones on this flying ship now belong to this eagle demon. Seeing him, everyone was terrified and shouted, "We've run into a great demon again. We're doomed." Suddenly, a large amount of blood splattered out from behind him. At the same time, Wuji slowly walked over to persuade him. "Patron Eagle, lay down your butcher's knife and attain Buddhahood on the spot. Please let go of your weapon." Wang Bian, beside him, also added, "Eagle Lord, arson, murder, and pillage are not the actions of a gentleman." Despite their persuasion, he paid them no mind and gathered his strength to soar high into the sky. A mere little monk and a little scholar dare to obstruct this eagle demon. In the moment of crisis, Wang Bian turned and bowed to his friend, Buddha's son Wuji. "Long time no see. Are you also going to the Taoist sect?" The boy replied politely, "Patron Wang Bian, this little monk is going to the Immortal Tool Appraisal Assembly to broaden my horizons." Seeing the two of them together, everyone happily began to discuss. It's the closed-door disciple of old Buddha Shumi, the enlightened Buddha's son Wuji, and also the Confucian sect's walker, Wang Bian. It's them, we're saved. Next was a round of introductions. Buddha's son Wuji is rumored to be a reincarnated Buddha. Upon birth, he turned a small town into a Buddha land. When old Buddha Shumi heard of this, he rushed over, took Wuji as his closed-door disciple, and designated him as the Buddha's son. Following him is Wang Bian. The Confucian sect's walker, Wang Bian, at a young age, is already the national preceptor of 7 small nations. Because of the Confucian teachings of benevolence, these nations have become nations of gentlemen. Doors are not locked at night, and lost items on the road are not picked up. Confucian scholars at the God transformation stage all humbly ask him for advice on Confucianism and the Tao. The convergence of these two also attracted Jiang Li's attention. Jingxin leaned over to him and whispered, "I heard that because Buddha's son Wuji is a reincarnated Buddha, his cultivation speed is incredibly fast. At 14, he's already a nascent soul cultivator, breaking the record for the youngest nascent soul." She looked at him curiously. "Is Buddha's son Wuji really a reincarnated Buddha?" I asked old Buddha Shumi, but he just smiled and said nothing. Here's a brief explanation. Not just any Buddhist who goes to the Western paradise can be called a Buddha. Only those with profound Buddhist dharma, who possess a Buddha land in the immortal realm's Western paradise, are qualified to be called a Buddha. After listening to her chatter for a while, he looked over suspiciously and questioned, "Why are you so interested in this?" Seeing this, she immediately retorted his words. "Then what should I be interested in?" Faced with Jing Xin's questioning, Jiang Lai said with an unchanged expression, "He could be your master. Your master, Taoist Nun Qingyu, likes him, didn't you know?" Upon hearing this, her jaw dropped. "But the person master liked, wasn't he taken care of by you?" He added softly, "She can like another Buddha's son after that." Now, the flying ship is still soaring in the blue sky. High above, on the deck, Jiang Lai looked at this three-way confrontation and commented, "I don't know either. I'm not familiar with reincarnation." His face went a little blank as he thought, "I've lived for 500 years and still don't understand. Am I a transmigrator, or did I awaken the memories of my past life?" Jiang Li's voice continued to ring out. "It's just that old Buddha Shumi said that Buddha's son Wuji's Buddha nature is even better than his." He voiced his own speculation that he's intentionally letting Buddha's son Wuji become a candidate for human emperor to compete for the position of human emperor. Jingxin was a little surprised. Is that so? Jiang Li's eyes turned cold. "Moreover, whether he's a reincarnated Buddha or not, I can be certain. In his eyes, Wuji was extremely powerful. This little monk was an extremely powerful person in his past life." She looked up at him curiously. "What did you see?" Her heart was filled with questions that I know Jiang Lai is very knowledgeable about souls. Jiang Lai looked at Wuji, who was surrounded by a stream of power, and remarked, "A soul that doesn't match his age." He perceived Wuji with his heart that Buddha's son Wuji has an incredibly strong soul. Although it's still a nascent soul stage soul, it bears the traces of countless tribulations and trials. This is not something a 14-year-old monk should have, Jiang Lai thought seriously. When an ordinary person reincarnates, all traces on their soul dissipate, and they become a completely new person. I don't even know who I was in my past life. Through his eyes, Wuji's soul was extremely powerful, with long, winding characters, and Buddha's son Wuji's soul is so resilient that not even reincarnation could erase the marks on it. It can only be that he was too powerful in his past life, influencing this one. He closed his eyes, feeling helpless. As for whether he was a Buddha in his past life, Buddha's son Wuji has an incredibly strong soul. The scene shifts to Wang Bian. Eagle Lord, a gentleman holds righteousness above all. Wuji also tried to persuade him. Patron Eagle, repent and be saved. The Eagle Lord laughed contemptuously. Come on, stop with the nonsense. Your enlightenment only works on those below the golden core level. I am a nascent soul great demon. After hearing this, the two of them calmly said in unison, that is indeed the case. Then the boy took out a Dharma treasure and said, if the patron doesn't understand Buddhist Dharma, then this little monk. Wuji directly swung the Dharma treasure and struck at the Eagle Lord, causing him to cry out. Caught off guard, he was successfully ambushed by the boy and fell. Wang Bian also quickly raised his hand. Powerful characters slowly appeared. The Eagle Lord was bound tightly by his technique and panicked. It's actually immobilizing me. He was held in place high above by their combined efforts. Damn it, I can't move at all. Wang Bian slowly walked over. Using force like this is not good for one's state of mind. The Eagle Lord lost his composure and roared, then don't use force. The boy beside him was also a little flustered. That's right, but he won't listen to reason. What can we do now? He was also a bit tired. Let's persuade him again, okay? After that, the two of them put their palms together and murmured. The sage Mencius once said, human nature's tendency to be good is like water's tendency to flow downward. There are no men who are not good, and there is no water that does not flow downward. Although your face is fierce, I believe you are a kind-hearted person. Wealth and fortune are but passing clouds. The more you indulge, the deeper you sink. Patron, please let go of your attachments. The Eagle Lord wailed, tortured by their voices. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Well said. Is it too late for me to repent now? A gentleman has friends coming from afar. The crowd on the side was watching the spectacle. What they just used are replicas of the Brahma Tower and the Great Confucian's calligraphy. Heavens, I can't believe I'm seeing such treasures with my own eyes. Now for the introduction of the Dharma treasures. The ultimate treasure that suppresses the three-lay lines of Mount Shumi of the Buddhist sect is called the Brahma Tower. It's said to be extremely heavy, comparable to a small world of Lanfang. Thrown with full force, even a tribulation transcendence cultivator cannot withstand it. There are also legends that it can shatter space. The tower can freely traverse through space. Next is Wang Bian's. The great Confucian's calligraphy, though not equal to the Brahma Tower, is also an important immortal tool of the Confucian sect. Just by writing a single word on it, one's words can become law. The people on the ship were curious. Why are they replicas? Both of those are immortal tools. The Buddhist sect and the Confucian sect would naturally not let their juniors carry the real articles out. Jiang Lai observed from the side. Although not as good as the originals, they are more than enough for self-protection. The replicas are also in the category of Dao tools. The next part is a knowledge update. The 9 provinces divide treasures into 4 tiers. The first tier is spirit tools, which are sharper and sturdier than ordinary weapons, but without too many mystical properties. Foundation establishment cultivators can all obtain them. Still more knowledge updates. The second tier is Dharma tools, with power surpassing spirit tools. They can connect with a cultivator's thoughts, be controlled remotely, and can develop a slight sentience, helping the cultivator to automatically block enemies, and so on. A nascent soul cultivator can afford one by spending half their fortune. Following the second tier is the next realm. The third tier is Dao tools, which are extremely difficult to forge. They require a cultivator to have a deep understanding of a Dao, like the Dao of time of the great Zhou imperial family, the Dao of space of Mount Shumi, the Dao of dreams of Chunming, and so on. And the materials that can bear a Dao are incredibly expensive. Few God transformation cultivators can afford them. Usually, only ridiculously wealthy cultivators can afford them. The new realm is quickly conveyed. The fourth tier is, of course, immortal tools. In the 9 provinces, no one can forge an immortal tool. The existing immortal tools, except for the Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal, which was forged by the Tao ancestor before his ascension, were all brought to the 9 provinces by immortals from the immortal realm. The number is extremely scarce, only a few pieces. Then, the 2 Dharma treasures of Wang Bian and Wuji are mentioned, and among the most famous immortal tools are the Taoist sect's Yin-Yang Heavenly Seal, the Buddhist sect's Brahma Tower, and the great Confucian's calligraphy. Jingxin rested her chin on her hand, pondering. This great Confucian's calligraphy is indeed a replica, but the Brahma Tower? She recalled a green lotus. I also have 2 Dao tools, named the 12th grade green lotus. I have a decent understanding of Dao tools. Jingxin quickly voiced her suspicion. I keep feeling that the Brahma Tower doesn't seem like a Dao tool. He turned and affirmed to her, you're not mistaken. This Brahma Tower is the real Brahma Tower. Suddenly, Jiang Lai paused slightly. Old Buddha Shumi values this new Buddha's son so much. He even dared to let him bring this thing out. He was deep in thought. It's just that Buddha's son Wuji's realm is not high, so he can't fully unleash the power of the Brahma Tower. Jiang Lai thought of Wuji's Dharma treasure, but if he were in real danger, the Brahma Tower would automatically defend against the enemy. Even a body integration cultivator who runs into it would have to die with regret. Then he sighed and said, but for these 2 juniors to rely on treasures like this at such a young age is not good. You're not mistaken. Jiang Lai shook his head slightly and said to Jingxin, this Brahma Tower is the real Brahma Tower. Spending one's entire fortune to buy a treasure and using it whenever an enemy is encountered, this cannot truly temper oneself. He suddenly became serious. Only by being strong yourself can you be considered truly powerful. Jingxin timidly dared not look directly at Jiang Lai. Because treasures are really useful. How can you ask everyone to be like you, for whom bringing gold to the desert is useless? He turned to look at her. I understand this principle, but seeing her turn her head away, he sighed in defeat. All right, I won't say any more. Don't look so aggrieved. Suddenly, Jingxin's face showed surprise. She seemed to be seeing something. She frowned, having discovered a new situation. Wait, what's happening over there? On the other side, Wuji and Wang Bian were hypnotizing the Eagle Lord, but everyone on the ship was kneeling and listening. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Man is inherently good. Everyone was now putting their palms together, listening to the 2 of them, while murmuring in their hearts, from now on, I must devote myself to respecting the Buddha and chant sutras every day. I I have sinned in this life, so I want to give all my money to the enlightened disciples. I swear to constantly do good deeds, praying for a good reincarnation in the next life. The people beside them were the same. After I return, I will definitely do my utmost for my country and my sect. Jingxin was shaken and asked Zhonglai, I remember that the Buddhist and Confucian sects don't have such evil methods, like forced brainwashing. Zhonglai quickly explained to her, the scriptures of the Buddhist and Confucian sects have a very strong brainwashing effect. He started to become serious. If one doesn't master the scriptures and just recites them at will, it can easily lead to group brainwashing. Zhonglai recalled a memory. There was once a high-ranking Buddhist monk who walked while reciting sutras, immersed in the scriptures, and unintentionally brainwashed the followers of a small town. The high monk unknowingly led the villagers who followed him into the East Sea, and the villagers who couldn't swim all drowned. The life of that high monk still flashed by. The high monk knew he had made a grave mistake and was determined to walk the path of darkness, entering the demonic path. Old Buddha Shumi couldn't bear to act, so he had to ask for my help to execute him. Suddenly, he turned and told her, this high monk was the previous generation's Buddha's son, the one your master used to have a crush on. Jingxin was stunned after hearing this. What does this have to do with my master? Zhonglai looked over with some seriousness. Although they stopped and the brainwashing was lifted, those two kids are going a bit too far right now. The Eagle Lord on this side was screaming, Hey, are you guys from the Buddhist and Confucian sects or an evil cult? Who forcibly changes people's thoughts like this? Look behind you, look behind you. On this side, Wuji and Wang Bian were thinking, you convert the eagle demon first. You enlighten the eagle demon first. It must be me. Suddenly, the two were slapped by a hand. You two idiots, wake up. Zhonglai came forward and sternly reminded them, your methods have deviated from the orthodox path. You're on the wrong path. If you continue, you will fall into the demonic path. Only now did the two of them notice the people who had almost been brainwashed and were startled. I actually unintentionally, seeing the two of them standing there dumbfounded. He ordered, hurry up and disperse your Dharma power and return these people to normal. The two hurriedly obeyed, yes. Only then did everyone wake up. They looked at each other in horror. What just happened? I don't know. I was listening to them preach the scriptures and unconsciously walked over. Me too. Wuji and Wang Bian came forward, put their palms together before him, and said gratefully, thank you for waking us up, sir. May I ask who you are? He slowly looked at the two of them and revealed his identity, stunning them. Zhonglai. The Eagle Lord at the side was scared out of his wits. I just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Not only did I run into the Buddha's son and the Confucian walker, but I even ran into human Emperor Jiang. Is this good luck or bad luck? Both of them were stunned and looked at him. The Confucian sect's Wang Bian pays his respects to the human emperor. The Buddhist sect's Wuji pays his respects to the human emperor. My idol, the goal I pursue my whole life, is actually human Emperor Jiang. Zhonglai said with some grievance. Luckily, I blocked the sound beforehand, otherwise I would have been surrounded by onlookers. Why am I now like a big celebrity from my past life, having to wear sunglasses when walking through a shopping mall for fear of being recognized? He sighed slightly and reminded them, you two, you only knew how to compete with your techniques and almost trapped yourselves walking down an evil path. Wuji and Wang Bian were like remorseful children. We were wrong. We won't do it again, I promise. Zhonglai began to question them. You're also going to participate in the Taoist sect's Immortal Tool Appraisal Assembly? We're your masters. Why did they only let you two juniors represent your sects? Wuji recalled for a moment and then recounted, my master said he had an epiphany about the Tao of space and is at a critical period, so he can't be distracted and let me go. Wang Bian also quickly said, my master said he gets angry just seeing the Taoist sect master. Zhonglai understood upon hearing this. Right? The Confucian sect leader and old by have a personal grudge. Thus, in Zhang Li's eyes, an image of the Confucian sect returned. The Confucian sect leader, Dong Zhongren, a proponent of the theory of innate goodness, spent all his effort teaching the people of a nation to be gentlemen, not greedy, to restrain oneself and restore propriety for the sake of benevolence, using this to show off to the Taoist sect master. What Hengta did back, then, made the Confucian sect leader spit blood from anger. the Taoist sect master, believing that human nature is greedy, took out a large amount of supreme-grade spirit stones and threw them over. The refined and courteous crowd indeed began to fight over them. The Confucian sect leader's face turned pale with anger. Jianglai asked, a little confused, "So he let you go in his place?" The boy still answered naively. He said he also wanted to see the self-forged immortal tool, so he let me represent him on the surface, while he would secretly go himself in the shadows. Jiang Li's cheeks puffed out after hearing this. Your master has quite the idea. Isn't he afraid that his Tao heart of awe-inspiring righteousness will collapse? Suddenly, the system appeared again, announcing a new mission. Although you placed first in the exam, your classmates mock you as unworthy and want you to drop out quickly. Please achieve a great cultivation breakthrough for the final exam. The system also quickly reminded, this mission can be skipped. He directly chose skip. Jiang Li sighed at the mysterious mission from the immortal realm. This kind of mission really won't appear continuously. The scene changed, and at this time, the flying ship had quickly arrived at its destination. Hung Tu was walking over with his arm around a middle-aged man. The Taoist sect master, Bai Hung Tu, and the Confucian sect leader, Dong Zhongren, have come together to welcome human Emperor Jiang. 2 rows of people also bowed respectfully. Welcome, human Emperor Jiang. On the flying ship, Wang Bian's face turned completely red seeing this scene. Master, you actually got caught. How embarrassing. I want to stay on the ship and not go down. Hung Tu happily walked up to Jiang Li on behalf of the entire Taoist sect. I welcome human Emperor Jiang to the Taoist sect to participate in the immortal tool appraisal assembly. He also smiled professionally and hugged him. Thank you, Sect Master Bai. Jiang Li used this opportunity to squeeze Hung Tu tightly, making him try to endure it. Pain, 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 I'll endure it, ow. Hung Tu hurriedly pushed him away, and Saintess Jingxin, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your relationship with human Emperor Jiang is still the same. Jingxin tried to compose herself. Jiang Li is standing here watching. I can't make a move, endure it. After the opening pleasantries, Jiang Li walked in and asked, I've never asked you, brother, how is the research on the 9 provinces world-protecting Grand Array going? Is it almost done? He immediately made a sour face. You ask this pressing question as soon as you arrive. To research the world-protecting Grand Array, my hair is about to fall out. Can't we talk about something more pleasant? Jiang Li turned to look at him and smiled. A tribulation transcendent stage cultivator can be reborn from a single drop of blood. The 2 of us can help beat you until only 1 drop of blood is left, letting you be reborn once, and your hair will grow back. Hung Tu's jaw dropped after hearing this. Damn, even a landlord isn't as ruthless as you. Jingxin suddenly spoke up. The 9 provinces world-protecting Grand Array you're talking about, is it to guard against the invasion of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, or not? Her eyes became serious. A matter concerning the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, then it truly must be taken seriously. Next is the narration. The extraterrestrial heavenly demons come from other worlds. The 9 provinces might only encounter an attack from extraterrestrial heavenly demons once every few hundred years, but each time brings a crisis of annihilation to the 9 provinces. Successive human emperors have always been at the forefront, fighting and killing the heavenly demons, and more than half of them died in fierce battles, with few meeting a good end. His image appeared in Jingxin's mind until Jiang Li appeared. He stopped the invasion of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons 3 times, saving the 9 provinces 3 times. Jingxin looked up and asked Jiang Li, the 9 provinces world-protecting Grand Array you mentioned, is it aimed at the invasion of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons? Her eyes grew somber. If it's related to the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, then it must indeed be taken seriously. Jiang Li wasn't very confident either, although I can easily win. His expression was troubled as he explained, but I have to know when the extraterrestrial heavenly demons appear and then fight my way over. The time in between is enough for the heavenly demons to wreak havoc on a large scale, causing hundreds of thousands or millions of deaths. Jingxin understood their plan after hearing this. So you and Sect Master Bai are preparing to use the world-protecting Grand Array as a buffer. Jiang Li confirmed her thoughts. This array can hold them off for a quarter of an hour. which is enough time for me to get there. Hung Tu at the side spoke up. However, this array has two difficult points. First, to constantly maintain this array requires a huge amount of spiritual power. Jianglai said with sharp eyes. Faced with this, I have summoned the 16 major sects and the 9 great dynasties, each providing 6 body integration stage cultivators. A magic circle appeared in his memory. The human emperor's palace provides 2 body integration stage cultivators. The 8 cultivators will continuously transport spiritual power to maintain the grand array. Jingxin spoke up after hearing this. When the heavenly demons invade, no one can escape unscathed. Everyone should not object. Jiang Lai agreed somewhat. This matter has already been agreed upon. He continued to explain to her. Second, this formation is truly too large. Jingxin asked him doubtfully, too large means? Jiang Lai recounted to her, there has never been a formation that could encompass the entire 9 provinces. And to explain the difficulties, the problem isn't simply expanding the formation. We also have to consider issues like terrain, transportation and transfer of spiritual power, and so on. The design is incredibly difficult. He could only throw up his hands and let out a breath. Even if a body integration stage cultivator were to design it, they would have to cough up all their life's blood. It was only after I broke through to the tribulation transcendent stage that I began to design it. Hung Tu's expression quickly changed. However, congratulate me. I have already figured out the world-protecting Grand Array. He raised his hand and said to Jiang Lai, now, all that's missing is an immortal tool to serve as the formation's eye. He thought for a moment and then confirmed, that's right. The effect of this formation is immense. Naturally, it needs a treasure that can withstand this great karma to serve as the formation's eye. He said with a confident expression, I have asked Ancestor Chansuan. The old man said that the Yin-Yang heavenly seal connects heaven and earth and has the ability to initiate spiritual enlightenment. The strange runes appeared against a black background. Looking mystical, it is most suitable to be the formation's eye. Suddenly, Jiang Lai changed the subject. Immortal Chansuan, is he still well? Hearing this, he spread his hands and replied, of course he's still well. Seeing Ancestor Chansuan's spirited appearance, I might die of old age and he'll still be alive. Hunto asked curiously, you want to see him? Jiang Lai nodded and stated his intention. I have some questions to ask him. Jingxin at the side spoke up. Can I also go and meet Immortal Chansuan? Her heart was filled with curiosity. I have only ever heard of Immortal Chansuan's title, but I have never met this old man. He happily agreed to her request. You can. Ancestor Chansuan likes a lively atmosphere. He couldn't ask for more people. Then Hengtu hurriedly left. I also need to prepare some things for the Immortal Tool Appraisal Assembly. You two go on your own. He is still in Fengyi Cave. Next is a bit of storytelling. When the 9 provinces in the Immortal Realm were still connected, many Immortals had visited the 9 provinces, but all of them returned to the Immortal Realm after a few hundred years. There was only one, Immortal Chansuan. He was from the 9 provinces. The story continued. After ascending, he felt that the Immortal Realm was not as familiar as the 9 provinces. After returning to the 9 provinces, he never left again. The scene changed. Jingxin walked and asked curiously, is Immortal Chansuan really the oldest person in the 9 provinces? Is he really an immortal? He confirmed for her, he is indeed an immortal. Jiang Lai also took the opportunity to explain, as for the question of age, that depends on how old your ancestor Hongshan really is. Except for the uncertain age of Fairy Hongshan, he is indeed the oldest. He put his hand to his chin and recalled, I suspect he is a disciple of the Tao ancestor, but he has never admitted it. Jingxin was a little surprised. A disciple of the Tao ancestor? Then wouldn't that make him a person from at least 50,000 years ago? She continued to say to him, if that's true, then Immortal Chansuan is truly like his title, eternally present, living forever. Jiang Lai answered vaguely, who knows? A body integration stage cultivator can live for 2,000 or 3,000 years. A long life has witnessed the rise and fall of countless powers. His voice became emotional. An Immortal Chansuan has witnessed countless body integration stage cultivators grow up and pass away. The scene shifts to the inside of a cave. Jiang Lai called out, Immortal, are you there? I brought questions for you again. Immediately after, a formation appeared in the center of the cave. The formation spun and gradually opened, with rays of silver light shining outwards. Behind the formation, a house nestled against the side of a mountain was revealed. When the two entered, the immortal elder was lying there lazily. "You brat, every time you come back, there's bound to be a problem. Can't you just visit this old man for no reason?" Jingxin was a little surprised when she saw his appearance. He was clearly an immortal, but he looked like an ordinary old man. This was a sign of his vital energy and blood converging to the extreme. Jiangli walked over to chat. "Isn't it because only you can help me?" He sat up properly and asked, "You still want my help?" The immortal elder looked at Jiangli and sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that the child who was only at the nascent soul stage back then had now become unfathomably profound? He observed him and sighed a little. "As an immortal, I actually can't see how strong Jiangli truly is." He closed his eyes and mumbled, "A decrepit old man like me can now only answer your doubts." He politely praised, "Immortal elder, you are too modest if not for the fact that you cannot return to the immortal world." Time for a knowledge update segment. After becoming an immortal, all of a cultivator's spirit chi will be converted into immortal power, which is necessary to sustain an immortal's body. An immortal power only exists in the immortal world. After an immortal descends to the mortal world, the immortal power in their body depletes with every bit used. The storyline continues. When human emperors of various dynasties could not withstand the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, immortal Elder Changsun would always step in to help. But after his ascension to the immortal world, a problem occurred. Immortal Elder Changsun could not return to the immortal world to replenish his immortal power. An image of the immortal elder falling from the sky appeared. He is currently unable to act. Once he uses up all his immortal power, his body will collapse, and he will die after experiencing the 5 decays of a heavenly being. The immortal elder was silent for a moment. After a while, he said resentfully, "Return to the immortal world." His voice turned grim. "Don't mention it." The scene changes, zooming in on a house. The immortal elder leisurely led Jiang Li and Jingxin into the house. "Take a walk with me." He glanced at her and teased, "You even brought someone else. This is truly a rare sight. Whose beautiful doll is this girl?" Jingxin politely bowed to him. "Esteemed immortal elder, Jingxin is from the Red Dust Pure Land, a descendant of the Red Dust ancestor." Upon hearing this, the immortal elder became much more cheerful. "The Red Dust Fairy. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time." He happily brought out food to treat the two of them. "Here's some top-grade spirit tea and pastries. Come, have a taste." Seeing the immortal elder so excited, she smiled. Although one can abstain from grains and still enjoy delicacies, the immortal elder was suddenly so enthusiastic. Jiangli leaned close to Jingxin's ear to fill her in. He was someone who saw the Red Dust Fairy with his own eyes. After hearing this, her jaw dropped in astonishment. So that's how it is. After the initial greetings, the immortal elder got to the point. "Speak. What do you want to ask me this time?" Jiangli closed his eyes in deep thought. The immortal elder is old. He shouldn't experience great joy or great sorrow. I must ask gently. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "The Red Dust Fairy has been resurrected. What do you think?" Hearing him say this, the immortal elder suddenly shot to his feet, startling the two of them. He quickly used his power to change his attire. A blue aura enveloped him. After changing his clothes, the immortal elder now looked much more proper. He slightly smoothed out the creases in his clothes. Seeing this transformation scene, Jiang Li and Jingxin couldn't help but be speechless. The immortal elder hurriedly jumped out from the corridor. "I'll be right back." With quick hands and sharp eyes, Jiang Li grabbed the immortal elder's ankle, preventing him from flying away. He struggled to break free from his hand. Let me go, let me go. Don't stop me from finding love." Jiang Li scorned the immortal elder. "Can that be called love? I've already apologized to you." The scene shifts to a narration. Back when the Red Dust Fairy had just descended to the mortal world, she caused quite a stir. Immortal Elder Changsun took a curious glance, then knelt on the ground, saying he had found love and must worship the Red Dust Fairy for his entire life. The immortal elder struggled with all his might. "Let go of me." Bullying an old man, he held the elder's ankle with a displeased expression. "I'm embarrassed for you over this." Jingxin at the side realized Jiangli could so easily subdue a genuine immortal. After a moment of chaos, the scene returned to its original